Hello, all my beasties. Welcome to the lair. I've missed you all. Can you shut the door, baby? Hey, when you're ready for lunch, let me know, love. Oh, sorry, my little dude.
Lunch.
Hey, Sod. I did see my little thing that the post office finally had something, so I'll go grab that later. Hey, Croc. Hey, Nick. Hold on. My Patty and my Croc.
Hello.
I have to thank them for holding it down for 2 days since I had the plague, sort of. I'll explain after. Debbie, yeah, I saw she pled guilty. There are a couple other cases that you may be interested in streaming we can talk about. Good morning, Danny. By the way, Sod, I saw Sod, thank you for the very generous gift. I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you. And like I said, I have to pick the book up when I stopped the other day. They hadn't sorted stuff. And I saw it just gave me a you subscribed notice yesterday. So I'm going to guess YouTube was bored and unsubscribing people because I know Sod wouldn't leave me. So if you're subscribed or think you're subscribed, or even if you're a mod, please check because YouTube done unsubscribed Sod and other people, and it unsubscribed mods. So yeah, that was a thing. But thank you all, my loves. I have missed you. I have loved you. Obviously, the last day we were together, last few days, I wasn't feeling great. Didn't sound great. I still don't sound great, but it turns out I had mono on top of everything. Because why not? Because life. But thank you to everybody. I love you. I've missed you. Thank you for all the check-ins and well wishes. Croc, Patty, how are you? Thank you both, my loves, especially you, Croc.
You're welcome, Loki. Again, the show must go on, and we can't just go. We can't pull it up. We can't pull somebody else and just skip days and think that things are going to go okay.
Yeah, I know, and I mean, just so everybody is aware, I'd asked Croc. I made sure Croc was okay with it. I have thanked Croc 1,000 times. I know he says it's okay, and I appreciate it. And like I said, my beasties, this family that we've built is amazing, and I love you all. But I never want Croc or Patty to ever feel taken advantage of or like I didn't say thank you. So I'm going to say thank you to them like 9,000 times, fair warning. Because I don't want anyone to feel unappreciated because that sucks to feel that way. I've been put in that position where you feel obligated because you said you'd help a channel or a person, and then they just like walk away and you're like, okay, I guess I'm doing this now. So that's a thing. But I just wanted to, be a broken record. So, how are you, my Patty? I hear Croc's making coffee.
I'm making coffee.
I'm actually good. Other than Blanche decided that 4 a.m. pee and playtime was the thing today, so my voice is a little scratchy.
Yeah,
but
I heard that. I must say and giggled. That's okay. This morning, I was so exhausted yesterday. I fell asleep without setting my alarm. And I woke up at like 7 on the dot and I went running downstairs and Loki was sitting there watching YouTube. I'm like, why didn't you wake me up? She goes, I can't tell time. I'm like, you can when it's numbers on a clock. This is not an analog clock. You can read a digital display. And then she was mad because she's like, I don't want to be late for school. Yeah, I know, but maybe you should have made sure mom was up. Okay. You do you, boo. Micro. Hey, I still got her there on time, so.
She's the best. Just such. She just cracks me up. Because
She's
I
an
can
asshole.
totally see her looking at you and saying, I can never tell time, Mom.
I was like, you have a digital clock and you're on my tablet.
Which means there's one in the upper right-hand corner.
What are we doing? She just like looked at me like, it's not my problem.
You can make it her problem.
That's what I said.
Oh.
That's what I said.
As my
I said,
late sister would say, you won't believe what your daughter did today.
yeah, I hear that a lot. But I was like, the thing is, little girl, you don't want to be late because you don't want to miss talk and playtime. But for that to happen, I'm going to need you to, wake me up.
No.
Oh, but Mom, you've been sick.
No, she didn't care about that. Trust
That's
me.
what I would have said. And
No,
her, that's what I would have said.
She took full advantage of it, but she was mad she was going to be late. I'm like, you're not. Get your ass in gear. Get dressed.
Wow.
Let's go. You can eat breakfast in the car. We have a 40-minute ride. Hello, Sandy, my darling. I've missed everybody. Thank you for all the love, checking in, well wishes. We're going to start the broken record. Thank you to, my besties, Croc and Patty, for helping and holding it down. Much appreciated. They know they are loved and appreciated. I send Croc things. I buy his kids pizza obnoxiously when he doesn't want me to. Yeah, that's the advantage. You don't understand. Like, Croc won't be paying attention and I'll have shit delivered to his house. And he's like, really? Uh-huh. My bad.
I approve.
That's something you would pull.
Uh-huh.
Good morning, Mayor. I have missed you all.
Croc will tell you I'm the queen of he mentions that he might need something. I'm like, oh, what do you need? Let me go spend credit card points on you, dear.
Yeah, I do the same thing. The one day, one of the kids said something about pizza, and then he's like, there's pizza at my door. I didn't even know these people deliver here. Google's a thing.
Yeah, Google's a thing. Oh, I already did that bad, Mayor.
Croc does not do bad. Croc's awesome. He's not me, but he's awesome. And I'm sure Patty was there to keep him in line.
Sure. Whatever you think.
You can, no, I mean, I know, but you still keep him somewhat in line by making fun of him. But
I treat him like the true little brother that he is to me. That's what I do.
That's our job.
I have a hard time telling him no.
That's okay. Micro Loki was on a rampage, as usual.
Oh, that's no good. We can't have that.
What did my mini human do?
So she took one of my. Speaking of, I need to get a hold of her.
Talk to
not Micro. I need to get a hold of what's her name? Whatever. She took one of my mugs, my channel mugs, to school with soy milk in it, and then when they told her she couldn't have it because there's a firearm depicted, she said I would worry more about me throwing shading of the heart. Kara, that's who. I need to get a hold of Kara. She was moving. Yeah, she told them to shove it. It was Mommy's channel logo, and she wouldn't worry about the logo. She'd worry more about her throwing it at your head.
Yeah, that
Yep, that's our kid.
definitely.
You're
sounds-
worried about a logo you got to get close enough to see, and it's not even clear, and it doesn't have anything, and just has Mommy's channel. And get close enough to get near it, and I'm going to throw it at your head. I'm like, okay, great.
Wow. Just wow.
I thought it was pretty funny. I was like,
So, are they going to give it back?
they didn't take it. She didn't let them. She told them to try. They just looked at her and were like, or not. Don't use it again. But I got an email and I was like, she warned you.
So not only does she have no self-preservation skills, she doesn't respond well to authoritarian figures who are being stupid. Got it.
Nope.
Yeah, micro Loki.
She'll micro Loki.
She was like, I will throw this at you. Yay, Mayor Wrench. Yeah, I just love it. If you get close enough, I'm going to eat this at you. Like, no. What we're not doing is this right now. I was just like, okay. Because micro Loki. Micro Loki
Remind me
doesn't care.
Remind me when I'm older that I need to put her and my godchild in charge of me, and they get to pick my nursing home because, yeah,
I just love the get close enough and I'm going to eat this at you.
exactly.
Honey,
You know, my great aunt, I had to go. This is 1980s, and she was living in a nursing home, and my mom sent me into her room to get her cane away from her because I was the only one that could get close enough to touch the cane and take it away
Oh,
because
jeez.
she kept hitting people with it.
sounds
Oh,
about right.
Staff, other residents, whoever got close.
Did
Yeah.
she run anybody over with a rascal scooter?
They didn't have scooters back then, but Aunt Gladys was a force to be reckoned with.
So is micro Loki. I will hit you with
Telling
this
people.
mug.
It's gonna take.
Yeah,
It's
well,
gonna take
you know.
just the right guy to get past Jay and then deal with her.
Again, I would be more worried about him ever being able to bring anybody around. Like she don't. Mm-mm. And then her other argument the other day, she was sitting in the car. She goes, "I need Starbucks. I need caffeine. I need Starbucks." And she does. She goes, and we walk into Starbucks, she places her order. She announced she needed one of the new cups. And then when she ordered, the girl goes, "Can she have that?" And she looks at the girl and goes, "Did I stutter?"
Miko.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
What?
Did I stutter? Maybe don't say that to adults.
It was here at the door. Oh, Miko.
So, hey.
Sorry. Wow.
Sandy, Sassy will get back just fine. Gnomes are, magic for a reason.
Okay, I'm going to mute for a moment.
Yep.
Yeah, I want Starbucks too.
But I just love that the lady asked her if she's allowed to order, and she looks at her and goes, "Did I stutter?" Okay. She becomes the most basic micro person ever. She walks around in leggings, unicorn Uggs, and like Starbucks. Like, how basic
Yeah,
can we be?
we need her gender neutral shirt, though, is what we really need.
Yeah, that's the best.
Yeah, I actually have
Did
several
I
people that
tell everybody?
said, yeah, yeah, I have several people though who have said, "Hey, if she makes that shirt, I want it."
I
I'm
will.
like, okay.
I will. Yeah, so for those that weren't here the day I announced it, she got yelled at in school. Mind you, A, Micro Loki loves everybody. She's a swell, most people. Micro Loki does not discriminate. She doesn't. Um, that being said, she's a kindergartner. And what people need to realize is, my best friend back, like from high school, is trans. And, well, one of my best friends. And Micro Loki has been around plenty. And she's very respectful, but you can't expect a kindergartner to use they or them pronouns. She talks about herself in the third person most days. And she doesn't know what a pronoun is. And she got yelled at for not using they them pronouns with another student who goes by they and them. It is not because she has taken a position on the issue. It is not that she was trying to be disrespectful. She literally talks about herself in the third person and still says things like Lelo. So I don't know that yelling at her about pronouns is the right thing to do.
Probably not, actually.
But I'm just saying, she's a kindergartner. Like, I'm sorry. If you're going to raise your child that way, and again, I'm not anti-trans. I'm not anything, but you can't take a kindergartner and expect something that adults can have a hard time wrapping their brain around. Who says Lelo to be correct? So when she got yelled at a second time and told she would be in a lot of trouble and miss recess if she did not use the appropriate pronouns, my micro Loki then announced that I'm calling everybody fucker because that's gender neutral. You could be a boy or a girl, and I could still call you fucker. So that's her answer to it. She called everybody fucker for like a week.
Yeah, somebody asked me my pronouns yesterday, and I said I only have one, master.
But it was like the best. Only word she could think of that she could refer to people as it was boy or girl. She was just like, meh. Touche, small child, touche.
Oh, FAFO, seriously.
It's not even that. She talks about herself in the third person. And you're going to suspend her or threaten to because she didn't use they, them pronouns? Which is another child's prefer. Like, you're literally lucky she knows, like, she barely knows what the word pronoun is.
Well, see, here's the thing. Who actually prefers to use they them pronouns? Is it the kid
Yes,
or mommy and daddy?
it's the kid because she goes to a bougie private school.
Yeah. No,
That's
I
her
don't think.
mommy and daddy.
And how old is this child?
Second grade.
Second grade?
I'm not gonna take a stance on it in that regard just because I don't Monday morning quarterback other parents or parental decisions. You do what you feel is best for your kids. I only take issue with it when the school is threatening disciplinary action against a kindergartner who doesn't know what the term pronoun means. You know, my best friend, well, one of my best friends that's trans, you know, Micro Loki walked up to and said, "Are you a boy or a girl?" About a year ago. And that is because the person does still have some facial hair because they're going through laser hair removal. So you can't shave with laser hair removal. And they've been going through it for a long time. So, I mean, she doesn't care. She loves this person regardless. She just, it finally registered that, like, oh, she has a goatee sometimes. While she's going through things. And this person has lived like this for 18 or 19 years. Hey, Bone CK.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, but Micro Loki just called everybody fucker for a week. Come here, fucker. You can't call people that. Well, I can't call people him or her either, apparently, and I don't know what else to use. Okay, honey. Yeah, I you have to give her an A for creativity.
If not originality.
Just like her, announcement of, I'm going to yeet this at you, or, hey, Nancy, I need Tarbucks, or...
Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, you are.
Hey,
Defense?
Katie.
Oh, we've got everybody, right?
Hi, Katie.
Morning, Katie. Morning, Nancy.
All right, we're going to give the jury just a couple of more minutes yet.
Again, the subtitle for this live stream was Return of the Loki.
Yeah. But I just love the, like, did I stutter? Which is not wrong. I don't know. Nancy, you think they're closing today?
No,
We're
not closing today.
Did Nancy buy a house?
Might be.
I mean, unless the prosecution. Oh, yeah, the prosecution
may shut up now today.
Okay, guys, wait. Patty.
Yes.
Apple.
Yes.
Apple spirit dog.
Oh, Lord. Apple did that yesterday. She fell off the bed.
Ka-funk.
She makes a very solid thud. She was fine.
Oh, I mean, she also falls off the back of the couch routinely.
Yeah, but the back of the couch, I've got it set up now that if she falls off the back of the couch, she A, falls onto the couch itself, or B, all the computer tables are behind it like a coffee table. So she can't really fall on the floor from that height.
Huh? Who's predicting closing by Friday?
Yeah, I mean, it's not, I don't think it's closings. I think it is more likely the prosecution's going to rest.
Oh.
What's wrong? Oh, yeah.
They're ready.
Yeah, the prosecution will probably rest, not closing, because that's not enough time for defense stuff.
Do anything.
And they're gonna have
It's all
multiple
woke up.
multiple like witness experts and things. So
Yeah, we still got they're
The
talking
prose-
sometime next
Okay.
week.
yeah, the prosecution will rest possibly, but if I had to guess,
I think the prosecution's down to their last couple witnesses.
yeah, the prosecution will rest, and then we get to hear the defense case in chief. Although I go back and forth over whether I want to see the idiot take the stand. I'm sure it'll be amusing to everybody because rage, Loki will kick in at least 847 times. But
That was
I
what
will.
that was the uh-oh.
I will lose. Yeah, I put that up. I will lose what little voice I have gained back. I would, lose what little voice I've gotten back. And I finally gave in. Croc, you'll be proud. I purchased a gaming chair
Oh, cool.
so I can be in front of my whiskey more. But yes, I have a gaming chair now. That's
I
being.
still need to find the funding or something to get a whole new chair, but I won't buy another gaming chair.
This one was cheaper than like a regular office chair on Amazon.
Really?
Yeah. They have them on Amazon for literally $60. Someone's got me on Echo.
I'd probably break that. That would be Sandy or Patty. Sorry, Sandy.
What did I do?
Wait, your mic caught the your mic did its echo trick for a sec.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why? I've been ignoring it now. It's just it's random.
Well, we know how to override Loki's, echo on my mic. All you have to do is type.
Yeah.
Shots fired. Danny, it's probably the $60 one I just got too. Is it blue and black?
See, the thing, if I bought that chair, I'd probably break it in the first hour.
Sandy, it's a gaming chair. I'll put the link up. You wouldn't, Croc.
No.
I didn't ask, but I assume we have our witness, right?
They
She's here.
they have the big and tall ones for the
They're
same
probably more.
price.
How much for the epic snowstorm?
I was thinking exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
All rise for the jury, please.
Yeah, Danny, twinsy life. Sandy, it's a gaming chair, which means it's got a high back, a pillow, and lumbar support.
Ooh, nice. Okay. Hey. I don't know if anybody's been paying attention. We're up to 8:30.
Yay.
Thank you. May all be seated.
Hey,
Court will
Thomas,
recall
I've
20
missed
CR
you.
1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the
Creed.
jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad everybody made it in light of our epic snowmageddon. Again, has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe that you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand.
Yes.
No response?
I've been
All
here
right.
too long.
With that, prosecution,
I hate
call your next
everybody.
witness, please.
Thanks, Sean. Good morning. We would call Dr. Jackie Grimmett.
We need to turn the court down a bit. Because the judges really loud.
Snuck up on me. I'm sorry. If you would raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
I missed you too, Thomas. Thank you, Mayor Wrench. You're much loved.
Thanks, Judge. Good morning, doctor. How are you?
Morning, good,
I
thank you.
missed you,
Could you
Loki.
please introduce yourself to the
Loki, I
jury and
missed you.
spell your
Thank you,
last name for
Thomas.
the record?
Thomas, I missed
My
you
name's Jackie
too.
Grimmett, Grimmett.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic psychologist.
How long have you been a forensic psychologist?
Psychologist.
Could you give the jury a little bit of your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in psychology, a master's degree in psychology and health, master's degree in counseling, and a doctoral degree in clinical
And we're
psychology.
Irish.
And are you working currently?
I am.
What is your profession?
I am in private practice as a forensic psychologist.
And where do you practice? What states?
I live in Hawaii. I practice full-time in Colorado.
And are you licensed to practice psychology in both those states?
Yes.
Do you have to be licensed in the field of psychology to perform evaluations and do forensic evaluations?
Yes.
Could you give the jury a little bit of your background with regards to professional memberships that you belong to?
I belong to the American Psychological Association, the Colorado Psychological Association, the Hawaii Psychological Association, and I'm a specialist in the American Board of Forensic Psychology.
And are you a board certified forensic psychologist?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means I've gone through a rigorous peer-reviewed process involving a written exam, submitting practice samples, and submitting to a 3-hour oral exam with a panel of experts who then attest to that I've reached a level of competence in the field of forensic psychology.
It sounds like that's something more than just sending a check to someone and getting a certificate in the mail.
It was a multiple-year process.
And what percentage of forensic psychologists are
remove
board
those two,
certified?
Croc.
Do you know?
I think that
Hey,
there's
Zod,
about
my
3% of psychologists in the
No,
country are
Mayor,
board
I was
certified
trying
in
to
forensic
send
psychology, and that
something,
totals about
and I
350
didn't work.
psychologists in total.
And are you in a position now
Croc, you
where
can
you
delete
approve
those.
others who may be seeking to be board certified?
Yes, I serve on the exam faculty for the board. So I review practice samples and I conduct oral exams.
And so you get to do what you had to
They
do
did to me.
before. You get to evaluate those people.
Yes,
How long you been doing that?
about a year and a half.
That's the white
The
one.
jury's heard a little bit about what a forensic psychological evaluation is. How many of those have you conducted in your career?
Croc, you can paste a link to that.
Probably about 1,500.
Actually,
And
the one I left,
1,500.
actually.
We're not going to get into those. But have those been both for the court, the prosecution, and defense counsel?
The majority of the work I do is court ordered. I have done a few evaluations at the request of the prosecution. I have done a fair bit of private evaluation for the defense.
What about your past professional history? What kind of jobs have you held as a forensic psychologist or a psychologist?
Creed, I'm going to address that later.
My first job as a psychologist was as a forensic psychologist. I worked at the Colorado Mental Health Institute at Pueblo as a forensic evaluator, doing competence evaluations full-time for about 4.5 years before I left to pursue private practice.
I imagine a lot of those 1,500 evaluations came from that role.
At this point, about a third.
Okay. What about after that? What'd you do?
I've been in private practice, mostly doing competency and sanity work. I do some civil capacity evaluations, undue influence regarding wills for the elderly, some mitigation work for the defense. I both do private practice, second opinion competency evaluations, and I'm also a contractor for the state.
And in your career, have you both performed, we'll rephrase that, but have you treated patients for their psychological issues?
Yes, prior to becoming a psychologist, I was a licensed professional counselor for 10 years, and I treated people doing therapy weekly, mostly returning soldiers at Fort Carson from Afghanistan and Iraq.
Post-traumatic stress symptoms?
Yes.
Is a forensic examination different from what would be called a clinical evaluation as a psychologist?
Yes.
What's the difference?
A clinical evaluation is typically requested by the person coming to seek treatment. They've got symptoms and they're in some discomfort, and you develop a therapeutic relationship with them. You're there to
And
help them.
guys, remember, she's a
In a forensic
psychologist,
evaluation,
not a
the person being
psychiatrist.
evaluated is never the
She's
person who
not a
actually requested
physician.
the evaluation. It's typically an attorney or the court.
She's a
There is no therapeutic
a
relationship there. You're
counselor.
not there to help
She's
them. You're
not
there to help
an
answer a legal
MD. She
question.
cannot
So
prescribe.
there's no treatment. In a clinical evaluation, you take the patient at their word. What they tell you is their experience, and that's what you treat. In a forensic evaluation, you consider what the person tells you, but you also look for collateral information to support that what they're telling you is genuine, and there's records to document that what they're claiming to be experiencing is genuine.
And have you been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic psychology in the past?
Yes,
Approximately how many times?
80?
80?
Yes.
And have those all been in Colorado or other states?
Colorado.
At this time, we would ask that the court allow Dr. Grimmett to be qualified as an expert in the field of forensic psychology and render opinions in that field.
No objection.
The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Dr. Grimmett, could you explain to the jury how you became involved in this case?
Excuse me. Yeah, I was approached by the defense to complete a court-ordered second opinion evaluation of competency to proceed.
And when you say court-ordered evaluation, what does that mean?
Well, when somebody raises the issue of competency, the process is the court issues an order and the state has to conduct an initial evaluation. Either attorney can request a second opinion at that point, and
Good morning.
the judge then issues an order
You.
for a second opinion to take place.
And really what I wanted to get to is, were you aware that there'd already been a competency evaluation done in this case when you got this order to do the second evaluation?
Yes,
Yes, they have to.
And is that
disclose.
common practice based on your experience?
I'm always aware there's been a previous evaluation.
The fact that the defense requested you, how does that impact your evaluation in this case?
I try to take an impartial stance in every case. My job is to help give the court information that they can use to come to an ultimate opinion on competency. In pursuit of that, I contact the defense counsel and the prosecution to get their input. And I'm always considering if the other person, if the other side had asked me to do the evaluation, would my opinion be the same? And I try to check any non-impartiality I might be experiencing.
Okay. Could you give, well, let me ask you, have you done
Mayor
insanity
McNome, are you
evaluations in your
allowed
career
to
as well?
operate a
Yes.
microwave?
Could you let the jury
Are
know
you
what the
tall
difference
enough to
between
ride
a
that
competency
ride?
evaluation is and an insanity evaluation in a forensic setting?
Sure. Succinctly, a competency evaluation is an evaluation of someone's present state. So the day I meet with them, how are they doing? Are there any impediments to them being able to proceed with their case? An insanity evaluation is a retrospective evaluation. So you're assessing how they were doing at the time of the offense, not how they're doing now.
And so with regards to this case, did you conduct an insanity evaluation?
No.
And would you need to do an insanity evaluation before you could render opinions with regards to Mrs. Stauch's sanity at the time of the crime?
Absolutely.
So you can't do that, right?
Right.
All right, I want to make sure everyone knows that before we go forward. So let's talk about the competency evaluation for this particular case. What did you receive in preparation for your competency evaluation?
I received the court order. I received the previous evaluation. I received discovery in the case, which was voluminous. Included videos. I received jail medical records and recordings of jail phone calls between Ms. Stauch and other parties.
A lot of information, I take it.
A lot of information.
There was a large amount of police reports and what's called discovery in this case. Did you review all of that?
Yes.
Now, there's been reference to the DSM-5, the diagnostic manual that I think everyone knows that psychologists and psychiatrists use to evaluate people. Within that manual, would you find competency?
No.
Is that a medical diagnosis?
No.
Is that a legal term?
Yes.
What about insanity?
Same
Legal term?
legal term.
It's not in the DSM-5.
No.
So how do you go about determining whether or not someone's competent to proceed? What do you look for? Kind of run the jury through that process.
So the statute outlines
Creed,
what
she
competency,
is
competency to proceed
the
evaluation
defense
entails.
used for an independent
The
one.
requirements are that the defendant needs to have the ability to have a factual and rational understanding of the proceedings, and also to have an ability to consult with their attorney to assist in their defense. So in pursuit of that, I would conduct a clinical interview, look at their current mental status, ask them very specific questions about the legal process and their case in order to establish whether or not they had that understanding and ability. And if
Right,
not,
but
why
they
not?
still
And that
asked,
why
she
not
did the
has to relate to
second
a mental
opinion
illness.
for the defense. So
And
they
so
have
why
to
is it
call
that you
both.
need to look at the police reports and the discovery in a criminal case in conjunction with talking to whoever's being evaluated?
So in order to assess whether the defendant has a rational and factual understanding of the proceedings, that includes their case, I have to understand their case well enough to know whether or not they understand their case.
And so prior, I'm assuming you eventually sat down with Ms. Stauch.
She
and had
sounds
a forensic
Irish
interview
to
with
me,
her.
Debbie.
Yes.
Prior to that, did you review the materials on this case, the police reports and so forth?
Yes.
Well,
Did you
sometimes-
have any concerns about Mrs. Stauch's credibility going into that forensic interview?
Credibility is always something to consider in a criminal case. There's always high stakes, especially in a case like this. There seemed to be a lot of inconsistencies in the records that I was reviewing that made me question what kind of presentation she was going to have when I met with her.
And I should have asked you this before, but do you recall when you got the court order to do the evaluation?
I know it's in my report, the date of the orders in my report. I don't know off the top of my head.
If your report was filed on January 7th of 2021, obviously it would have been sometime before that.
Yes, I met with Ms. Stauch in December 2020. So the order would have come in probably a
Sometime in
month
that
or two before
timeframe.
that.
Okay, that's fine. So you said you met with Ms. Stauch on December of 2020. Do you see Ms. Stauch in the courtroom today? Could you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She's sitting in between two attorneys with teal.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant subject to cross-examination.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
How long did you meet with Ms. Stauch?
I met with her for about 3 hours and 40 minutes.
And did you meet with her one time or on different times?
I met with her once.
And could you just give, I know it's a long process of the forensic interview, but could you give the jury a little idea of how the interview started and what your first impressions were of Ms. Stauch when you started the forensic interview?
So whenever I sit down with a defendant, I give them a notification of purpose. Because it's a court-ordered evaluation, they don't really have the ability to not participate. They can choose not to participate. I still have to do an evaluation of that person. So I explain that there's no confidentiality, that I'm not there to help them. I'm here to help the court. What's going to happen with the report that I get, those kind of things. And then I check to make sure that she understood what I had to say and she understood the context of our meeting, and she indicated that she did. She made some complaints, I believe, about her attorneys and feeling it was a conspiracy, but understood what we were doing. And then I proceeded to ask her background questions, trying to establish what her social and mental health history had been in order to give some context to the current day. And that took a long time. Ms. Stauch is very verbose and likes to expound on her answers. So the interview took a long time. And then I had some concerns based on the prior testing from the original evaluation, where she produced invalid results on some tests, and the inconsistencies that I was seeing both in the records and in meeting with her, that I administered some tests to assess for the genuineness of her responding. And then I proceeded with the legal questions at the end.
Based on your history in this profession, I would imagine that you've seen people with some serious mental illness. We talked about the post-traumatic stress disorders that our soldiers have when they come back from Afghanistan and things like that. Did you note any of that on your initial impression of Ms. Stauch?
Did I note what specifically?
Whether or not she had a severe mental illness based on your initial conversation?
No, I did not believe she had a severe mental illness.
Had you seen that in your past where you're treating someone and the moment you see him, you know something's off? For instance, you might be experiencing some sort of psychosis or things like that.
Yes, sometimes it's very obvious from the get-go, and sometimes it takes some time.
Could you give the jury an example of something that you've seen in your past where right away you knew there was some psychosis going on?
Sometimes as soon as somebody steps into the room, they're already having a conversation that you're not part of. And you try to interrupt them and orient them to what is happening, and it's as if you're not there. And the things that they're talking about are not apparently real. Conspiracies, people following them, all kinds of things.
Did you see anything like that with Ms. Stauch when you initially started talking to her?
She engaged in some behaviors. I think I mentioned in my report that she was humming to herself. She was putting her head on the wall. Her affect, which is what her expression of emotion, didn't really seem to fit what was happening. She seemed happier than she should have been. And she, at some point, turned around to talk to somebody else and then turned around to tell me what was happening.
What was that all about?
She said that she was talking to a vampire and then resumed conversation with me.
We're going to talk about the vampires later in your testimony. Earlier, you indicated that you had some concerns about some prior psychological testing with regards to your interview with Ms. Stauch. Could you expand on that? What did you mean, and what were these psychological testing that you had concerns with?
So the previous evaluators had administered an MMPI and a PAI. I can say what those are if you need them for the record.
Sure, why don't we talk about that? First, we're hearing about it.
The MMPI is a Minnesota multiphasic personality interview. I think they gave version 2 or 2 revised format, I'm not sure. And the PAI is a personality assessment inventory. So those are long kind of forced choice self-report measures to look for psychopathology, any mental illness symptoms that people are experiencing. And you can answer them in such a way, there's what we call validity scales, which assess how genuinely you're responding. And you can answer in such a way that the protocols are not interpretable because it appeared somebody was trying to make themselves look worse than they were, or they were answering in a way that most people don't answer. And that's what happened with Ms. Stauch.
And do you recall reading is there a computer printout that's associated with the answers that Ms. Stauch gave, talking about various scales and whether or not she's feigning psychological symptoms, that kind of thing?
Yeah, you can get a computer printout of the results, yes.
And do you recall what the printout said with regards to the MMPI-2 that Ms. Stauch did with the prior evaluators?
I just remember it was uninterpretable because it was invalid responding.
Do you know whether or not she, based on the psychological testing, and was it Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray that did the prior competency evaluation?
So Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray did the prior competency evaluation. They had a colleague, Dr. Hashimoto, actually administer the tests.
And is that the test that you looked at prior to your interview?
Yes.
Did the results of that test indicate that her symptoms were the equivalent of someone who should have been in a psychiatric hospital? Various psychiatric issues?
I don't recall that it said that specifically. Typically, when a protocol is uninterpretable, I don't delve too much more into that because the information you get is not good information you can rely on.
Okay, well, we'll ask Dr. Torres about that. You indicated that you reviewed materials prior to this interview. Did you review the notes from the mental health staff at the jail regarding Ms. Stauch prior to your interview with her?
Yes.
Let's talk about those for a moment. Why did you review those notes?
When you're doing a competency evaluation, you just get a snapshot in time of somebody. You know, I met with Ms. Stauch for 3 hours and 40 minutes. But she may function differently outside of that environment. So I'm looking for information on how she does in general, not just considering my observations. People that have more contact with her might have different impressions, and those are important.
What was your impression of the notes as chronologically it led up to the point where you're doing a competency evaluation, starting from the moment she went into the jail on March 5th, 2020, up until December 2020 when you're interviewed?
They typically indicated that Ms. Stauch was complaining of anxiety and nightmares when she was receiving medications for those. I think from memory, she received those medications fairly quickly. And then in May, she had requested to come off of one of them because she didn't want to take it anymore, and the jail staff accommodated that. So she was taking one anti-anxiety medication when I met with her, which was Buspar. She had consistently been observed to not have serious symptoms of mental illness. There were quite frequent reviews of whether or not she was having hallucinations, complaining of hallucinations, suicidal, homicidal thoughts, those kind of things. She was consistently described as not experiencing any psychotic symptoms like that, although she had filed kites that were rather incoherent, didn't make sense, and the staff had noted that her behavior didn't match the kites.
Hey, Ardo.
Was there anything in the jail notes that led you to believe that perhaps she may have had a serious mental illness prior to your interview with her in December of 2020?
In the jail notes specifically?
Yeah, Debbie, they still use
No,
Buspar.
I think when she came into the jail, she didn't report any mental health history. And as her stay progressed, she started making comments about having been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, PTSD, and multiple personality disorder, as she called it. But that didn't feature until November.
And was that after she had raised competency in this case?
Yes.
I'm going to object to the term that Ms. Stauch raised competency that was raised by her prior attorneys.
Overruled.
Did you also review Ms. Stauch's jail calls, or at least some of her jail calls that she had with various people while she was incarcerated?
I did.
And why did you review the jail calls?
It allows me to extend my observations of her in a somewhat more natural context where she's not interfacing with a mental health professional, but she's talking to people that she knows. And the whole point of reviewing all these different sources of information is looking for consistency. If someone is impacted by something, you would expect them to be consistently impacted by that, not dependent on the context. So that's the purpose of reviewing those things.
I want to come back to the vampires now that we're talking about the jail calls. Did you know about Ms. Stauch's conversations about vampires based on the jail calls that you listened to prior to meeting her in December of 2020?
There was not a lot of content in the jail calls. I believe maybe one or two contained some statements, but not to the degree that she discussed with me.
What did you find relevant about the jail calls that you listened to?
There was some inconsistency between who she was talking to and what she was saying. She was talking to people and saying illogical things, saying that she wasn't doing well, losing her mind, those kind of things. And then consecutively calling her daughter and giving her very clear instructions on how to manage bank accounts, job interviews, what can you get for me, very clear, coherent requests that didn't make sense.
And were these phone calls you said consecutively? Are they literally back to back? One moment she's talking crazy to someone, next moment she's talking to Harley, her daughter, and having a normal conversation?
Certainly on the same day.
Earlier, you testified that in a competency evaluation, you look at the statute and you make a determination of where you're going to go within that statute, I take it? That's a bad question. I'm going to rephrase it. Going into the competency evaluation, are you looking to diagnose her with a mental illness?
It's required for a competency evaluation to include a diagnosis. I don't go into a competency evaluation to diagnose someone. Some people don't have diagnoses, but I'm simultaneously looking at their competency-related abilities and whether or not they're experiencing any mental health symptoms, and formulating as I go along whether or not there's a barrier to them being able to meet the requirements to proceed.
Are you essentially gathering facts, looking at those facts, and weighing those facts to what the law is with regards to competency, and then rendering opinion back to the court?
Yes.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, that's much more succinctly than I said it.
So during this interview, what are you looking for when you're talking to her? And why do you not rely on everything she's telling you with regards to vampires and other things that we're going to talk about?
For the reasons I mentioned, it's a forensic evaluation. There's often motivation to present yourself a certain way to achieve a certain outcome. So I'm trying to weigh what her experience is, what others have experienced with her. My goal is always, is there a barrier to competency? That's really all I'm looking for. Can you do this? If not, why not?
And earlier you mentioned some things that were mentioned in the jail notes, but did Ms. Stauch tell you what she felt her mental illnesses were?
I don't, well, she mentioned bipolar disorder to me. She did not ever say to me, I have dissociative identity disorder. And she told me briefly about some trauma she'd experienced, but I don't remember her explicitly stating I have PTSD.
Let's talk about the bipolar disorder first. Did you do anything to either diagnose her with that or rule it out, or what'd you do with the bipolar disorder information?
So I noticed from the first competency evaluation, they offered a rule out diagnosis of bipolar disorder, which means that there's not enough information to say yes or no. So I considered that in meeting with her, and bipolar disorder was something she mentioned in the jail record, and it's something she mentioned to me. As part of all competency evaluations, I go through many different symptoms of disorders to see what somebody might be experiencing that they don't know is a mental illness. She said she was bipolar and described being impulsive all her life and being hyper, having mania, as she called it, for like a few minutes to a few hours. And those are not consistent with a bipolar illness.
Needless to say, you didn't diagnose her with bipolar disorder?
Excuse me. So the first evaluators offered a rule out, and in my evaluation, I ruled it out, saying I did not believe she had that.
You mentioned dissociative identity disorder. How did that come up in your conversation with Ms. Stauch?
She mentioned two instances whereby she asserted that she had found herself in places that she hadn't planned on being. And she also told me that she had various different personalities, and she named them for me.
Let's talk about the personalities first. What personalities did she name to you that she had?
She named Taylor, Isha, Jasmine, and I believe Jasper.
Okay.
I haven't heard Jasper.
I'm sorry,
yet.
Taylor, Jasmine, Tisha,
Yeah,
and Jasper. Okay. Did she ever mention Victoria?
No,
Did she ever mention Harmony?
no,
Did she ever mention Christina?
no,
Little Lucia?
no,
What about Maria Sanchez?
no.
So as she's saying these things to you, did you see any signs that she was changing personalities or turning into someone she's not?
No.
Based on what she's telling you, did you consider dissociative identity disorder as a diagnosis?
I considered it.
Tell the jury about that. What did you consider, and what did you do to either diagnose her with it or rule it out, or however you approach that?
Dissociative identity disorder is a very rare disorder. Somewhere between 0 and 1% of people have it. It's a very destructive, disabling disorder. People tend to be very high consumers of mental health services when they have DID. It can be very frightening because people don't know what's happening to them. They feel very strange and they can't explain what that is. So there's a lot of mental distress that goes along with that. And those people typically have very poor functioning, can't hold down jobs, can't hold down relationships, just not very productive. In talking with Ms. Stauch, she did not describe any such dysfunction. Her history didn't support that. And in describing the alters, which is what those different personalities are clinically referred to, she had selected names for them based on things she liked and aspirations she had, which is inconsistent with this disorder where typically the alters present themselves to you. You don't create them and you don't name them kind of whimsically. So I just didn't see any of the impairment that would be expected to go along with the claims that she was making.
If you wouldn't mind pulling that microphone a little closer to you, just to make sure everyone can hear you.
Sorry, the chair is tilted and,
The microphone moves, the chair doesn't.
okay, is that better?
Happen to everybody else, it's okay.
So, can you expand on this disorder? What have you seen anyone with this disorder in your career?
I don't believe I've ever seen anyone with DID.
Based on what do you base your opinions on? Then? Is it the DSM-5 and
Research.
research? Is this a type of disorder that would be hidden from relatives and family members?
I mean, with the expected dysfunction that I described, I don't know how somebody would be that impacted by disorder and nobody would know something was wrong.
And is it based on what you've read and your experience, is it common for family members to actually seek help for someone who's having blackouts and not knowing what's happening and forget, things, significant things are happening in their lives, they're not able to function because of this type of stuff?
I would certainly expect that there would be some intervention sought.
See any of that with Ms. Stauch?
I wasn't provided any information to suggest that she had been a high consumer of mental health services or that anybody had concerns along those lines.
And just so we're clear, in a competency evaluation, does it end with a diagnosis of a mental disorder?
No, I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Well, in your evaluations, or if you diagnose someone with, let's say, schizophrenia, is that the end of the evaluation? You say, oh, she's got, or she or he's got schizophrenia, we stop.
Okay, I understand, sorry.
Okay.
No, absolutely not. So the profession of psychology considers mental illness, but the statute, the legal system considers mental disability. So I'm assessing for a mental disability. And the difference between those two is a mental illness is what you've heard of: depression, anxiety, schizophrenia. Within those disorders, everybody's going to experience them differently. So if two people are diagnosed with depression, you don't know what their experiences are or how impaired they are. A mental disability says, okay, they have a mental illness, but they're disabled by it. So it's to a high degree. It's not sufficient to have an illness. It has to be impacting functioning, and that in a specific way for competency, and that renders it a mental disability.
And is that the same for an insanity evaluation? Does it end with a mental illness diagnosis, or do you have to go further, similar to what you talked about in the competency?
It's a slightly different definition, but yes, it's not sufficient to just have a mental illness.
Yes, Debbie, I saw. I'll get back to you in a minute.
I just want to talk about
right?
the vampires some more. Did you talk to Ms. Stauch about her experience with vampires during your forensic interview?
I did.
Tell the jury about that.
Ms. Stauch introduced a vampire called Justice. She said that there was a button in her cell that she could summon Justice, Jasper, perhaps Patrick, if I remember correctly. She said she had been introduced to vampires when she lived in Alaska previously, and they used to go door to door like Jehovah's Witnesses. And She didn't really
Yes,
offer
Sandy,
them in
I'll
any kind
address
of
that a
meaningful way.
break.
Like wasn't explaining anything or trying to use that information necessarily. But she certainly referenced them throughout the interview.
Did she tell you where she got these names for these so-called vampires she's talking about?
She directed me to the movie Twilight.
And did you find out that these names were from the movie Twilight or the book series
Yeah,
involved in Twilight?
yeah, a few of them for sure. I'm not familiar with the series myself, but I Googled. She talked about a vampire council, and the name of the council was taken directly from that series. And then a couple of the names for sure came from there as well.
And is that something that would be common with someone who has dissociative identity disorder, that they would be able to tell you exactly where the names of other personalities came from and things like that?
Are you drawing a connection between the vampires and DID? Because I got a bit confused there.
No, I'll ask you a different question. What relevance, if any, did that have in your evaluation? The fact that she's talking about vampires that came from a movie.
Hello,
certainly if somebody's
Philip.
talking about vampires and that
Let me know about the
appears
car
real to them, that could
maintenance.
signify that they're
Oh
experiencing
yeah, I fell
mental
asleep
illness. So
before sending the rest of your
looked
email
further to see-
yesterday,
I'm looking for consistency
but I will
again.
make sure to get
So it
to
was
that at
notable
break.
that
Philip,
she said
yeah,
that she'd been
Letecia claimed she was
interfacing with
talking
these
to
vampires since
vampires.
Alaska, but she made no mention of them to the previous evaluators. And she also didn't mention them throughout her jail stay until several months in. I think I lost track of your question. I'm sorry.
Well, what's the significance? It's one thing to say that I talk to vampires and I see vampires. What's the significance of her saying clarification? Well, these vampires came from a movie.
Right. So that's not consistent with a mental illness. It sounded like a fabrication. If people are talking to vampires, I would expect them to have their own unique aspects to them and something unique to the individual that would make sense in a greater scheme of how they see
It
the
doesn't
world.
work
And
that way,
it just
Creed.
seemed like she was conveying a story essentially from fiction.
And did she bring this up on her own, or did you ask her questions that might trigger that answer?
I didn't ask her any questions about vampires initially.
And I forget the term you used to describe how she was talking to you, but she likes to talk, for lack of a better way to say it, right?
Yes.
Would she just volunteer information to you and change subjects as you're talking to her?
She didn't change subjects a whole lot. I didn't get the impression from her that she wasn't following my line of thought. She was telling a coherent story. She just gave far more information than was necessary to answer the question.
Okay. Did you perform any psychological testing with Ms. Stauch?
I administered 2 measures to assess for genuine responding for her mental illness symptoms.
And what were those measures?
The MFAST, which is a Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test, and the SIRS-2, which is a structured interview of reported symptoms.
And what were the results of those psychological tests?
Philip, you've seen how
So she
pale
exceeded
I
the
am.
cutoff on the MFAST. It's a screening measure for feigning. And feigning means the intentional exaggeration or production of mental illness symptoms. So she crossed over the threshold, indicating that she might in fact be feigning. But because it's a screening measure and it wasn't 100% sure, I gave another more comprehensive measure. On that measure, there's several scales. It looks at different aspects of feigning. Are you reporting symptoms that you're not manifesting observable behavior of? Are you reporting inconsistent symptoms, rare combinations of symptoms? So she just elevated one scale on that test, suggesting probable feigning. But on the test overall, it was indeterminate.
In your report, it indicates that she yielded a total score of 12. Do you remember what test that was on?
That was on the MFAST.
And what does that mean to you as a psychologist?
So the cutoff in the manual is 6. So if you score anything above 6, it's presumed feigning. But because it's a screening measure, there's a lot of false positives. So they suggest you do more testing. So it's out of 25. If somebody scores over 16, it's like 100% rate of also elevating this SIRS. So at 16, you don't have to give the SIRS as well. So 12, it was certainly elevated. I had concerns, but I wanted to be thorough. I didn't want to just, it's a very prejudicial term to say somebody's feigning or malingering.
Sure.
So I just was being prudent.
Well, in your report, you indicate that such a score is highly suggestive of malingered psychopathology and indicates the need for further assessment. What did you mean by that?
And that's taken from the manual. So because it is high, most people don't get that score by accident. However, because it's a screening measure, it's not very sensitive. You're going to get false positives. People are going to look like they're feigning when they're not feigning in that scoring range. So that's why more testing is done.
What does the term malingering mean?
Malingering, excuse me, I'm sorry. Malingering is like feigning where you're intentionally exaggerating your symptoms, but with malingering, there's an added element of the presumption of trying to obtain a secondary gain.
Did you see that in this case?
It certainly seemed that Ms. Stauch was presenting symptoms that she didn't appear to have. I can never know if somebody is trying to achieve a goal or not. So I didn't offer an opinion on malingering, but certainly there were suggestions that she was not as impaired as she was portraying.
Did you diagnose
Yes,
Ms.
Philip,
Stauch with
for a long
anything
time
or
there
any
was a
mental
debate if
disorder
I
out of the
was
DSM-5 as a
a
result of your
Romanian
competency evaluation?
vampire.
My diagnostic impressions were that she had some personality dysfunction, both with traits of borderline personality and narcissistic personality, but not meeting threshold for either full disorder. And I offered a rule out of PTSD versus
not
an unspecified
Romanian, I'm
anxiety
Czech.
disorder. I just didn't have enough information. And given that it wasn't a clinical information and I wasn't there to help her, I didn't want to probe too much into her trauma.
Did that have any impact on your ultimate conclusion with regard to competency, either of these diagnoses?
Well, those diagnoses would not really reach the threshold of a mental disability.
Is that why you didn't go further and try to rule out post-traumatic stress?
Whether or not she had post-traumatic
Hi,
stress,
Zulu,
she
I've
did not
missed
demonstrate
you.
functional impairment as it related to competency. So for my purposes, it wasn't important.
Okay.
No, Debbie, I'll explain
So
at break.
what does it mean when you say other specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features? Can you break that down for the jury?
So personality disorders, just like other clinical disorders, have certain criteria that need to be met. And you have to have so many. I believe there might be 7, and you have to have 5 of 7 for each one. So in my impressions of her, she had a couple of features of borderline personality disorder. She was impulsive. She had some kind of push-pull relationships. I don't know what Dr. Moore testified to yesterday, but there was insisting that she saw Dr. Moore, and then Dr. Moore would show up and she'd refuse to see her. That's quite consistent with a borderline personality. And the same for narcissistic personality. Those features are typically a sense of entitlement, grandiosity, a lack of empathy are 3 big ones. Ms. Stauch told me on 2 occasions during the interview that she lacked empathy and she didn't experience people's thoughts and feelings. She had grandiosity throughout our meeting where grandiosity. Thank you. Throughout our meeting where she touted her accomplishments, her intellect. She was refusing to meet with people that didn't have the highest credentials. She didn't want to meet with social workers. She wanted to meet with people with higher degrees in order to talk about her problems. Wasn't sure that she met all the criteria for the disorder, so I was just trying to convey my goal in an evaluation is to try to help the person reading it experience what I experienced meeting with her. And her personality was very much at the forefront of our interactions. So that's what I was trying to convey.
Did she ever refer to you as being an actress?
She made a comment. She said, "I think you're an actor." And then she just continued talking to me like she didn't really have the concern.
Was that about the time you were introducing yourself and saying what your role was, or at what point did that come up?
No, it was somewhere in the middle.
Okay. There's a couple things I want to talk about the borderline, the personality disorder diagnosis that you have in your report. Are you familiar with the term transient episodes of psychosis?
Yes.
What is that, and what does that mean?
Well, transient means it comes and goes. The psychosis, per the DSM, the psychosis that can go along with borderline personality disorder is typically related to fears of abandonment. The disorder itself is an attachment disorder where people, the primary goal is to not feel abandoned. So there's these desperate attempts to keep people in your life, at the same time pushing them away. So the transient episodes of psychosis that the DSM refers to is kind of a paranoia about abandonment that might manifest like you text your loved one, they don't text back as quickly as you think they should, and you start thinking that they're leaving you. And then you go into a spiral thinking that the relationship is over, and then they text you again and they were busy, and then you're like, oh, I'm fine now. That would be considered a transient episode of paranoia.
Okay. Seems like that's pretty common, at least. I hear about that on occasion. Did you see any of that with Ms. Stauch during your evaluation?
No.
Is that something that are you capable of ruling that out as a symptom or being anything to do with Ms. Stauch?
It wasn't something I observed during my interview. She has personality dysfunction that I wouldn't say I would rule it out as ever being possible happening. I didn't see it firsthand.
So it didn't come up?
No.
I want to talk to you a little bit about what she, let me ask you this. Did she talk about Gannon and Gannon's death?
A little bit, yes.
Did she talk about feelings that she wanted to bring him back to life?
Feeling that she could bring him back to life.
Yeah, that's probably better to ask you that. Tell the jury about that. What did she say about feeling that she could bring Gannon back to life?
She described holding some religious beliefs based on a local pastor of a church here in Colorado Springs who purportedly had brought somebody back to life at some point in time. And she believed that Gannon could meet that same outcome based on those religious beliefs.
Sounds kind of weird to me. I mean, how did that come into play in your evaluation?
Well, it's an unusual belief that I obviously explored further. Clinically, it kind of appeared to be a bit delusional to me. However, religious beliefs, by definition, are not delusions. The DSM has an exclusion. If it's a commonly held belief in a subculture of religion, then it's not a delusional belief. So I chalked it up to subscribing to religious beliefs that weren't in the mainstream.
Did she talk to you about her upbringing in North Carolina and her religious beliefs as a child as she was brought up in North Carolina?
No.
Okay. Did she talk to you about Tupac?
Briefly.
What did she say about Tupac?
At the same time that she was talking about Gannon being able to come back to life, she also said she believed in the conspiracy of Tupac Shakur not being dead, actually.
And Tupac Shakur is who?
He was a rap artist that was famously murdered in a very public way.
And so was this in conjunction with talking about Gannon possibly bringing him back to life based on what the conspiracy was going on with Tupac and his murder?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what diagnosis Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres gave Ms. Stauch in their first competency evaluation?
In their first competency evaluation, yes.
Is it similar to what your diagnosis was?
I believe it was very similar, except they had the added rule out of bipolar disorder.
Is that a coincidence, or did you tell us about how that might happen? Did you consult with them at all on your diagnosis, or was your diagnosis independent of what their diagnosis was?
I did not consult with them. You would hope that when several mental health professionals meet with someone, there's going to be consistency across what they believe. That's what the DSM is for. It helps to guide us, gives us a common language to talk about things. My impression of Ms. Stauch was that she had heavier narcissistic features than borderline. I'm not sure what the other doctors' impressions were, but we saw the same constellation of symptoms.
Was that surprising to you that you had the same diagnosis than they?
No, it happens often.
I just have a second, Your Honor.
Me?
I'm
Mayor,
going to ask you a question.
she can just
about,
bring him back to
some
life.
phrasing in your
We can
report
ask
and
him
just
ourselves.
expand on that. On page 22 of your report, you indicate that her presentation is better explained by maladopted
I sent you
features
scam
of her
artist in there,
personality,
so
which includes efforts to control her situation and obtain emotional relief. Do you recall saying that in your report?
Yes.
What is that? What does that mean?
Is it okay if I refer to my report?
Absolutely. Page 22, last paragraph.
So the maladaptive features of her personality that I'm referring to are the borderline and narcissistic personality characteristics that I've
Mayor, when
outlined.
she does, you have
Um,
to. I'll explain that I'll break.
Can you point me to the paragraph?
Sure. It's the last paragraph on page 22. It would be the second sentence in that paragraph.
Okay, thank you. So the symptoms that she was presenting to me, like having the personalities and having conversations with vampires, all the things that we've talked about so far seem to be an effort to achieve something for her. And my impression was that she was trying to feel better. She was trying to make sense of her situation. She's trying to deal with the reality of her situation. And considering that context, that seemed a better explanation of why she was making these efforts to portray herself in certain ways to meet that goal. Because of her personality structure, it wasn't in a very perhaps methodical or logical way. It wasn't perhaps ideal for her to get what she needed. But people with personality dysfunction don't tend to do things in a straight line. It was just there was an absence of mental illness, but some behavior that I needed to explain.
In your opinion, did Ms. Stauch have a mental disability or developmental disability that prevented her from understanding what's going on in the courtroom?
No.
Did she have a mental disability or developmental disability that prevented her from working with her attorneys and proceeding forward in the court case?
In my opinion, no.
And is that why you came up with the ultimate conclusion within your report?
The ultimate conclusion that she was competent to proceed, and it's an opinion. The court has the ultimate conclusion.
Good point. That was your opinion.
Yes.
And it was based on everything that we talked about just now?
Yes.
Is there anything else significant that you would like to share with the jury about your evaluation of Ms. Stauch?
I can't think of anything.
Okay. If I can just have a second. There's one thing I forgot to cover with you, and dissociative identity disorder. The first part of that is disassociation. Could you tell the jury what that is and what that means from your standpoint?
Dissociation is kind of losing track of the present momentarily. It can manifest in a variety of ways. Many of you probably experienced driving down the highway and finding yourself passing an exit and you don't remember the 3 exits prior. That's dissociation. You're still focused, you're still driving, you're still being safe, but your attention was somewhere else. So that would be kind of an adaptive, benign experience. In the extreme, dissociation happens maybe in the context of a trauma that's occurring where the physical body is being exposed to something very terrible and the mind is able to go somewhere else to separate itself so to not have to experience what the body is experiencing.
And I imagine you may have seen some severe disassociating features with some of the soldiers that you evaluated early on in your career, with some post-traumatic stress issues that were going on during battle, for lack of a better word.
Yes.
Is that kind of what you're talking about, those severe versus everyday disassociations that we may experience?
Yeah, just with anything, most things in the DSM, they're all symptoms. We all experience most of them. They become a problem when they impact your functioning. So dissociation is a normal thing when you're doing repetitive things. It's a problem when it starts interfering with your life, when you're needing to be somewhere and psychologically you're somewhere else, or it's causing a lot of distress for you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Cross examination. Thank you. Dr. Grimmett, how are you?
Morning, good, thank you.
Kind of, okay, the water, some gosh. I kind of pick up where Mr. Young left off and talking about disassociation, in general, and I think you said it's everybody to some degree disassociates from time to time.
Yes.
And how the mind does it or the exact mechanisms, it's somewhat unclear, but it somewhat has to do, at least my understanding, is it's where memories are stored. And so memories may be stored in a place that's not necessarily easily retrievable.
I'm not sure that's specific to dissociation, but that does happen.
Yes.
I guess I would need a clearer question.
Well, I guess, for example, one part of disassociation is, a person comes home, from work, they immediately get into a heated argument with their spouse, and they can't remember where they left their car keys. But sometimes if they may go back to that emotional state of anger, then they may be able to, that memory may be more accessible to them.
Yeah, there's a specific term for that. It's called state dependent learning,
Okay.
where you can go back to the state you were in when you did something to try to remember the thing you forgot.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that a type of disassociation?
It's an encoding issue with memory.
Okay.
So it's a memory issue. I'm not sure that it would be dissociation. I'm not an expert on dissociation.
Okay.
But I'm not sure it'd be classified as a memory or a dissociation issue, but it's certainly a process that happens.
Well, and dissociation is an occurrence that happens with post-traumatic stress disorder, or can.
And yes,
And it's, to some degree, it's a defense mechanism
yes,
when a person is confronted with trauma at that point in time that they're just not capable of dealing with.
yeah. It works in two directions. It can be an adaptive escape, or it can be you dissociate to a bad place.
Yeah, I mean, so sometimes it's beneficial, and then sometimes it can be to where we get to, it's a disorder. I mean,
Well, you can think you're back in the war zone, for example. Yeah.
and kind of like the same thing, that trauma can be stored, that memory of that trauma can be stored in a place, and then certain things can trigger it.
Yes.
Smells,
Yes.
times. If
Yeah.
if it, something happened like around a certain holiday, I could get closer to that holiday, and I could start experience the stress of the trauma. And sometimes people don't even realize why they're experiencing that.
Yes.
That's oftentimes why, veterans or other people who have experienced that type of trauma get into therapy and everything like that to try to figure out, why am I behaving, this way around these certain types of, for lack of a better word, trigger.
Yes.
And something that was beneficial allowed them to get through a traumatic, experience. Then when they're taken out of that kind of that traumatic experience, it impacts like a day-to-day functioning.
Correct.
Their brain kind of reacted rationally to an irrational situation.
Sure.
And then when they're in rational situations, sometimes their brains act irrationally.
Yes.
And again, that's something that oftentimes people who have been through traumatic, one traumatic event can cause post-traumatic stress disorder.
One traumatic event can cause post-traumatic stress disorder, but most don't.
And what's the difference between post-traumatic stress disorder and complex post-traumatic stress disorder?
Complex I'm going to say PTSD.
Okay.
Complex PTSD typically refers to repeated trauma, more than just one single incident.
Okay. And I mean, in a hypothetical example of a woman, a grown adult woman, who is sexually assaulted by a stranger, that can cause PTSD.
It can.
It can. Now, and let's get this straight. And I think the jury may have some questions. Trauma affects people differently, correct?
Yes.
Some people, and we don't know why, there's a lot of different theories. Some are genetic, why trauma affects people differently. You can't, I know it's easier because we're having a conversation to node your head, but you have to say yes because she's
Well,
taking it down.
I wasn't sure you're asking me a question, so
Okay.
I'm just like gesturing, but
Yeah.
if you need a response, yes.
Yeah, so one of the factors that can impact how somebody deals with stress can be genetics.
I believe, well, neurobiology, I'm not sure
Yeah.
that it's passed down from generation to generation.
Okay. Also can be upbringing can impact how somebody can handle trauma, correct?
Yes.
If there are other kind of anchors, people or places in their lives that can help somebody handle trauma.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, if somebody, for example, a woman is sexually assaulted, but she has, a strong community, she has a strong family around her, she has support, support groups and everything like that, that can help her deal with trauma better than somebody who is isolated and alone.
Yeah, I mean, some people are just more predisposed to having trauma,
Okay.
but most people who are exposed to traumatic events don't get PTSD.
Yes. And when we're talking about dissociative identity disorder, most of the literature indicates that that is a response to overwhelmingly child sexual trauma.
Yes.
And the basis kind of for that, or in the literature and the thinking of how this develops, is you have a child who is perped on by a caregiver, is the kind of classic example of it.
I don't know that I have looked into the literature to that degree. Childhood sexual abuse is certainly problematic. I haven't looked at perpetrator literature.
Well, for a child who is perpetrated on by a caregiver, creates a problem for that child.
Right.
Because you have somebody, because kids are not self-sufficient, correct?
Correct.
They rely upon a caregiver to give them food, correct?
Correct.
They rely upon a caregiver to give them a shelter,
Yes.
correct? And we've learned more and more in the last 20 or 30 years, they also rely upon that caregiver for, emotional support.
Right.
And we'll get into that a little bit, attachment theory and so forth, but that's actually a need of, young children, is emotional support from a caregiver.
Yes.
And so a child who is perpetrated on, who is molested by a caregiver, the point behind, or the theory behind DID, is they disassociate. And so the memories of the perpetration and the molestation go into one place. And then there's another personality or ego state that doesn't have that memory, and so can look to that caregiver for the food, shelter, and emotional support. Are you aware of that? That's the theory behind.
I'm aware of that theory, yes.
Okay. And therefore, it's basically a defense mechanism that would allow a child to survive and to be able to function in a horrible situation.
Yes, dissociation would be an adaptive function.
An adaptive function of that thing. And the literature, especially, when you're talking about, sex assaults in general, it's generally thought of that it is more traumatic for an individual who is aggrieved, or who is molested, who is sexually assaulted by a family member or something like that. That is generally considered more traumatic than by a stranger.
Inappropriately kind of
trust, yes.
testifying
That
here.
causes,
I'll clarify all
long-term,
this at the break,
can
guys.
cause long-term mental health issues.
It can, yes.
And just to be clear, not every kid who is sexually assaulted or perped on by an adult develops a serious mental illness.
Right.
Some of them are able, for whatever reasons, to adapt and overcome and lead a relatively normal life, correct?
Yes.
While others can, based upon the trauma suffered as a child, develop serious mental illnesses.
Yes.
And when we're talking about, disassociation and kind of alter ego states, more and more we are understanding that everything is a continuum.
I mean, mental illness.
All mental illness and all, you think you said before, everybody disassociates to a degree, and then it becomes a problem where it becomes a mental illness, which is interfering with day-to-day life.
Right.
And the same is kind of, everybody to a degree has some different either ego states or personas that they put on.
That's very common, yes.
Very well, when I walk in here, I got my tie on, I'm going to talk professionally, I'm going to try to act smart. That may be a very different persona than I act with my kids.
Sure.
And it's not something that, especially once you've done it a bunch of times, you even have to think about it. I don't have to be up here thinking, be lawyer persona, be lawyer persona. I walk in, I've got my tie, everybody's looking, I slide into that role.
Right, that's a conscious process.
A conscious process, yeah.
Right.
And when you get what dissociative identity disorder is, to some degree, somebody who doesn't have control of sliding in between the different roles, they lack, I don't want to say capacity, but they lack control over that. They can slip in and out of the different personas without the ability to necessarily control that.
Well, it would be an unconscious choice.
An unconscious choice, yes. And they also lack the thought, at least in the DSM and a lot of literature, is they lack the ability to access some of the memories that the other persona has.
I think there's some variation with that, but yes,
That
that can happen.
the one persona is keeping all the bad memories to itself, and so the other persona can function in real life.
In theory, yes.
In theory, there's literature in the DSM-5. That's what the DSM-5 indicates.
Sure.
Okay. And again, it only becomes a disorder when what was a defense mechanism or a coping mechanism begins impacting day-to-day life. That's when it goes into the disorder.
When it causes functional impairment, yes.
Functional impairment. It causes something like a person's not able to hold down a job for a long period of time.
Yes.
It causes problems when they have inability to have a long-term relationship with people.
Yes.
When it causes them to have problems with family members and so forth.
Sure.
And I wasn't the one, and just so that the jury understands, we're not Miss Stauch's first set of attorneys. You understand that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, eventually you were requested by a woman by the name of Katie Strobel.
Yeah, the public defender's office.
Yeah. And did they provide you any type of work history of Miss Stauch?
I had some data. I think just specifically there was some letters from Dr.
Tell me you hate your
Niederhauser
client
referencing
without
work.
telling me.
And we'll get to those
you
later.
hate
But I
your
mean, just,
client.
generally,
You know we're
history,
not her
whether or not
first,
she's
right?
had trouble maintaining a job, whether or not she's constantly been changing jobs, that type of stuff. That was
No,
not
I don't
provided
think
to
they
you.
provided me that.
Okay. And that may be something that you talked about might be relevant towards either dissociative disorder or borderline personality disorder. Is somebody who constantly cannot hold down a job, that can be symptomatic of either one of those diagnoses, or can be evidence of it, not in and of itself, but circumstantial evidence
Well,
of it.
and many other things. So
Sure.
it's an important thing to ask about. Yes.
Absolutely. Is what type of mental illnesses are comorbid with dissociative identity disorder?
So comorbid means that they're happening at the same time.
I just wanted to seem smart.
Yes, you did.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Dissociative identity disorder, PTSD, borderline, bipolar, well, sometimes it's confused with bipolar disorder. I don't think it's comorbid with it. Anxiety disorders.
Okay, and you are aware that Ms. Stauch had been diagnosed with a general anxiety disorder?
I am aware she reported that.
Okay, well, I mean, you're aware that the jail was actually prescribing her medication for anxiety?
Yes.
Well, and you're aware from a letter from Dr. Niederhauser that she was suffering from anxiety and stress.
Yes.
And that was a letter that was dated a couple months before the events in question.
Yes.
Another possible indication of dissociative identity disorder is self-injury.
Not just DID, but yes.
Yeah, I mean I'm just talking something that the DSM-5 lists as something that occurs in a generally you can see can be evidence of DID, and that would be self-injury is one of the things that DSM-5 indicates.
I'm actually not aware of that.
What about suicide attempts?
I don't have the DSM-5 memorized, as I'm sure you can appreciate.
Absolutely.
I don't know the full extent of the criteria. I obviously reviewed them as part of my evaluation, but I haven't memorized them, and I don't want to say yes or no to symptoms that I'm not clear on.
If I may approach,
You may.
okay, I'm on page 294. And if you could look at the associated features supporting a diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder.
Does he actually have a copy of the DSM-5 right there?
Thank you.
Oh, he needs to ship it to me.
You don't want it. It's bigger
Okay,
than
and
the
so
OSHA
self-injury,
phone book, and
anxiety, all those
short
things
of
can be
knocking
associated with
yourself out
dissociative
with
identity
it.
disorder.
Yes.
May I approach?
Which is actually what I was thinking about doing with it.
OSHA manuals are easier to do that with. But
Yeah, but the DSM-5 would be.
You're also aware that the DSM-5 indicates only a small percentage of people with DID present in a manner that somebody would see the shifts in personas.
Yes.
And so, asking individuals who maybe have talked with Ms. Stauch for an hour or so who don't know her, if they've noticed changes in her personality, would not necessarily be that relevant in determining whether or not she has dissociative identity disorder.
Yeah, that wouldn't be very reliable.
Yeah, I mean, it would be kind of misleading to indicate that somebody with dissociative identity disorder is going to be changing personas multiple times in a 1 hour conversation.
Yes.
That's not consistent with any literature whatsoever.
Correct.
And also, with dissociative identity disorder, impairment varies widely from apparently minimal to profound.
Yes.
And that's in the DSM-5. And so somebody, you just said, but on direct, you're saying you would expect to have all like these problems with dissociative identity disorder, but the DSM-5 seems to indicate that it can be minimal disruptions or profound disruptions depending upon the individual.
So I was referencing my competency evaluation.
Okay.
So
Yes.
if somebody is experiencing mild symptoms of anything, it's not going to be something that presents as a barrier. So I'm looking for symptoms to a degree that they're causing functional impairment. So I'm offering testimony specific for the purpose of my evaluation.
Okay. And many mental illnesses, or almost all mental illnesses, they fluctuate.
Yes.
And that's why when you're talking about competency, you're doing competency at that specific time
Yes.
because it's not static.
It's not.
It can vary.
Yes.
And almost, any even a mental illness such as schizophrenia can vary. Sometimes people can be in active psychosis, but you could have someone who has schizophrenia and a month later, they may look apparently normal.
Yeah, we talk about symptoms waxing and waning.
And I've had experience with clients who have grown up in very traumatic, chaotic environments that are actually much more comfortable in jail or prison environments. And have you seen that same type of thing?
Yeah, people get institutionalized and they
Well-
have that structure. And sure, ask your question.
Okay, let me for example, like somebody who, again, one caregiver may be abusive. They sometimes may not have food. They may not know what's going to go on for day to day. Jail or prison is very structured. You eat at this time, you do this at this time, everything like that. Sometimes people from traumatic environments can actually be much less stressed in jail and much more adaptive in jail.
Some people, yes.
Yeah. And so the degree Sorry, it's thirsty. As to the structure of the jail was impacting the presentation of mental illness, we don't necessarily know.
I wouldn't know in the course of a competency evaluation.
A lot of times people with dissociative identity disorder will try to conceal that's going on from other people around them.
I'm going to pause this for 1 second. Ian Runkle of the Bailey has posted, and I have confirmed it is true. Secret McSquirrel has passed away. For those that don't know, Secret McSquirrel had terminal lung cancer that was not responsive to treatment. So just because I see it in the chat already, it has been posted. I've spoken to several people, but it is correct. Secret has at this point.
I haven't worked, to my knowledge, directly with people to you that that drive you to engage in a behavior to alleviate the distress of having the thought, like hand washing, germs, stuff,
It's a coping mechanism.
to alleviate mental distress.
Okay. Can it be a coping mechanism to alleviate?
Yeah, Debbie,
mental
I've
stress of
talked to
childhood
her a
trauma?
bunch of times.
I mean, there's
She
there's
knew
no
it
straight
was
line to
coming.
get to OCD, so
Okay. It can vary, but that's
In her last
a
round of
realistic
treatment,
hypothetical.
they were aware that the last chemos and things they were trying were palliative and not
the
working.
DSM-5. The DSM-5 is helping figure out what's wrong with the person and give them a label, correct?
right.
And the reason for that, and again, I think Mr. Young has brought this up, is not necessarily designed for the forensic setting. It's designed more for the clinical setting, that we give somebody a label, and then based on that label, this is kind of the course of treatment.
Right. It's very much specifically for clinical treatment, and it provides a common language for providers to be able to talk about, diagnose, and come up with plans for patients.
Secret's
But it
a
is
female.
still relied upon to a large extent, even in a forensic setting.
Well, there's a forensic caution in
Sure.
there.
Secret
but
was
yes,
female.
It's the only diagnostic manual we have.
That's the only thing that we don't have anything else, so we have to use it, even though it's not necessarily specifically designed for it.
Correct.
And it has what's called, when it lists differential diagnoses, what is that?
A differential diagnosis is if, let's say, DID is the primary diagnosis you're looking at, a differential diagnosis would be other things to consider that it could be instead.
Okay. And one of the things that it lists, it lists personality disorder, and it lists specifically borderline personality disorder.
Yes.
And it specifically states that oftentimes borderline personality disorder can present similarly to DID.
Yes.
And you diagnosed Ms. Stauch with a personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features.
Yes.
And when we're talking personality disorders, those are kind of organized by clusters.
Yes.
And narcissistic and borderline, I think they're in the B cluster.
Yes.
And when we do clusters, that means we're organizing personality disorders that have some similarities.
Yes.
And when did we start doing the clusters?
Before my time.
So the DSM-3?
It was definitely in the DSM-4 TR, which is my time.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it wasn't in the previous
Okay.
editions.
And we'll have other personality disorders that could be, there's cluster A and there's cluster C that are kind of different than cluster B.
Right. And we no longer have clusters in the DSM-5 TR.
We don't?
I don't think so. It's more of a dimensional continuum.
You sure?
I'm not for sure.
Okay.
I
If
thought,
the
I thought that
DSM-5
we were
seems,
into the clusters.
okay. The DSM-5 still indicates cluster B. Would that be,
If it indicates it, then it's correct.
if I may approach? You may. 659.
Well, look at you looking smart again. Yes, you're correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
And so cluster B, we've got antisocial, histrionic, borderline, narcissistic.
Yes.
To your not, what is antisocial personality disorder?
Antisocial personality disorder is a pervasive pattern of breaking the law, having difficulty adapting to authority and social norms, deception, lying, general rule breaking behavior.
And Ms. Stauch has had multiple evaluations. She's had 2 competency and 2 sanity.
I'm
Your
not
knowledge.
familiar with what happened after I met with
Okay.
her,
Are you aware of anybody ever diagnosing her with an antisocial personality disorder?
not to my knowledge.
What's a psychopath?
Psychopath is not a diagnosis.
Okay.
It is a person who manifests a lot of antisocial traits, lack of empathy, callousness, kind of parasitic behavior, living off of other people. There's a specific there's specific criteria that need to be met to be diagnosed as a psychopath, be assigned the label, but it's not a clinical diagnosis. It's not in the DSM,
Nobody has ever diagnosed her or given her the label of a psychopath to your knowledge.
to my knowledge.
Talk a little bit about borderline
Yeah, she was
personality
super
disorder.
busy. She did
What
it
is
as
borderline
her
personality
way to
disorder?
cope. And
Borderline
her thing
personality
to get her
disorder
through
is a
everything.
disorder of interpersonal relationships where the person has a profound fear of abandonment, chronic feelings of emptiness, tendency to engage in self-destructive behavior, whether it's sex, gambling, self-injury, suicidal gestures, and possible transient episodes of psychosis.
Okay. And similarly, both the underlying literature seems to indicate that both DID and borderline personality disorder are generally caused by childhood trauma.
I believe that for borderline personality disorder, it's not necessary or sufficient to have had childhood trauma.
No, but the thought of is that childhood trauma can cause borderline personality disorder.
It can certainly lead to it, but it's not required.
It's not, yes. So DID, it's almost exclusively
Trauma-based.
childhood trauma. I mean, most of the literature has anywhere between 94 to 100% of people with DID suffer significant childhood trauma, and it's almost always sexual childhood trauma, correct?
Probably.
Okay. And borderline personality disorder, there's a correlation, but not necessarily a direct cause.
Yes.
And a high degree of people with borderline personality disorder reflect childhood trauma.
Yes.
And some of this, at least my understanding, how are you familiar with attachment theory?
I mean, I've had it as part of my training.
Okay, and it's Boundley. I'm mispronouncing that.
Bowlby.
Bowlby. And what is attachment theory?
Well, Bowlby, this is going back to the 60s, I think, before
Yes.
my time. There was research done on the damage of separating mother and infant. There's a critical period between the age of 0 and 2 where attachment with the caregiver forms. If those attachments are disrupted, it can affect the child's functioning going forward.
And basically they took, it was him and then a Mary Ainsworth. They took, I think it was 1 or 2 year olds, children in between that age. They put them in a room and then they had the caregiver leave.
Ainsworth did, yes.
Yeah, Ainsworth did. And
Ainsworth?
and based upon that, and then the caregiver, Mary Ainsworth, the caregiver would be gone, I think 10, 15 minutes, and then the caregiver would re-enter the room.
Yes.
And what they were basically able to notice is 3 different phenomena with the different children.
Yes.
One phenomena, which they would then label secure attachment, which is what as parents we hope to be able to do with our children, is the child would be distressed, and then the caregiver would return to the room and the child would be soothed.
I believe with secure attachment, the child was able to self-soothe before the caregiver returned.
Are you
But they
sure?
were comforted by the caregiver returning.
Would that be avoidant attachment with the child that doesn't seem to care whether the parent comes or goes?
Well, I think they were still distressed, if I remember correctly. They just weren't comforted by the caregiver.
Oh.
This has been a long time.
Okay.
I'm not going to argue with you.
Absolutely.
Annie, if you could find a reasonable breaking point.
This is a good breaking point, Your Honor.
This is good.
Sure.
I didn't want to interrupt.
No.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 10:40, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own research about any aspect of the case. With that, we'll see you back at 10:40. All right, jury first. Thank you. May all be seated. Dr. Grimmett, you can step down if you would like to present something. We're being recessed. Thank you.
All right.
So I'm going to answer some questions first. Yes, once again, Secret McSquirrel passed away in her sleep. She didn't make it tremendously well known, but obviously she and I had bonded over our medical issues and, discussions of cancer treatments and such. But she had terminal lung cancer and a very rare form of it. She was an extremely busy mod because that was her thing to get her through everything. So, of course, our thoughts and prayers are with the family. She's based out of the UK. So, I'm sure everybody's going to comment on it. She was a lovely person.
She was always kind to me. She was always just so sweet.
She was a very sweet person. So, let me go back and answer a couple of the questions that I said I would get to. So, your DID, if you have DID, your alters will not manifest from media you consume. With DID, it has to do with early childhood trauma. And I don't, if it occurred from later trauma, I don't know. It's been studied. It almost exclusively has to do with trauma before your personalities do what they call fuse. And they're not names you would get from media, especially not at the age she was at when Twilight came out. 2, well, people that have only had an hour of contact with her would not have noticed the DID. Her daughter and husband would have. The other thing is, yes, you have something that is fronting or 2 personalities that front, but other than that, they are generally not aware of each other. And they don't, if it's not one of the personalities that front, they don't know about the other ones. There's also has to be a component of disassociation and amnesia. So there's that. Hold on. I'm going through my list. If she can resurrect people, she can just resurrect Hoffa. He'll get up. Y'all will be fine. Yes, she would have reviewed the reports. Because it is an adversarial process with competency, you meet with them for 3 or 4 hours, and you get all the reports, and you've given them tests, and then you need to be able to compile everything to make your evaluation. You can't do it as a double blind without any knowledge. Now, she would not have had the knowledge other than the findings and clinical stuff. she would not have had their reasoning as to why they found certain things. She would have had test results. She would have had a diagnosis. She would not have, and she'd have minimal clinical notes. And it's because, once again, adversarial process. Yes, this was a contractor for the defense. The prosecution has to put her up there. And the prosecution doesn't have to, but the prosecution's going to, knowing the defense will end up calling her up there, or that they got a favorable response. Because they're going to use her stuff anyways, they have copies. It is almost guaranteed in any kind of case when there are issues of competency or NGRI that if the first expert the court goes with finds somebody competent, the defense requests a second. If the defense requests it and it doesn't go the way the prosecution wants, they will request a second. Now, generally, that's where it stops. If they come up with two separate answers, then there's going to be a third request, usually by the judge. So there's that, right? So, yes, they would have had the records, but that's not going to influence things. She also would have answered all about the tests that show malingering, and she failed many of them. So, there is evidence of malingering. In regards to the Sheila Keene Warren, she's been there since 2017. She'll get credit for good time. She pled guilty to avoid a first-degree charge, and they would have given a sentencing recommendation. So that's why that is. Debbie, yes, I at the beginning said I saw it. There are other trials you can look at to cover. I said I'd be willing to go through those with you. The defense attorney, someone should have objected to him. He was going through things that he understood in his mind, ways DID work, this, that, and the other, and he's not an expert. They didn't object because of how he phrased them, and he would have rephrased. But he ventured far too much into the clinical side, and some of it was wrong, and I'm sure they will clarify this on redirect. I will check, Sheila. Debbie, I will check. Thank you. Give me 1 minute. So, DID is dissociative identity disorder. Mayor Wrench, that is fine. We will be sending something to Secret's family regardless. You do Creed, you put the competency examiner because they were raising competency for trial, and they raised it several times, especially with the pro se stuff and the poisoning the peanut butter. I have not. I will get to Baldwin in 1 second.
If memory serves, though, aren't they required to give them a competency exam if they try going pro se?
No, you just have to. The judge has to go through the colloquy. If you can answer everything about the colloquy correctly, then it's considered enough. Most judges will order a competency, especially in a capital case or a case like that. But Creed, the attorney being incorrect up to the witness to disagree. She did disagree with something, but she cannot object to legal matters like him testifying. She doesn't know technically what he can say or not say or ask or not ask. That would have been for the other attorneys to kind of raise an objection to an improper question. Yeah, he can ask what he wants even if it's wrong, but he cannot testify by reading some of the stuff. Competency is not always just a matter of pre-trial. When you're raising something like DID, it is a fluid thing, and therefore it is not just about is she competent to stand the trial. In regards to Baldwin, the charges against Baldwin were dropped because at this point, with some of the objections that had been raised, and with some of the things Baldwin's attorney said were going to be raised, they were not prepared to proceed to trial. And he was not going to waive. The armorer is still being tried. Baldwin was not, they did it before and anything was impaneled, so nothing attaches and they can refile. After this is over, or on a Saturday, we're going to go through some of the stuff involving the armorer, and people are going to see kind of why things are all over the place. What I will say is there's a lot of misreporting in regards to the whole Rust thing. And the reason she is not didn't have her charges dropped as well is because she doesn't have the kind of money that Baldwin does. No, the charges against Baldwin are not BS. There's a lot more to the Baldwin thing than has been reported in some things. The other person already pled guilty, so that's why the armor is the only one left at this point. But again, there is more to all of this than just a prima facie matter, and that will take much longer to go in.
Yeah, we got about a minute and a half left.
Right. I understand that, Creed. We will go through the complaint, and Gutierrez reads lawsuit, and you will see why it's not as clear as people think it is. But it's a complex thing. It is not. It is not a cut and dry answer.
That and she's easier to scapegoat.
That, like I said, if she had the money, Philip, I promise you, you will have your email later today. Go to get your card taken out. I will catch you later. Thank you for being a wonderful member of the community, and we love you.
See you later, Phil.
Bye, Phil.
So, the court's going to be back in about 30 seconds. So, Debbie, I've seen the Jensen Ackles. I've seen lots of it. There are there's a lot. And there's a lot that happened on the Rust set that has not been reported. She is not wealthy at all, Creed. Her father is an armorer. She is not in any way wealthy. Her
Can you talk-
father is just a well-known armorer. That's her Hollywood connection. And while he might not be, quite as blue collar, you are not talking about the kind of money that Baldwin has. So, but that's much more to get into. But the expert wasn't wrong, but the defense attorney was essentially trying to testify, and they're gonna have to do some redirect. But the thing with DID is things they were testifying to or he was talking about that weren't correct. And the witness cannot just kind of interject. So, that. Yeah, Sheila Keaton Warren was a plea deal over going to trial with a sentencing wreck. So that's what that was. So, there's that. Creed, no. His status was not the whole reason charges were brought. Charges were brought because someone died. It had nothing to do with taking down a big shot. They screwed themselves in trying to apply a law retroactively, which was a screw up and you can't do. But
No, I said it was on.
Oh, I said you want her on.
Oh, I thought you said, is it off?
Yeah.
and we're back.
Oh, there she is. Confused. Okay. All right. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Dr. Grimman, I remind you, ma'am, the church is still under oath. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
I do so.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury. All rise for the jury, please.
Debbie. Debbie, I checked the venue. Thank you very much. I will put it towards the channel donation for Secret.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358.
Created has not, and she did not retain Jose Baez.
When we took our break, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Grimmett. That's where we will resume. Mr. Tellini.
Yes, Dr. Driven. And back, we were kind of talking about attachment theory, and I'll kind of move on from the exact experiment, but from the experiment, they basically developed 3 different styles of attachment, secure, avoidant, and anxious. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And secure attachment, the theory is that comes when a child grows up and they are given the appropriate attention by the parent. The child cries and the parent comes in to soothe them. The child is hungry and the parent comes in to feed them, correct?
Yeah, the child perceives their needs are met.
And the theory behind attachment theory is that then children who grow up securely attached are then able to have secure relationships. They can have a romantic partner. They can explode, romantic relationships or other relationships that actually work and are functional.
It sets a good foundation for that.
Yes. The theory with avoidant attachment, people with that, maybe had a caregiver who was not attentive. The child would cry and nobody would come to soothe it. The child would be hungry, nobody would feed it. And they kind of grow to put on a persona that they don't need anybody and are very kind of self-reliant and feel threatened by intimate relationships and so forth. That would be kind of the characteristics of avoidant.
It could be, yes.
And then we have anxious, and that's somebody who, similar to the avoidant, did not have their needs met by the caregiver, and they can be extremely needy in a relationship. They put a lot of kind of same with that's why I was getting to it. Anxious attachment would be similar to borderline personality disorder.
I think that
Debbie,
it
it
stems
is
from
plenty, thank you.
unpredictability and inconsistency with the parenting, where the child doesn't know what's coming, whether they're going to get soothed or not. There's some inconsistency there that causes some distress.
And kind of back talking with borderline, that's with the romantic relationships, they're consumed with it at the beginning and then think that it's going to be taken away and are very threatened by the fear of abandonment.
Yes.
And then later on, they actually came up with disorganized attachment.
Yes.
And disorganized attachment is kind of the anxious, but on steroids. And that's generally thought to somebody who was traumatized by a caregiver.
I'm not too familiar with that.
Okay. Have you ever heard the term disorganized attachment style?
Yes, I could tell you what the criteria
Okay.
are.
But, so the same, theory of the causes, at least back to anxious, there's some tracking and some similarities between the anxious attachment theory and borderline personality disorder.
Yes.
And you were, as part of the discovery that you reviewed, were you given hours upon hours upon hours of phone conversations between Al Stauch and Letecia Stauch that were recorded by the FBI?
Not hours and hours, no. I did listen to some pretext phone calls, but I don't recall them being hours.
Okay, you're lucky. Somebody who, in the face of a missing child or
Again, tell me you hate
a
your
homicide
client without telling
investigation,
me you hate your
who
client.
is incredibly preoccupied with the relationship status and whether or not Al Stauch is going to take her back, that would be extremely consistent with borderline personality disorder.
Yes. Yes.
So where it appears like this is just irrational to focus on this.
It's an irrational focus. I would say it's consistent with borderline personality disorder, but also be consistent with other things.
Sure, it could be consistent with narcissistic personality disorder.
Right.
And the DSM-5 itself, it has a ton of different categories of mental illnesses or symptoms of so forth, correct? There's a lot of different diagnoses in the DSM-5.
Oh, yes.
The DSM-5 itself doesn't, at least now, the DSM-5 especially, does not categorize one thing as a serious mental illness versus something else. Like it doesn't say the DSM-5 is, I cut you. The DSM-5 doesn't say schizophrenia is a serious mental illness, but borderline personality disorder is not.
That's correct.
It just says, these are the things we look for these diagnoses.
Right.
And all the diagnoses can exist on a continuum.
Yes.
Somebody could have a very, I'll say mild, but, well, bipolar disorder can be a serious mental illness, correct?
I mean, it typically is a serious mental illness.
But somebody could have bipolar disorder to a degree that it does not substantially impact their life. And then, so according to the definition of the National Institute of Mental Health, would not be a serious mental illness.
There are mental illnesses in the field that are considered serious because of how impactful they are. And bipolar disorder would be one of those. You don't tend to have a mild case of bipolar disorder, certainly can, but
Yeah.
it's typically a disabling disorder.
It typically, but it could not be.
It could not be.
Okay. And that's what I'm saying. That's why the DSM doesn't necessarily label it, because you could also have on the continuum, a severe case of a personality disorder that can impact the day-to-day functioning of that person's life.
Right.
And if it and according to the National Institute of Mental Health, if the mental illness is impacting that person's day-to-day life, then it is then categorized as a mental illness.
I don't concern myself with what the National Institute of Mental Health says for competency evaluation.
Sure.
So I can't really answer that.
Do you know that that's what the definition by the National Institute of Mental Health is for serious mental illness?
No, not particularly. I work off of the DSM, and because
Okay.
I'm not providing treatment,
Sure.
it's not relevant for me
Okay.
day to day.
Would you agree with that definition? Is a serious mental illness is a mental illness that impacts somebody's day-to-day life?
I don't know what the formal definition is, but if I'm assessing someone,
No.
I'm looking for the level of impairment in day-to-day life.
Okay. And sometimes personality disorders can be so severe that they impact a person's day-to-day life.
Yes.
Now, I also gave you, I emailed you some articles.
You did?
One of those articles I'm going to be approaching with Defense Exhibit C is hallucinations and other psychotic symptoms in patients with borderline personality disorder.
Yes.
If I may approach.
Okay.
Take a look at that and see if that looks familiar.
Thank
Yes.
you, Amanda.
And just so everybody understands, you said one of the things that you do when you're confronted with, a patient or something new is you do research in your line of profession.
Yes.
And because psychologist or psychiatrist has had specific hands-on experience with every type of mental illness, there's new things that come up, correct?
Correct.
And you do research, and where do you turn for research?
To peer-reviewed journals.
Peer-reviewed journals. And basically what that is, there are, both sometimes practicing clinicians, and there's other people in academia, and they will do studies and so forth and submit articles to peer-reviewed journals.
Yes.
And then those peer-reviewed journals there's lots of different ones in psychiatry, evidently, or psychology. And you will look at it and look to those peer-reviewed journals to inform you on certain situations.
Yes.
The article which I have given you, that comes from a peer-reviewed journal, correct?
Yes.
And it is something that would be, I'm not asking if you agree with everything in it or not, but that would be something that would be generally relied upon people in your field.
It would be considered.
Consider.
Yes.
Yes. That article indicates that they've done studies and people with borderline personality disorder can suffer psychotic symptoms.
Yes.
And I want to step back here for a second. Let's talk about psychotic symptoms. And Dr. Grimmett, if I'm incorrect on any of this, let me know. My understanding is there are psychotic symptoms, and psychotic isn't necessarily a diagnosis itself, but there are certain symptoms that we look at to make other diagnoses in the DSM-5. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
And when we're talking about psychotic
No,
symptoms, we're
Creed,
talking
this
about a
is a
couple different
defense
things. We're talking about
attorney.
delusions.
Yes.
talking.
And delusions are a fixed belief that is not amenable to change by evidence.
Yes.
And so I have this belief, and no matter what you show me, what you do, I'm not changing this belief that I have.
Correct.
And, you know, the general delusions that everybody's are, you know, familiar with, we have delusions of grandeur, one type of delusion, grandiose delusions.
Are you asking me a question?
Yes.
Yes.
Another type of delusions would be paranoid delusions.
Yes.
And delusions can, again, they can be on a continuum.
Yes.
A delusion of grandeur. I mean, hypothetically, if we have the NFL draft coming up this weekend, are you aware of that?
I'm not
Probably
aware of
not.
that.
But, you know, say somebody who hardly ever played for his college team believes that he's going to be drafted despite everybody saying there's no way this is possible. That could be delusional.
Yeah.
And that would be on the low end of the spectrum.
I'm not sure it would be considered pathological, but
Pathological, but it's a fixed belief that,
delusions of grandeur are more typically thinking you hold some high status like you're Jesus.
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. And then on the other hand is the Masonic, I'm coming here, I've been blessed to save the world, I have this specific mission, I have super smarter than everybody else, that type of thing.
Right.
Paranoid delusions, you know, the government's after me, they're putting stuff in my head. That would be an example of a paranoid delusion.
Yes.
So that is one symptom of psychosis.
Yes.
Another symptom of psychosis would be hallucinations.
Yes.
And hallucinations could be auditory.
Yes.
And auditory hallucinations, I'm hearing voices, I'm hearing anything that is not really there.
Right.
We have visual hallucinations,
We do.
which is I'm seeing things that aren't there.
Right.
And sometimes I'm seeing things that aren't there and they're talking to me, and that would be an auditory and a visual hallucination at the same time.
That's right.
We can also have tactile delusions. And what is that?
Feeling something on your body that's not there.
Okay. We also have, then the next thing would be disorganized thought or disorganized.
You don't want to cover the rest of the hallucinations?
I can. What else do we have? I thought I have the main one.
Well, there's a couple more that you should know about.
Tell me.
There's olfactory hallucinations where you smell things that aren't actually there.
Okay.
And there's gustatory hallucinations where you taste things that aren't there.
Okay. All right.
Want to make sure we have all the information.
Absolutely. Thank you. We also have disorganized thought. And what is that?
Not being able to follow your own line of thinking, not making sense in your thoughts and how they come out your mouth.
And that can also be on a continuum, correct?
Yes.
I mean, it can go anywhere from kind of tangential thinking all the way to what's called word salad.
Yes.
And what is word salad?
When the words that come out your mouth are not logically connected to each word, so it sounds like you're just saying words and it's
I
not a
believe
sentence.
I use word fruit salad
And
in a
tangential
blender.
thinking is where somebody is jumping from one thing to another without anything necessarily connecting them.
Correct.
And then we kind of have the other ones. We have abnormal motor behavior. And what is that?
Well, that can be lots of things. It might be like a stereotypic shaking. It might be picking, pilling, or having underactive movements where you don't respond.
And then finally, we have the negative symptoms. And what are those?
So the hallucinations and delusions are considered positive symptoms. That means there's a symptom present when you wouldn't expect there to be something. A negative symptom is when you expect to see something that's not there. So that would be underactive motor, flat affect, no change in emotional expression, a lack of energy, lack of interest, lack of engagement, apathy, those kind of things.
Sometimes people who are psychotic can just sit in a room and stare into nothing for hours upon hours at a time.
Yes.
And we use these to make, diagnoses. I mean, generally what we think about psychotic symptoms, the main diagnosis we have is schizophrenia.
We have schizophrenia, bipolar disorder with psychotic features, major depression with psychotic features, or typically bipolar disorder and major depressive disorder with psychotic features are the typical ones.
And there's certain
Thank you,
criteria
Muffin
for somebody
Rando.
with psychotic symptoms for schizophrenia. I think it has to be, you have to experience psychotic symptoms for about a month, and then it has to be persistent for over 6 months, correct?
You have to have symptoms for over 6 months. You have to have hallucinations, delusions, and disorganized thinking or the negative.
You have to have multiple symptoms of psychosis,
Right.
not just one. But there are lots of other mental illnesses that can cause transient psychotic features, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, sometimes PTSD can cause transient psychotic features.
Uncommonly, but yes.
Okay. Dissociative identity disorder can cause transient psychotic features.
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. And that article indicates that people with borderline personality disorder can suffer from transient psychotic features.
Yeah, and that's one of the criteria in the DSM-5.
Yeah. And it indicates that between 20 to 50% of people that suffer from borderline personality disorder suffer from hallucinations.
In this sample.
Yes. That these hallucinations can be both auditory and visual, sorry.
Yeah.
Sometimes that 50% of the hallucinations had malicious content.
Right. So this was a sample of 143 people, just because you don't have the article.
I know. And Mr. Young's, after I'm done, he's going to come up and you guys are going to discuss why he thinks this article is garbage. But I'm just going.
If I may, at this point, I'm going to object to this line of testimony as to irrelevant. There's nothing tying this to what she did in this case, and certainly nothing tying this to the defendant. So,
Well, first of all, the jury will disregard counsel's statement regarding what Mr. Young may or may not do. As you know, counsel can't testify in this case. Nothing that they say is evidence. Secondly, you qualified this witness as a witness in forensic psychiatry.
Psychology.
Or psychology, that's right, I'm sorry. Forensic psychology. This witness has not said it's outside her expertise, so it's within her expertise. And there were some questions regarding the presence or absence of dissociative disorder, dissociative identity disorder. So I will allow the questioning. Overruled.
And according to this study, 50% of the hallucinations are malicious content.
I don't recall specifically, but yes. Can you direct me to where on the?
If you could look on the second sentence of page 790.
Thank you. Yes.
50% of the hallucinations had malicious content.
Yes.
And so that would mean 50% of the hallucinations seem threatening to the person perceiving them.
Yes.
And I think I gave you a couple other articles that from other peer-reviewed journals that indicate that people with borderline personality can suffer from audio and visual hallucinations.
Yes.
Are you aware of any studies disputing the fact that people with borderline personality disorder can suffer from auditory and visual hallucinations?
No, it's part of the criteria for the disorder.
Okay. And also people with borderline personality disorder can disassociate.
Not just from borderline personality disorder, but they may have other conditions going on that cause dissociation.
Okay. According to this article that we are talking about, the hallucinations, there's kind of three different things that they look about that bring upon the hallucinations. The first one that they talk about is stress.
Yes.
And that periods of stress can cause somebody who has this personality disorder to slip into a psychotic state.
Right. And that's not specific to the article. Again, that's the episodes is stress related.
Okay. You were provided a letter from December, I believe, 13th from a Dr. Niederhauser.
Yes.
Indicating that she was seeing Ms. Stauch.
Yes.
And indicating that Ms. Stauch needed to resign from her work because she was suffering from stress and anxiety.
Yes.
Another thing, according to this article, that can impact the degree somebody with borderline personality disorder suffers psychotic symptoms is whether or not they experience childhood trauma growing up.
Will you direct me to the page again?
And I'm looking at page 790. So the same page that we were on, it kind of has number 2 or what factors influence psychotic symptoms in borderline personality disorder. The first one, it indicates stress. The second one, hallucinations, childhood trauma, and disassociation.
Okay. I just feel like we addressed this when we were talking about the underlying factors for
Sure.
borderline personality disorder. So I didn't perceive anything in this article to be different than what we've already discussed. That's why I feel a bit confused.
Okay, no, but when we were discussing whether or not childhood trauma causes borderline personality disorder or whether or not it's a correlation, and I think you pointed out, some people can have borderline personality disorder, but not necessarily have childhood trauma.
Right.
And this seems to indicate that people who have both childhood trauma and borderline personality disorder, those people seem to suffer psychotic symptoms more than people who have borderline personality disorder without childhood trauma.
It's just very difficult to work through because most people don't experience just one
Sure.
issue. So if they have borderline personality disorder, they usually have accompanying other dysfunction, whether it's another mental illness or other personality disorders. So trying to narrow it down to say this causes this, there could be a number of reasons why somebody's manifesting symptoms, and me and my role would not be able to say this is coming from that.
Sure. And I wasn't asking that. I'm just saying that that's what this article seems to indicate, correct?
Okay.
And it also says that it can be impacted by whether or not a person feels lonely.
Yes.
It also indicates that people with borderline personality disorder can feel stress more acutely than other people. And I think that would be, I mean, that's pretty much accepted. Would you agree?
Yeah, they don't handle stress well.
and I think you talked about it. I mean, someone with borderline personality disorder, they send a text, and if that's not responded to correctly, I mean, they get.
The world is ending.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. The world is ending.
Okay. All right. So let's now, and actually, Your Honor, at this point in time, I would move for admission of Defense Exhibit C under 803-18 Lunar Treaties.
Prosecution,
May I vote aye?
you may.
Defense Exhibit C that you have there in front of you, did you use that in any way, shape, or form in formulating the opinions that you gave to the jury today?
Nancy.
No, I was only provided this last week or the week before.
Does it have any impact on your testimony or your opinions that you gave to the jury today? And our objection would be based on relevance.
And may I see Exhibit C first?
Yes. Let me approach.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Also hearsay for that matter.
That's why he's offering to admit it under 803-18. Exception to the hearsay. Right. Under 803-18, statements from a learned treatise may be admitted. They may be received as exhibits. I'm not going to allow this entire article to go back there, largely because it appears to have a lot, or it requires a lot of expertise to decipher large portions of it. 803-18, however, says that if admitted, the statements may be read into evidence as the court permits. If there are certain specific statements, not the entire article, but if there are certain specific statements that you want to read into the record, you can do that.
And again, Your Honor, I'm asking it to be admitted as impeachment on Dr. Grimmett. She has diagnosed Ms. Stauch with a personality disorder with borderline features. She then indicated on direct that that was not a serious mental illness. I think this article impeaches her regarding that and how that borderline personality disorder can be a serious mental illness to the degree that it is. There are scientific terms and extra stuff in here that can be difficult for a lay witness to discern. I would say that goes to weight, not admissibility, and I'm asking it to be admitted under those grounds.
I've made my ruling and I've
Yes,
given
sir.
you an option. So you can either read the specific statements that you wish to have into the record. It sounds like you probably covered most of them, not in exactly the same language that's in the article, but I've given you the option and I've made the ruling.
Okay. And I would just read. Let me ask.
You need this back?
Yes.
Do that? Okay.
Well, I have a copy of your motion.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Before we leave borderline personality disorder, where does the term come from?
It is considered to be on the borderline between neurosis and psychosis.
And it, in the older DSM, I think under the DSM-2, it was actually listed under the schizo disorders.
That is more information than I have.
Okay.
I don't have a copy of the DSM-2.
Okay. All right. Let's go on to your evaluation of Ms. Stauch. One, well, Dr. Grimm, you've actually done evaluations for me in the past, haven't you?
I have.
This evaluation that you did here seemed much more thorough than a typical competency evaluation. Do you agree with that?
A typical competency evaluation that doesn't have a felony one charge on it.
Sure. And generally on a typical competency evaluation, I mean, is this what percentage of competency evaluations do you go through and listen to jail phone calls?
Whenever they're made available to me.
Okay. And is that usual or is that unusual to review jail phone calls?
It's fairly unusual.
Okay. And who provided you the jail phone calls?
The district attorney's office.
Okay. And they actually helped and assisted you in playing them, correct?
Oh yeah, they're always recorded in a format that's pretty difficult to decipher.
It is. When you initially started talking with Ms. Stauch, she expressed some frustration with her attorneys.
Yes.
She was very frustrated because her attorneys would not come to visit her at the jail.
Yes,
And for context, this was during COVID,
it was.
and COVID changed a lot of the ways that we do stuff.
Yes.
In-person visits became the rarity, and a lot of stuff was done over WebEx or so forth.
Yes.
You did this one though in person, correct?
Yes.
Where in the jail did you do it?
In the no contact booth. I don't remember if it was alpha or I don't know, but it
Did
was.
it have it like the trap open or was the trap closed?
I documented it was a no contact booth. I don't recall talking to her on the phone,
Okay.
so I'm imagining it must have had a trap.
Okay. And just so that the jury's, aware, this is where you go, it's like you see on TV, the person comes in, there's a big, it's not glass, it's some type of clear plastic in between you and them. And then there's like a little trap door that opens and
Yes.
shuts, and the communication is done through there.
Yes,
She was also in shackles,
she was.
and that kind of prevented you from doing some types of testing, correct?
Yes,
Specifically, I mean, there was some further testing that could have been done, regarding malingering and so forth, but that is somewhat prohibited by the nature of the examination.
yes.
Objectively, I understand your position that she was malingering some symptoms to try to seem more mentally ill than she was. Objectively, though, she indicated to you that she did not want to be found crazy.
First of all, I never said she was malingering.
Okay. Okay, it
I had
was,
concerns about feigning, but I did not use the vocabulary of malingering. So I just want to be clear.
what's the difference between feigning and malingering?
Feigning is intentional exaggeration or production of symptoms. Malingering takes it to the next level, assuming what the secondary gain may be.
Okay. And just to be clear, somebody can have a serious mental illness and feign symptoms.
Yes,
They're not exclusive.
I outlined that in my
Yeah.
conclusion. Yes.
I mean, and it's not necessarily even that uncommon.
Not in forensic settings. no.
Not in forensic setting. So a lot of times you can have somebody who has a mental illness, but they will try to exaggerate those symptoms in hopes that you will come with a diagnosis that is helpful for them.
Or they're so mentally ill that they don't understand how they present and they think they have to act worse. Otherwise, I might miss it.
Okay. And to be fair, that makes the job of a forensic psychologist more difficult.
Difficult and interesting.
Yeah. To figure out where the mental illness ends and where the feigning begins can be tricky.
Right.
She did indicate to you though very clearly that she did not want to be found crazy.
Yes.
And then you actually even heard her on some jail phone calls with her daughter Harley, indicating that she passed the first test, the first competency exam with flying colors, and she was going to pass yours with flying colors.
Yes.
So she would have known that she was found competent, and so she viewed that as passing, and she was going to pass your exam as well.
Well, I recall that she had said, I don't recall whether it was to Harley or someone else, that she wasn't intending on passing as well or doing as well in the second time
Yeah.
that she did on the first.
But there's at least one phone call to Harley that she passed the first one with flying colors, and she's going to pass yours with flying colors.
Yes.
You kind of got a history from her.
Yes.
She indicated she grew up in North Carolina.
One of the Carolinas. Yes, I
Yes.
think so.
And do you have your report up there?
I do.
And if it's okay with Mr. Young, I don't have a problem if anytime you need to refer to your report to refresh your recollection to do so. If you could just let us know that you're referring to it.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
I have no problem.
Okay. So she grew up in North Carolina.
Yes.
She was raised by both her mother and father until they divorced when she was 2.
Yes.
She indicated that she didn't really have any contact with her father after that until she was much older.
17, I believe.
She indicated being raised a lot by her grandfather,
Yes.
who was very religious
Yes.
and would alternate between kind of a good guy, bad guy thing. Kind of a sometimes nurturing, sometimes harsh authoritarian.
I didn't go into what she meant by that.
Okay. She did indicate that she was molested by her stepfather.
Yes.
How much detail did you get into that?
None.
None. And that she was also angry at her mother because her mother didn't protect her from the molestation.
Yes.
That the mother had chosen the stepfather over her.
She just, what I wrote in my report is what she told me,
Okay.
that she hadn't forgiven her.
When people or perpetrators molest children or stepkids in that environment, one of the keys to it is secrecy.
That can be an element, yes.
That's generally isn't the element that whoever is molesting a stepchild will do things in order to try to keep it secret within the family.
I don't work with perpetrators.
Okay.
So I just don't have a knowledge base for that.
Then I will move on to my next chapter. She indicated, you talked about kind of her work and vocational history.
Yes.
She indicated to you that she primarily worked as a teacher, but she experienced some mental problems and she started having visions of her stepfather that interfered with her work.
Yes.
She also indicated numerous miscarriages
Yes.
in her history. Did that stand out or?
I mean, it was notable, but remembering that my purpose is to establish if she's competent or not,
Sure.
it wasn't important to answer that question.
Okay. She indicated that she had been hospitalized in Canada,
She said that, yes.
that she was prescribed Zyprexa at
Uh,
one point.
Well, I don't know if she was prescribed or offered, but she said she refused it.
At one point she agreed to Geodon,
Geodon,
and that's an antipsychotic.
yes.
It's kind of an unusual antipsychotic, isn't it?
No,
No. Is that the brand name or is that the?
it's the brand name.
Okay.
It might be palperidol. Don't quote me on it. But it's common.
Okay. And then she was also described in taking lorazepam.
She was not taking at the time of the evaluation, but she had.
Okay, and that would be for anxiety?
She said it was for bipolar disorder, but it is a benzodiazepine,
I mean,
typically for anxiety.
lorazepam generally wouldn't be prescribed for bipolar disorder, would it?
It can have indications for bipolar disorder. I've never personally seen it prescribed for that, but when I searched it, it did say it could be used for bipolar disorder, but it's not a first line of treatment
First line
for
thing.
bipolar.
I mean, generally with bipolar disorder, you'd prescribe a mood stabilizer.
I mean, prescribing is outside my scope of practice, but yes, I would expect
That
to
would
see
be-
that they were being prescribed a mood stabilizer.
Sorry. And well, that was actually one of the reasons why you discarded the possible diagnosis of bipolar, because she was given that coming from CMHIP to the jail, but was not given a mood stabilizer. And so that lessened the degree that that was actually a diagnosis, because if it was actually bipolar disorder, CMHIP would have more than likely then also given her a mood stabilizer prescription to take to CJC.
I would have expected to see that, and that was definitely one of the factors I considered.
Okay. But there was, and not only rule out, but the CMHIP in the transfer from her to CJC in the jail records indicated that CMHIP had diagnosed her with bipolar.
So the CMHIP records indicated she had been diagnosed with bipolar, and then she underwent a review at CJC where that prescriber ruled out bipolar disorder.
Okay. So just so that I'm clear, CMHIP had said she was bipolar disorder, and then CJC and Dr. Moore said, no, she's not bipolar disorder.
It was Holly Wallerstein.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't Dr. Moore who did the review.
Okay. But somebody reviewed it and said, no, I disagree with CMHIP. She's not bipolar.
Yes.
And it's always been confusing to me when you say rule out something, because in the general terms, when you say rule out, that makes, every time I read it, I'm thinking you're saying, no, it can't be that. That's not what rule out means, correct?
With a rule out diagnosis, it explicitly means there's not enough information to say they do or they did not have it. It needs to be ruled out.
Yeah. So someone needs to do some more research and everything like that to either say yes or no.
Right.
Very confusing.
Well, and you see it a lot in forensic evaluations because we have time limited
Yeah.
meetings with people. So we offer rule outs because we can't be sure.
And because it doesn't necessarily go towards competency.
Correct.
I mean, whether, kind of with whether or not she actually suffers from PTSD or not, or suffers from an anxiety disorder or not, you didn't see either one of those affecting her ability to know what's going on or ability to work with her attorneys. And so you have limited resource, limited time, don't have time to make that determination whether we have PTSD or anxiety.
Right. It's not a psychodiagnostic evaluation. So I
Yeah.
just cover what is necessary to support the opinion.
A lot of some things that you considered in your evaluation were jail notes by deputies at CJC.
I mean, I considered the notes. I don't
Okay.
know that I gave them any more weight than anything else.
Sure. Was there a concern on your part regarding bias of the deputies making those notes?
Absolutely.
Okay. I mean, because, well, and so what everybody understands, the deputies at CJC are part of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes.
And that's actually the agency that has investigated and is assisting in prosecuting Ms. Stauch.
Yes.
And so, you know, there's always concern for both actual bias and implicit bias. Would you agree with that?
There's bias is always a concern. Yes.
What is implicit bias?
Bias that you're not aware of.
Okay. And so deputies even trying to be fair may suffer from implicit bias in noting Ms. Stauch's behavior.
Yes.
And that's something that you consider?
Yes.
When you gave her 2 exams, correct? You gave her the structured interview and what's the other one you did?
MFAST.
MFAST. Well, let me ask you this. Are you aware of literature indicating that oftentimes people with DID will have elevated scores on the MMPI-2?
Yes.
And what is the MMPI-2?
The Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, 2nd edition.
Okay. And I think what you're talking about, and so there is literature that people will have an elevated score on that test. If people who actually suffer from DID will look to be elevated, possibly given that false feigning.
There are questions on the MMPI-2 that most people would not endorse that can reflect the experience of somebody with DID, and so it can look like they're exaggerating when it's real.
Do you know, does the MFAST and the structured interview that you did, does that have those same type? Are there any studies indicating that people with DID can have elevated scores on either one of those?
Not that I'm aware of. The questions are not of the same nature that are on the MMPI-2.
What's the difference between the MFAST and the MMPI-2?
Oh, they're totally different tests for different purposes. The MFAST is purely a feigning measure.
Okay. And the structured interview that you performed, that's the SR.
The SIRS-2.
Yes, that has different scales.
Yes, so it's kind of an expanded version of the MFAST.
Yes. How many different scales does it have?
I want to say 6.
Okay, and of those 6, only 1 indicated feigning.
Yes.
The other ones were, I think it said the other ones were ambiguous towards feigning. And you said, I think it said
No, I think she only elevated 1 scale.
okay,
And then the overall index, which considers all the scales, was general indeterminate.
okay. She indicated there are notes. They're called kites. What's a kite?
A kite is a complaint, a grievance, or a request that an inmate can file to get certain needs met in the jail.
Some of her kites were complaining that the solitary confinement was causing her mental health problems.
I think I read a kite where she was asserting mental abandonment.
And that the solitary confinement eats away at your soul and your brain feels like something's eating it.
I don't think solitary confinement was the term. Maybe segregated housing.
If you look on page 7 of your report.
Oh, stand corrected.
Okay. I'm concerned why mental health has not helped me with the solitary confinement is the first line of the kite.
Yes.
And then the second line of the kite is I thought mental health is an advocate for mental safety. This eats away at your soul and my brain feels like something is eating it.
That is what the kite says, yes.
Are you aware or have you found, because I couldn't find any studies relating how solitary confinement could impact either dissociative identity disorder or borderline personality disorder?
Not specific to those disorders. I know that there's plenty of studies on the effects of solitary confinement on the mental health of an inmate.
Yeah.
But I'm not familiar with specific diagnoses.
And I've bizarrely seen some studies that go both ways. Sometimes I've seen studies that indicate solitary confinement can be helpful for people with psychotic features.
I have recently read, there was a large literature on the detriment of solitary confinement for quite a while.
Yep.
And there does seem to be some burgeoning literature that maybe it's not that bad.
And it kind of depends on the different person.
Individual.
Some people who have a mental illness, solitary confinement makes them much worse. Some people, it appears surprisingly, with a mental illness, solitary confinement can help them.
Yeah, there's lots of individual differences.
Could somebody who has dissociative identity disorder in different personas, could one of their personas as a defense mechanism try to feign mental illness?
Hypothetically, I imagine so.
Okay. And again, with the feigning, let me go back. Your understanding with dissociative identity disorder, let me say this. My understanding from the literature, when you have a dissociative identity disorder, personas are generally locked in the time that they are created. Are you aware of that?
No, I think that goes beyond my knowledge of the disorder.
Okay. Some, would you agree? Well, let's just get this out. Let's agree. We were all, the vampire stuff is feigning made up garbage. We can agree with that, can't we?
Your words, not mine.
All right. It almost seems made up garbage in a childlike way. That this is so ridiculous that no intelligent adult would expect anybody to believe it.
I would certainly say it was contrived.
It's contrived and stupid.
I didn't make any opinion as to
Okay.
what kind of intellect it reflected.
And whether or not it could have come from a persona who was locked in a childlike
I
state.
just dismissed it as irrelevant to competency.
Okay. Because it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
It was not believable and was not impacting. Justice the Vampire wasn't keeping her from discussing stuff with Miss Strobel.
Correct.
She did indicate that one of the things that would kind of soothe her when she suffered from anxiety was to hide under the covers.
That it was more effective than medication, yes.
Okay. I think we covered this a little bit, but in regards to determining, the feigning and the degree, more tests would have been needed in order to be able to do that, correct?
Well, my intention had been to give the MFAST the SIRS if necessary, and had they not indicated any feigning, I would have liked to have given the PAI or the MMPI myself.
Okay.
Given the results of those tests, it didn't seem productive, because if she feigned on those, it was likely she would also invalidate the ones she'd already invalidated in the previous evaluation.
And we had a previous one where and the MMPI-2 is a lengthy test.
The PAI, both of them are. They're over 300 questions each.
Okay. And because we had one prior that was invalid, that would have been waste of the kind of short amount of resources that you have.
Well, just feigning is a dynamic concept. Just because you feign at one point in time doesn't mean you're always feign.
Sure.
So the fact that she'd invalidated it previously didn't mean I necessarily thought she would invalidate it again. But after she did not do well in the measures I gave her, that was an indication that she wouldn't be forthcoming on the test.
When you were discussing things with her and you're discussing with her, oftentimes her thoughts were kind of circular. and almost tangential to a degree.
I don't know that her thoughts were circular. Her speech is
Speech,
circular.
yeah, speech.
I think I portrayed her in my report that she wasn't tangential. She always stayed on topic. She just provided a lot more information. I don't recall having to redirect her. I might have cut her off because she was trying to give me too much information, but I don't recall her being tangential.
And I guess what I'm getting to is I kind of read your report, and if I read it incorrectly, let me know, that you gave some consideration as to whether or not her manner of speech would reflect disorganized thought. And there was they had some similarities in the interview that you had with her, but then you went and listened to the jail phone calls and it didn't seem to be that way. Would that be accurate?
Well, it was those things and the kites where she wasn't making sense.
Yeah.
So I was looking at all of that, and it seemed like with the phone calls, she was able to be very concise, given that there was a time constraint for the phone calls, and had that reflected an actual mental disturbance where there was thought disorganization, she couldn't have just selected to be concise.
Okay. But at least with you, there was some similarities between how she talked and how somebody may talk if they have a disorganized thought process.
No,
No?
it wasn't disorganized.
Okay.
She was organized and garrulous, very, very wordy.
Extra wordy as far as extra information that was not necessarily needed to the questions.
But not irrelevant.
Okay, but the extra information, I mean, that can be an indication of disorganized thought.
If it doesn't make sense.
Okay. And you indicated that a sincere belief that somebody can raise somebody from the dead would not be delusional?
In the context that she provided it with her religious beliefs, that would be correct.
I mean, she seemed to indicate that she believed, like Andrew Womack, that she could raise Gannon from the dead.
Right.
And that wouldn't be consistent with facts, would it?
What fact? Whether or not
It's biology.
I thought you meant the facts of what Andrew Womack claims.
Well, we can just.
I believe that the standard accepted belief is that we cannot raise people from the dead.
Yeah.
It appears there's a faction of religious practices that does, in fact, believe that things like that can happen. And given that she presented that idea in the context of a religious belief, I attribute it to her religious beliefs rather than a delusional belief.
How can, I mean, oftentimes people with psychotic disorders have delusions that are religious in nature, correct?
Yes.
So how can it be distinguished between a delusion, which is basis of a psychotic disorder, versus delusion that is based upon religious upbringing?
It's a great question. She believed what other people believed. It's a shared belief.
Okay.
So it's a shared belief specific to that religious organization, or I don't know what the correct term would be. So it didn't have the personal meaning to her outside of the context of that larger religious group. She was in step with what they purport to believe in. Therefore, I consider it to be a religious belief. Whether or not it makes sense to me, whether or not it's rational is a different question. But in terms of looking at the diagnostic criteria, the fact that it's a religious belief shared by other people, and that's the context in which she shared it, it would not be considered pathological.
Would it be pathological, though, considered as to a specific person, not just the belief that the dead can be raised, but that she has that innate ability herself to raise a specific person from the dead?
If she had presented that idea to me without the context of the religion, I would certainly have had more concern. But she said, I know about this guy, and he said he did this, and I tried to find him because I want him to help me too. That's a totally different quality.
And I mean, but clearly in people who are raised in very religious upbringing, oftentimes will suffer from psychotic delusions that are based upon religion. That is not uncommon.
But it won't be considered psychotic just because of the beliefs that they hold. If they're just holding their mainstream beliefs within their religion, that would not be considered. It's when they take it to a further level that goes outside of what the mainstream of that religion believes.
Had just a moment. Oh, I have. Thank you, Dr. Bennett.
Redirect.
Yes, thanks, Jim. Did you consider that she could have just been making this up to make you believe that she was delusional?
Which part?
The part about raising Gannon from the dead.
I mean, I considered whether or not it was truly delusional. Did I consider whether she genuinely believed that? It was probably part of my calculus.
When we talk about self-reporting and your interview with her and the reason why you want to look at all the collateral information, is that one of the reasons why is sometimes someone who's charged with first-degree murder is going to not be truthful with you in the evaluation because they want to appear to be something they're not.
Yes.
I want to clear something up for the jury. Is the accent from Scotland?
We've been taking bets. The accent's from Scotland.
I just got to keep consistent with all my witnesses, figure out where they're from so the jury knows that. I want to go back to Mr. Cheney's initial cross-examination when we were talking about trauma and that trauma is related to post-traumatic stress disorder. Do you recall that line of questioning that he started out with?
Yes.
Are there studies, or in your opinion, are there any time frames as to when someone might be experiencing delusions or psychosis as a result of trauma?
I don't know that there's a whole lot of research on trauma and psychosis. It is something that happens. It's not part of the diagnostic criteria. So anecdotally, it's something that we see. Trauma itself, the development of PTSD can happen fairly quickly after a trauma happens, or there can be a delayed onset, sometimes up to a couple of years before people start manifesting symptoms. Sometimes not until another traumatic event happens that it all comes crashing down.
This sexual assault that Ms. Stauch was telling you about that occurred between her and the stepfather, did she give you a time frame as to when that happened?
No.
Did you find any collateral resources that it actually happened?
I didn't investigate it.
And is that because it didn't play any relevance to your purpose for the evaluation?
Correct.
Hypothetically thinking, is trauma that happens 20 years ago, is that going to trigger something 20 years from the trauma?
With nothing in between?
Nothing in between.
It wouldn't be typical.
Why?
Well, there would have to be an explanation of what's happening 20 years later that it's an issue now. What was the person able to do, or why was it not impactful at the time? I would just have a lot more questions.
Would the trauma that's impacting your psychosis or delusion, whatever we want to call it, would it have to be related to whatever the trauma was to begin with 20 years ago?
No.
Why is that?
The body experiences trauma and it doesn't have the brain to make sense of it. So it's very physical. So the body just responds to the danger, not necessarily the context or the meaning of the danger. So it doesn't matter what kind of trauma it is.
Would you expect there to be stress or trauma in relation to killing an 11-year-old boy by stabbing them 18 times, hitting them with a blunt force object 4 times, and then shooting them once and attempting to shoot them 2 more times? Would there be some trauma associated with that?
There certainly could be.
Would there be some stress associated with that?
I would imagine so.
Would you expect others to see that an individual who just did that, for instance, in a cross-country drive to Florida?
I would expect if the person was traumatized by that happening, there would be signs of that.
And if the individual was Miss Stauch's daughter, who she'd known for 17 years, who's been by her side the entire time, do you think her daughter might notice that there might be some stress or trauma related to that action of killing an 11-year-old boy?
I would think so.
Dissociative identity disorder, Is that a particular disorder that leads someone to murder someone?
I don't believe that there's a high base rate for that.
Is there anything in the DSM-5, a mental illness, that has a criteria that says someone with this mental illness is going to go out and kill an 11-year-old boy? You understand why I'm asking that?
Yeah.
Does mental illness lead to murder?
Not in and of itself, typically.
Are there people who have serious mental disorders or mental illness that are able to function in life and society and obey the laws?
Those are two different questions. Can they function to varying degrees? Does a mental illness cause you to break the law? No, it does not.
People who suffer from dissociative identity disorder, do they have recall or they remember the events that might lead them to a forensic setting?
One more just topic.
I think that's probably a debatable issue. There would probably be an argument that an alter may have been responsible and the memories don't cross over. So that's hard for me to answer.
Yeah.
And is that because there's not a lot of data on that information?
There's
On
not
there,
a lot of data. I would
including-
imagine it varies because somebody with those dissociative identity disorder could commit a crime as the primary
So that's why.
persona, the host, and it has nothing to do with the alters. So then they would have memory of it.
What we're trying.
So there's too much
What about offering a
information.
bundle price? Take care of duplicates,
so-
errors, and re-verify.
Just to clear things up, when you're doing a competency evaluation, you're evaluating Ms. Stauch on the day you're seeing her.
That's one price.
In an insanity evaluation, you have to evaluate her on the day of the crime.
Right.
And would you look at her actions and the evidence associated with her
So that is
actions in
something.
making that determination?
For the sanity evaluation?
Yes.
Yes.
This is something.
Would it necessarily mean much in an insanity evaluation how her mental illness may progress
Another
due to
question.
solitary
With input
confinement in
results
jail?
and something, what?
It wouldn't speak to her mental status at the time of the offense.
Yes.
It is just the employment information. We can't
Go back
implement.
to your forensic interview. Counsel asked you some questions about that. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Each
Not specifically.
employer,
I believe they ask you about how the prosecution provides you with the reports and things like that.
will
Yes.
show,
Do
different.
you know who
case
provides all the
periods,
police
different
reports
ways
to
they
everyone
pay.
in this
That's why
case?
it is only just the.
The prosecutor's office is responsible to give it to everybody. Like the state evaluators, they get it from the prosecution, so I request it from the prosecution.
Yeah.
Why didn't you ask that we
All right,
sit in an
so
interview with Ms.
It
and you
is
during your?
those fields right there. So it's employer name,
Imagine
employer
why I would think
address.
that was appropriate or necessary.
state, And
A forensic evaluation is typically just conducted between the examinee and the evaluator. There can be impacts from having somebody else present in the room. There's statutory protections in the course of a competency evaluation that the information the defendant provides can't be used to incriminate them, so they don't need their own attorney there. If their own attorney isn't there, I don't think it's appropriate that the prosecutor should be there.
stated.
I've just never encountered that would be a reasonable request.
I'm sorry, VUE or VUI.
Have you ever had a defense attorney sit in on an insanity evaluation?
No.
Why? Probably for the same reasons you just answered, I take it?
Yeah, and it's never been requested. For evaluations of this level of charge, it would be video recorded, so there would be no need for somebody to observe it because it's being memorialized.
Her social history that you discussed with Mr. Sweeney on cross-examination that's in your report, was that based entirely on her self-reporting, what she's telling you?
The portion titled social
The
history,
justice
yes.
point about the duplicate.
The thing about miscarriages is based on what she's telling you.
The board
Yes.
ultimately could help with that.
The notes that Mr. Tweeney asked you about from deputies.
How about you look
were
at your
there other
fucking file
notes
before you
from
order shit?
Mental health professionals within the jail that you relied on or at least considered in making your determinations.
I reviewed our entire jail record, so I was looking at jail deputies, mental health staff, so the prescriber, Dr. Moore's notes, and any deputies that had been tasked with making behavioral observations of her, all of them.
I can just have a second, Your Honor.
You may.
Those are my questions. Thanks.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Grimmett? It's like we have one couple coming. Council, retrieve those. Mr. Young, if you would retrieve those and council approach, please. Dr. Grimmett, can a difficulty or inability to face evidence or to be rigorously honest or to hold oneself accountable for consequences of actions be indicative of mental disability or past trauma-related BPD?
Really long question. Can I ask you to break it into chunks?
Sure. Can a difficulty or inability to face evidence or to be rigorously honest or to hold oneself accountable for consequences of actions be indicative of mental disability or past trauma-related borderline personality disorder?
Okay, I think I can answer that as a whole.
Would it help if you have the question in front of you? Okay. I will need it back.
Thank you. Okay, so the difficulty or inability to face evidence or be rigorously honest or hold oneself accountable for consequences are not signs of a mental illness. That would not reach the level of a mental disability. Can it be indicative of past trauma or BPD? Possibly, but the manifestations of that, the inability to face the evidence and be honest, those would not be considered symptoms of a mental illness that would reach the level of a mental disability.
Okay. And then I need it back so I can read the next question. Everybody knows what it is. Can compulsive lying indicate mental disability?
Compulsive lying is usually associated with an antisocial personality. It would not be a symptom of a mental illness. So it would not reach the threshold of a mental disability.
What does it take for a theory put forth in a psychology peer-reviewed publication to become mainstream enough to be published as part of some version of the DSM?
Very good question. My honest answer is the DSM is very political. There are groups of people that want to put forth ideas, and there's committees, and there's voting, and there's agendas, and sometimes it can seem a bit capricious as to what gets accepted and what doesn't. But with enough people endorsing ideas and testing out those theories and seeing that they're accurate and gaining momentum, that helps it become more acceptable in the field and possibly into the DSM.
Is it possible for a person with a great or normal upbringing to have anxiety disorder or to develop dissociative identity disorder?
Anybody can develop anxiety. That's not particular to any kind of upbringing. Certainly people with difficult upbringings tend to have worse outcomes, but people with good upbringings can have anxiety for a variety of reasons. I'm sorry, can you please, the DID piece?
Yes. Is it possible for a person with a great or normal upbringing to have anxiety disorder or to develop dissociative identity disorder?
Dissociative identity disorder is very highly correlated with trauma. So you don't just start to dissociate by having a normal upbringing and nothing bad happened to you. It's generally accepted that DID comes from some kind of bad event.
Right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution?
No, thank you.
Defense? Mr. Tellini?
Good. Sincere belief that people are going to believe me, despite the fact that I have repeatedly lied to them about other stuff, be delusional.
I'm not going to allow that. I'm not sure. Tell me where that fits in on the questions that I've allowed.
The first question about whether pathological lying or refusal to face the evidence in front of you could be signs of mental illness.
All right, go ahead.
I'm going to rephrase the question so I make sure I'm answering
Yeah.
it correctly. Is it delusional to believe that despite the fact that I have lied repeatedly, now I think they're going to believe me?
Yeah,
Is that what
can
you're
that be delusional in some sense?
I think that practical approach to that would be it might be irrational, but it doesn't necessarily cross the threshold into a delusional belief. Is it fixed? Or is there any ability to consider an alternate point of view? There's other questions I would need to ask before making a statement about that, but just because something's irrational doesn't mean it's delusional.
Okay. And then as far as the question regarding when does an article become mainstream and in the DSM-5, the DSM-5 actually states that people with borderline personality disorder can suffer psychotic-like symptoms, including hallucination, body image distortions, ideas of reference, and I'm going to say this wrong, hypogenic phenomena during times of stress. I can't say it. Can you pronounce this for me? I may approach.
Hold on. Let's finish the question, and then I'm not going to allow that question, but you can go ahead and finish it.
Well, and Your Honor, it is asking when the publication become mainstream and in the DSM-5, and it appears that the ideas presented in that article are part of the DSM-5.
Which is a different question than what is being asked. So I'm not going to allow that. So you can, because the question is, what does it take for a theory put forth in a psychology peer review publication to become mainstream enough to be published as part of some version of the DSM? What you're reading sounds like it's from the DSM and is in the DSM. The question here is, what does it take for an article, psychology peer review publication to become mainstream enough to be published as part of the some version of the DSM? So I'm not going to allow that question.
Can I rephrase?
Yeah, sure.
Are you aware that the theory presented in that article has become mainstream enough to be put in the DSM-5?
I'm not familiar enough with the article to speak to whether or not it relates to what's in the DSM-5.
In follow-up, are you aware the DSM-5 indicates people with borderline personality disorder can suffer from hallucinations?
Objection, Your Honor, is to beyond the scope.
No, I'll allow that.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you, Doctor. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our noon recess. If I can have everyone back in place by 1:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. And we'll see you at 1:30. Have a good lunch.
Safe travels. Take care.
Thank you. May all be seated. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution? Defense? Okay. All right. We'll see everybody at 1:30 then. Thank you.
All right.
You okay, Patty? Yeah, Sandy, they tried to impeach the witness and they tried to push the DID theory in not the best tactical way. I'm not sure if Croc has wandered back or not. So, Mayor, yeah, Southwest is really good about that. So, let us know what's going on. But yeah, Southwest is generally very good with stuff like that, with rebooking people. But if she's going to fly by herself in the future or travel and she falls asleep easily or this is a medical issue, you may want to let the airline know ahead of time. And they can usually like check in the gate area or, check in with you. Like her before she's supposed to be on the plane. So, let's see if I've missed anything else. Let's see if I can locate a Croco.
I'm here. I'm back. I apologize.
That's okay. Did you see my message?
Yeah. Yeah, I yelled at my phone because everything went dead.
All we could hear was, look at your fucking phone before you do shit.
Yep. I was yelling at the phone.
I was dying. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, I've got house internet, I've got a hotspot, and then I also have a hotspot on my phone. And when one craps out, it'll go to another. But when it crapped out, it unhit my mute.
Yeah, that's okay. I just remuted you when you were like cursing your phone out.
Yeah. Because my phone was
Like
being
either
bad.
she's cursing out a dog, a coworker, or a phone.
Or all of the above.
Pretty much.
At least I wasn't cursing out a Croco squirrel or a Loki or a defense lawyer.
I mean, they all kind of would have been fair game, although I'd have laughed. So the micro Loki's running a mile today.
Oh, sounds like fun.
Oh, she loves her running club. Mayor, any updates? Yeah, it was well timed. You're right. It could have been. So yeah, I'd laughed.
Quick.
Sassy is in Texas stuck. I don't know if you saw. It was one of the more entertaining points of the day.
Seems I missed it too.
What?
Whatever was getting sweared at.
Oh, all you heard was Patty yelling at her phone.
Oh,
But you
dear.
couldn't figure out, and all you heard was, "Look at your fucking phone before you do shit." Okay. Someone's in trouble.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy.
Krakow, between that and my rotating hotspot internet accesses on my computers, and yeah, it's been a fun morning.
Oh, no, that would suck. I know all about that.
That's why we
Okay.
yell at our phone. Look before you do stuff. This is not hard.
Yeah. Okay. So,
So, is it time to play a game or three?
it's time to play a game. I think it's time to play a game. How about you, Loki? You want to play something?
I will watch. I'm not going to play this first round, but I will watch.
Okay. Patty, trivia or quick flash?
Trivia.
Okay. Trivia it is. Let's make it easy on ourselves.
Okay, Debbie, take a nap.
Okay, we'll see you in a bit, Debbie. Okay.
The room code is OIUD.
Weird. Okay, we got
Casey, and you. Oh, Danny wants in. I lost.
I don't know who Phantom Hell is, but we'll probably find out soon enough. Come on. Come on, folks.
Hey, Nick.
Okay, that's who Phantom Hell is. Let's see. So Amanda dropped in for a little bit.
Yeah, I saw Amanda. I said hi to her.
Oh, and she usually jumps right in on these. Actually, it hasn't even been that long. Come on, Amanda. Phantom Hell. Let's see how it is. See.
Somebody's echoing again.
Uh-oh. That's so good. Can't have that. Come on, Amanda. Yeah, it's lunch break, Creed. Why don't you jump in here? Yeah, you should have seen it yesterday, Loki. The audience actually won a round of this.
Damn.
Yeah, all one of me.
Good job.
Okay. All right, we can make it. We can make a short game out of this.
Yes, Creed, you do need to eat.
I think everybody does. Yeah, you need to not do that either, Creed. Yeah, Sandy, I got you. Sandy was massacred by a croc.
Welcome to my game that I won't bother telling you the name of because you turned tutorials off.
Well,
First question. What does it mean if our room service breakfast is a la carte? Use your device to answer the question. And the correct answer is... Who got the question right?
Ooh.
Which leaves only you. Come with me. Welcome to the killing room. We're going to play with mirrors. Oh, hey, look! The ghost of my Aunt Mildred is writing on this mirror. Pay attention to her unique handwriting. Now, Aunt Mildred is going to write a different word. But so will everyone else. Draw a word on the mirror, and maybe you'll trick someone into thinking it's Aunt Mildred's. Start writing on that mirror. Watch closely. One of these new words
Yes,
will
it
be
is.
a word written by Aunt Mildred's ghost. So many convincing words to choose from. Now, type the word that Aunt Mildred wrote, or you die. Would the real Aunt Mildred please stand up? Oh, that's a weird mistake. It's time for you to join my Aunt Mildred. Just in case you like scores, here's where I keep them. Let's keep moving. What percentage of PP is just water?
Uh-huh.
Who picked this?
Uh-oh.
Nothing like knowing your urine.
Time for consequences. Welcome to room 217.
Well, I
This one's
Sandy,
just about me
Amanda.
giving you a gift.
Looks like you two you're in big, and it looks like you're in big shit.
The box and keep what's inside.
Oh my god, Croc. No.
Sorry. Uh-oh, it's a mirror.
Oh, cool. It's the curse.
He's not sorry.
Old Auntie Vale. Fair warning. You're possessed by a ghost now. If they answer faster than you, they'll block out that answer choice for you. Hopefully it's not a real smart and fast ghost, for your sake.
Uh-oh. I don't think I've ever seen this one in action.
Let's try another one. What type of rock is chalk? Who picked this? One of you is still alive. It's time. Now we learn obedience. Follow as many rules as you can before time runs out. Everyone else is playing
Back in
too.
a sec.
If any of them correctly follow more rules than you, I will kill you. The rules are already on your device. Go, go! Sometimes I worry that I say the word rules too much during this game. Rules, rules, rules. Yeah, maybe I'm overthinking it. Almost out of rules time. Well, now I'm mad at everybody. We're here. When one player is left alive, we'll go to the final round. Next question. What is the con short for in con artist? Who picked this? I want to show you something.
It's okay, Amanda.
Oh, look! It's the loser wheel! Give it a spin! I got it! This is nobody's favorite game.
Oh, it's the wheel of death.
But still satisfying.
Boom!
Let's keep moving. Which musical features Nicely Nicely Johnson?
Ooh.
Who picked this?
Oh.
Follow me.
Looks like Danny might actually take it. Might actually get out of this one in one piece.
Let's see who has ESP. Type in an answer that fits this category.
Oh, jeez.
Everyone else will answer too. And if anyone matches you, you die. And I do mean anyone.
Ooh. Come on, you two.
Answer time is coming to an end.
I'm gonna die. I can't remember any of the games in it.
You didn't answer. That's a real jerk move.
You don't know,
Here are the
Jack.
answers for whatever that's worth now. Only one of you is still alive.
Okay, Danny.
Your turn.
Legacy, you're the one to make it here alive, but will you be the one to escape?
Oh no.
Here's your first category. Has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit.
I know.
Let's see the right answers. Movies based on comic books. Time is almost up. Ugh, I gotta get some harder questions. Moving on. Words that are not fair. States with panhandles. Don't look back because there's a ghost right there. Don't fall behind.
Somebody fell behind.
It's only darkness.
Uh-oh.
Lines from Liam Neeson's speech in Taken. Time is almost up.
I've never seen the movie Taken.
I've seen it.
I've seen it many, many times. My dad used to say.
Candyland locations.
Yeah.
Pass me the popcorn. This one's close. It's not over yet. You need a perfect answer for your final escape. And that includes the third answer choice now, too.
How well you folks know your art. Oh! Wow, he went easy on you guys.
She started in the lead and stayed there.
Well, hey, it's all good.
Because Danny rocks.
All right. So what do we want next, folks? You want us to quit blast, or do you want to go to another one? Or do you want to go to, I don't know, something else?
You can play whatever. I'm trying to manage some other things and answer emails.
Yeah, we've got a little over an hour, so we've got time probably for 2 games. 3, depending on, or possibly 3. So what do you want?
I'll be back
Wheel
in a
of
second.
enormous proportions. You want to do wheel?
Yeah, I can play wheel while I do this. I have to mute for a minute.
Okay.
Set us up for wheel of enormous proportions.
Okay. I did not think that the Wheel of Enormous Proportions would be quite that popular. I was not a fan when we first checked it out.
I wasn't either, but it has since become a favorite.
It has actually, yes. Job's doing better than I thought it would. Too. But nobody's.
I don't
actually
like job.
Huh?
I'm not a job person.
Job is fun if you're given good material. If you're not, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah. I'd have to agree with that. There it is. Click. Presenting. Go. Hello. This is the one that I had actually not intended to get this one, or I had lowered it on the priority list. Well, I would have got it eventually, but Amanda sent it here.
XUYO.
I am here. I'm just multitask, guys.
That's on the
I
head.
do that too.
Sneaky Pete, Amanda. Come on. Sandy. Snarky. I think that's it. I think that's everybody. Are you coming, Loki, or are you in? You have
a
not.
Snarky P and a Snarky Pete. Yeah, Loki's there.
Oh, there
Do we
you
have
are.
a Sandy? Do we have an Amanda? Do we have a Danny? I think we got everybody. Mary McNome Quiplash is up next.
Okay. Well,
You have traveled to this sacred mountaintop, seeking answers from the all-knowing wheel of enormous proportions. You may now ask the wheel any one question that torments your very soul. Should you be chosen, your longing for truth will be satisfied, and your life forever changed.
Danny asked, yesterday, Danny asked the question of whether or not I would get a quiet chair. The wheel said no. I said yes as long as I could, when I had the money for it.
Mayor, when's Sassy's new flight?
What happened to Roll Flight?
She apparently fell asleep at the airport and missed her flight.
Oh, no.
And then Mayor thought she was on the flight to Baltimore and then got an email about them canceling it.
Your miles in the sky.
And was concerned. I said Southwest generally will rebook you without too much issue
Well, looks like you experts
or cost, and they did end up rebooking her. He said she fell asleep. It has to do with her stroke, I guess.
with 2 slices
I
for you.
said, you may want to tell them next time, because then they will make sure there's a gate agent. Hold on, guys.
Real Hallmark Christmas movies starring Candace Cameron Bure. Start tapping like a group of determined woodpeckers.
I don't know. Well, Thomas would be here, but he's probably got like actual work stuff to do.
The time to hurry up is right now.
Come on, Patty. Okay.
Sorry.
Yourself for the truth.
A shoe addict Christmas?
Really?
Huh.
You did something special just now. Since you did the very best, one more slice.
See, I don't watch these movies.
Acquaint yourself.
Neither do I, obviously.
Which of these are official student competition events developed by the National Speech and Debate Association?
The Jewish person does not watch any Christmas movies.
You don't watch Christmas movies. How'd you pull that one off?
In all honesty, I just went for ones that didn't sound like murder mysteries. Knowing what kind of channel the Hallmark Channel is, and knowing how religious Candace Cameron Bure is.
Are you kidding me?
It was literally just like, that doesn't sound like a murder movie. That doesn't sound like something a practicing super religious person would say.
That's the superhero movie to the actor who played its villain.
Oh boy.
Match away. I know you can do this. If you think this is hard, you should have played 100 years ago. I used to spit large fruit at you while you sing. Ha! Yeah, not a fan favorite. There's only time for one, maybe two matches.
I've seen exactly half. I've seen like 4 of those movies.
I've seen a couple, but I can't ever like remember, people's real names.
It has to be you. You're the one for me. Oh, look what I've got. Our flight. With the power slice in hand, the meeples brave the summit.
Danny's going to kick everyone's butt again.
You all look so out of breath. Just
Danny the Meeple.
Choose the slots on my
Hey there, Nancy.
Your slices.
$15.25 Central. All she has to do is stay away for.
Will I get there?
A little while.
It's a split pot.
We should have enough time for Quiplash after this, so we're going to do that.
Ready for a new spinner? Because I sure am.
Amanda gets the points.
Hey, how about a spin from a new spinner?
And Loki gets the points. Get him, Loki.
It's the last spin of the round. Spin like it's your last spin of the round. I'm slowly reducing in speed.
And Loki gets more. Nice.
Yay!
That lead.
Loki is killing
Points
it.
don't really mean anything, but let's just see who has the most.
End this game quickly.
Only played one round so far, but I can already tell this is going to be a game to remember.
I'm generally in last place, so I don't know what's going on.
Here they are.
Nancy thinks the wheel hates her. I'm not sure that's true, but.
How about you? Which of these are regions of France? Sometimes I imagine myself growing hands with fingers on them, so I can tap the correct answers just like you.
I'll go with that. With a little luck, hot coffee, I will be okay. Speaking of hot coffee,
Go fair Googling, Amanda.
I'm
Come
out
on.
of coffee and tea right now.
Only a few seconds left, so make them count, okay?
It's okay, hot coffee. The wheel hates me too. Usually. I don't know what's up today generally. Like, I'm.
One of those is in North America, one in England, and the other two are in what is now Germany.
The sequel to question 1, question 2.
Ooh, a sequel. Oh, I love these.
What is the more recent Kanye
Oh,
message?
God.
And I don't like
Oh,
that.
God.
Alexander the Great once played this question and only got 4. True story. If you can't decide which one to pick, go with the one with more letters. That works like 50% of the time. It's nearly curtains over here. Tap quick.
I don't think I've listened to a single Kanye song ever.
I haven't either.
Feeling all warm and fuzzy. Enjoy.
I only know of him because
Apparently, Sandy is our Kanye expert.
Yeah, looks like it.
Go hand in hand. I'm going to give you a series of clues to help you answer this question.
yeah, the one we got for this yesterday
Which
was
musical show
easy.
tunes have I been singing all day? You'll need a few clues, so it's a very cool musical. Makes me want to snap my fingers, which is hard because I don't have any. The answer's around here somewhere.
Why can't I get...
About 2 kids in love, and it ends not great. Anyone getting a Romeo and Juliet kind of vibe here? It might be the only musical where jets and sharks dance around together on dry land. It's no East Side Saga, but rather a something else.
that.
That's it for the clues. Last chance to answer.
Even I know
West
now.
Side Story.
Yeah.
Something's coming, and it's got something to do with slices. The winner is you. You're going to be so thrilled with this. Our flight. Bam! Oh, now I'm all fired up for a set of spins. Get over here.
Sandy's gonna kick my ass.
Hey, Meg.
Hey, Meg.
Hey, Meg.
Lunch break.
With her slice.
Meg, would you like an invitation?
Carefully is what a concerned person might say.
You can come visit everybody. It'll be great.
Meg is always welcome on the channel. She knows that I reached out and have spoken to her. And Meg knows she's always welcome on the channel. As a standing invite to join any stream ever.
Oh, how I've dreamed.
We love being entertained
Meg,
around
you're welcome
here.
to take my place for a while.
I'm Grouch too, Meg. You're always. Hold on.
The time to spin me is running out.
I mean, I'm losing my
Come
voice.
on, Amanda.
I have like mono and no voice, and hey, what can I say?
And then she gets 3,000 points. What's up with that?
She's good.
It's your turn.
Well, she didn't spin it. The wheel spun itself.
It's a pot share. I'm ready for a new
Yeah.
turn.
Mono.
Yeah, Meg, mono, really. Meg, I sent you the on Twitter. Let me know if you got it. Because I don't know why, no matter what I send you, it says that like it failed to go through, but you get them anyways.
The anticipation of where I land is killing me.
Andy.
The last spin really amps
Hello,
things up.
gorgeous lady.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
Yes, seriously, mono. I went to the doctor with no voice. And he's like, "Oh, your glands are really swollen." I was like, "Yeah, they always are. Chemo screws me over." And he was like, "Yeah, that's true, but this sounds worse than usual." And I had no voice. I'm like, "I've been streaming for like 3 weeks because Letecia Stauch stupid."
Mm-hmm.
And the guy was the doctor
Mono's
was like,
EBV, Epstein-Barr virus. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, you're fine.
"We can. Mono's not always EBV."
Well, the Epstein-Barr is what is related, is what triggers mono. Like to have mono, you have to have that virus in your system, the antibodies for it. And interestingly, they're coming out with studies that show that everyone who has MS, multiple sclerosis, has antibodies for the Epstein-Barr virus.
Your score can only go up.
And they're starting to link some of these autoimmune diseases to Epstein-Barr. So when I was diagnosed, the first thing they asked me was, "Hey, have you ever had mono?" I was like, "I don't think so." And then they tested me and I was positive for it, but I don't remember ever having it. So it's kind of like, holy crap.
Well, I have no antibodies, so I mean, there are other things involved.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even have my childhood immunizations after, enough chemo, radiation, and cancer to, kill everything with the nuclear apocalypse.
Yeah, it wipes it all out.
Yeah, so I know I don't have any antibodies because they've run my titers. It's most commonly caused by Epstein-Barr, but there are a few other things having to do with like the spleen and stuff that can cause it.
How long have they been at lunch? I was trying to see
That's what I would do.
if I could
About
forward
30
my
minutes.
channel here.
You can.
I think I can. I just got to figure out how to do it.
If it wants, you may need my permission.
I just got to figure out where to go.
To what? Direct your channel over here?
Yeah.
Um,
I think that's the right place. Yes, Mayor, I want to hear about your day. Tell me in a minute, and I will tell you all about the crazy woman in Miami who decided to steal my identity.
but did she go on a date with your brother?
Ooh, you little ones better hustle. Time is precious, am I right?
No, but I wish she would have.
Mine did.
Time.
The lady that stole your identity went on a date with your brother?
Pretty much.
Okay.
So, my brother, after his divorce, was, doing the online dating thing. And somebody stole my pictures
Comes with the prize of a power
and
slice.
decided to catfish my brother.
What author wrote some of
With
my
me.
gosh.
favorite books?
Like, not realizing it was my brother, and he and I are 15 years apart in age.
1775 in Hampshire, England.
I have no idea.
All right. Does anybody know how to do this?
Novels
Guys,
Yeah.
redirect my channel.
You've heard of at
How
least
do you
one.
use live redirect?
I may have to give you the permission to do it.
Books
Hold on.
mostly focus on women
No.
who
I got it. I actually got that right? What the hell? I never get that shit right on the first guess. I don't know.
That's a redirect. That's different, isn't it?
No, that's what you're looking for is redirect. Is to redirect. That once your stream ends, it'll send whoever's left in the chat team over.
But I don't have a.
The clues are all dried up.
Hold on.
I thought I could.
I can add it in StreamYard that it simulcasts on your channel. But hold on.
I thought it was in YouTube where I could.
Well, that's what I'm looking. I think there is.
Tell my people, hey, come hang out.
Something shiny.
I'm
Come
looking.
subscribe.
Hold on.
I'm trying to figure out what I've done it once before.
Yeah, no, I'm in the back end of YouTube looking right now.
Yeah.
Would it be weird if I had a set of bushes trimmed in your likeness, asking for a friend? Where should your slices go? You tell me. I'm not your mother, but I can shapeshift into your mother.
What is this crazy game thing? Are you playing games?
Yes, we are playing games.
Okay.
So it is the Wheel of Enormous Proportion.
Jackbox Party Pack 8.
Look, I'm going to spin with or without your slices, so let's go already.
Come on, Loki.
Oh.
You didn't post slices, so yeah.
With great consideration, I've selected you.
Sorry, I was trying to do the Meg thing.
Look at that.
And missed it.
Not like it matters that much. You've got enough points.
Hey, that's something. It's your time to shine.
Come on, Amanda.
I'm subscribed to you, so now you should be.
I don't want to spin without you.
You should be able to redirect things to mine. Wow. Ardo, celiacs and autoimmune don't come from it. They're just saying that if you have celiacs, you have the immunity.
Right now. Give us a spin.
Nope, I died.
It ain't curtains yet.
I got the little death skull.
Too late to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat.
Why does it see you? Oh, it's how to go away.
Did you see the awful news about Secret?
Oh, yes, that's horrible.
It is. I don't know how close you were with Secret.
I worked with her a bit when John first started, and we were helping him get up and running.
Win it right here.
Yeah,
The mystery of where I land is about to.
I talked to her a bunch, and yeah, behind the scenes, since we were all kind of going through some of this.
Okay, no winner yet. Let's go.
Now's your chance to steal the win. Spin away, little one. That's what I'm
At least
talking
she's not in pain anymore.
Yeah. That
And
was
for all of us spoonies, it's all we can want.
Come on down. This could be the very last spin of the game.
Got a 1 in 3 chance of it continuing. Oh, there goes 1 in 3.
Next time, spinner.
No, this isn't working. What did I do?
Next spinner, show me what you got. grinding to a halt.
I haven't seen John on lately, but I haven't been checking for him.
He hasn't been on. He's been sick the past couple days. He said, I talked to him the other night. He's actually trying to help me with my identity theft issue.
This could be.
All right, let me just go to regular YouTube and I'll just share your thing and see if anybody.
And so it is finally time to
Who
answer.
stole your identity?
So I got a.
It's time for what last spin.
I gotta spell Loki. I can't even say it.
Lokificent?
Yeah, I got a thing in the mail that said.
And now you are enlightened.
Share.
Oh, don't worry, it takes a few minutes to sink in.
Create post. I got a thing in the mail that said, "Hey, the hospital was had a data breach and they stole all your information." And I'm like, "The hospital? Okay, that's crazy. But here's this free software to monitor your credit." Okay, cool. So I do it, and when I pull it up, I have this credit card on there that I've never seen before or heard of, and it's like somebody got it, maxed it out, and then never paid it. But I've never gotten anything about it. So I went and tried to contact them, went through all the things, and they said that they have determined that it's a valid card because they verified my address. Which they put the address on my credit file when they opened the card, but then they used that address on my credit file to verify that it was really me. So
yeah,
are you kidding me? They opened a Credit Karma account in my name. And I mean, I have to give them credit for being like pretty creative in that regard. They basically got my whole entire credit history. And if you think of those like questions you have to answer, those security questions, what street did you live on? What finance company do you have a loan through? How much is your monthly loan? You can answer all that with your credit report. So
yeah, it's actually become pretty common lately.
I had never heard anything like that. So I was pretty shocked, I guess, when I saw all this. But it really got me that I tried to call him again, and I'm like, okay, tell me what you need for me to prove that I'm me and I'm not this random person in Miami. She wouldn't tell me, wouldn't let me talk to anybody, anything else. So I have retained the services of J. Robine Law, who is going to assist me with his legal abilities to maybe, I don't know.
The room code is
how much did they put on that card?
It's only $1,000, which shouldn't seem like it's that big of a deal, but it knocked my credit score down so much. Everything else is perfect. There's no other negative anything other than
this one card that took 200 points out of your score.
Yeah. Well, and I owe like more in student loans than like double my house, but you know, what can you do about that? So I'm getting ready to sell my house and buy another one, but I can't do that because my credit score is so low. I'm going to end up paying like 12% interest rate on a house. It's so crazy.
All right, hold on. Let me get this.
That's strange that they are making it that hard for you.
I know. And I'm like, okay, listen, let me explain this to you. I haven't been able to work in 2 years. I have no income. And you can take and send this to, what's it called? The debt collector.
Did you see what Kara? Hold on.
Kara! Hi, Kara.
Oh, hi, Kara.
I popped a comment up for you from Kara.
So it's not my bank. This was a independent credit card company who has a pretty bad reputation. And I haven't actually lost any money. they just have hurt my credit score, so I need this off my credit history. That's where it gets a little, and they won't remove it from my credit report because they say that they have, hold it. The information provided on the application passed the Customer Identification Program verification criteria outlined in the U.S. Patriot Act. We have no record of returned mail or statements from the address verified as belonging to you. And our records indicate we made verbal contact with you. Like, no, and no, you didn't. Like, it was mailed to a physical address verified as belonging to you. None of those things. Yeah.
Well, your actual address should be part of some sort of credit report.
Right. So when they did this, do you know how your most recent information is what's shown on your credit report? So they used old information. They used my married name from, 10 years ago. So now when you pull up my credit, it looks like my name is my old name, and I live in Miami Gardens in the ghetto. And interestingly enough, John and I did a little digging on this, and this is a tiny little 1-bedroom house, and there are like 25 or 30 people who live there.
Oh, yeah.
All of them stopped living there on February 2023. Imagine that. They all moved out at the same time. Can you imagine?
Which means they grabbed it up, maxed it out, and then bailed.
Yep. And it looks like the lady that owns it is the one doing it. I mean, there's a lady who owns it.
It shouldn't be hard to get. I've dealt with similar.
Yeah, it's time consuming and energy draining, and I just don't have it. Like, I've got so much other stuff. I get like 2 or 3 good hours a day before I crash.
I know the feeling.
And I actually spent the last 2 days in bed. So I'm kind of like blah, trying to recover from that.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
So who was on this morning? I usually watch it at night to catch up.
So the only person on the stand so far was the second competency evaluator, who was requested by the defense.
Come on, Meg, get in here.
So
I don't know what I'm doing.
just go to jackbox.tv in a different browser window. Put in the room code, and this is Quiplash. So
your job is
what you'll do is it'll say like,
Enter the room code.
this player,
P.
or whatever, like, and you have to come up with like a stupid or funny, answer. And then after everybody does, it'll pop up 2 of the options for people to vote.
Okay.
Yep,
and then the
You might
person
have to
that's got
hold
like
my
the
hand while we
funniest
go.
little clapback or quip will win.
All righty. We got a full house.
It's easy.
For arraignment.
Hello. This
That's
is class 3.
interesting.
Take Manhattan.
Yeah, no. So like with mine,
This game. So please treat
like
it with
I
and if you're not in the game, the
I
next
look
best
nothing like my brother, okay?
to get in there and vote. Round
But
1. You'll answer
when
2
this
different devices
happened,
any way you want, and then each of your responses
I was
will
still-
barrel up against someone else's. The remaining
well, not
players
still.
their favorite.
It was
Easy.
closer to
Scored based on the percentage
when
of
I'd
people
still
who
done a
choose
few. I was
your
still doing
response.
some modeling and calendar work. And I just had random pictures. You see on your Jackbox window where it's asking you for answers.
Okay.
So just answer whatever and be silly, and then they'll vote. My brother's 6'9". But
oh wow, that's really tall.
I'm the family midget. Like, it's a joke, but I'm the family midget.
How tall are you?
5'11".
Holy shit.
But like, so my best friend from college, who's like my best friend in the world, she's like 5'2". And I mean, I've always played sports. I played sports with guys. And so, like, the height thing was never, like, just didn't register because all my friends are guys pretty much. And then she met us, and I met her in college. And she's sitting there looking like my dad was 6'6". My uncle's 7'2". My cousin's 6'11".
Wow.
Don't forget your
You know, I'm like 5'11" and a quarter because in sneakers, I'm in like my duty boots or sneakers, I'm like right at 6 foot.
Come on.
We were all standing there talking, and she's like, "What is wrong with you circus freaks? I thought Jews were short." And like, we all died of laughter because like,
anyway, back to the catfishing story.
Yeah, well, it's like stereotypical. So, but I'm, there's a 15-year age difference, but I was still doing calendar and modeling work, and back like when I was in college and stuff, to get a Facebook, you had to have a .edu email. Remember that? Like in the first days.
I never jumped on Facebook for a long time. Like my mom made me get on it.
So for like a long time, Facebook, you had to have a .edu email.
That makes sense though.
Like when it first started and stuff.
In MacGyver's most
But my brother had started online dating after his divorce, and somebody in our general area we're from stole my pictures off of like
way
Facebook
back in the
or
early days.
No, but this was like
decisions.
trying to think how long ago. Is Micro Loki's almost like 8 years ago?
Wrong.
9 years ago?
Wow.
I had to think back to how old Micro Loki is. So they had stolen the pictures off things, which whatever.
Yeah.
And so my brother calls me and he's like, "You're such an evil bitch. Like, why would you match with me on a dating app? Like, you know what I just went through?" And I was like, "Idiot. That's not me."
Time to pick the one you like
Like,
best.
idiot. You think I would actually put that much energy into something? Like, I'll just argue with you to your face. Like, that is way too much effort.
That's
You're
crazy.
like, you know what I mean? Like, you are giving me way too much credit here. So he didn't tell the person like that he knew that they were using the wrong photo. And they talked online for like weeks and weeks. And then this person wanted to meet.
And here we have
And so he set up a date at Starbucks and
better pickle.
walked in, and he's pretty easy to spot.
All right,
And he was able to figure out who it was because, like, as soon as he walked in, like you could tell they registered.
Mm-hmm.
And he went and ordered a drink. It went right to the back, like where the bathrooms are. And I had been at the back of the Starbucks, and so he pointed her out. I walked forward and sat down at the table, and I was like, "Hey, what's up?"
Oh God.
No service.
She really showed up after using fake
Yep.
pictures?
Using fake and I was like, "What's up?" And she just like stared at me.
How
And I
do you
was
play
like-
that off? Like when you look totally different?
Well, that's what I said. And my brother came as soon as I sat down.
Or did she look
know-
like you, kind of?
No, not even close.
That's just
What
bizarre.
people, so like, I always say this, and some people take it as like me being judgy or whatever. Like, I don't care what you weigh, what you look like. I really don't.
Mhm.
But the reality of it is, you know, I was in Maximum, a calendar model. I'm, you know, almost 6 feet tall, and I wear like a 2 or a 0.
All right,
You know,
check it out.
I kind of
Pair of cargo shorts.
stand out. You know, like I don't think I'm all that, but I know I'm not like average in that regard. Like I wouldn't have gotten where I went without it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was like,
Oh, that
what
was
were you like?
Let's never speak of it
And
again.
my brother sat down
Words.
and she goes, well, I figured that like we'd have been talking and he really liked me for me. What's wrong, Mayor?
He didn't get in on the
Round
quick.
two is knocking on the door.
He was like getting in on the quick flash.
So the points are doubled.
No, Mayor, we will have time. Relax. No going dark. Unless did something else happen with Sassy?
I hope not.
What's wrong, Mayor? So I was like, what are you? She's like, well, it was that typical, like on the show Catfish. I figured we talked so much that you liked my personality, and you know that like.
Oh my god, these questions are weird.
Yeah,
Sorry.
they're supposed to be.
Yeah, the objective here is comedy, whether intentional or not.
Yeah. But yeah, she was like so convinced that her personality would win my brother over, and that he had already, you know, invested so much that he would be willing to give her a chance. Because like if looks really aren't important to you, why does it matter? And I'm like, because you've been lying to him?
The whole
But, like,
time.
you do you, boo, whatever. But I was like, maybe don't pick a calendar and, like, model. But, like, maybe, you know, don't.
Come on, bud. There we go.
Maybe, you know what I mean? Like, maybe pick someone from a different area? Something?
Something in a postal code that's not yours.
Sexy vampires.
But okay, why not? Yeah, he didn't go on a second date, but she was like convinced.
Well, anybody who's going to lie to you from the start is not, you know, good dating material to begin with. I mean, if you're starting off on that note, let's just move on with our lives. And
the reality of it, though, in my, you know, like with all of it is, I'm kind of surprised because my brother's choice in women is less than desirable.
Well, you know.
But hey, but yeah, it was like the best. I was like, until somebody uses your picture to catfish your own sibling.
Yeah, that's messed up.
I was like, yeah, I live close to West Virginia, but I'm not in West Virginia.
Oh, West Virginia. That just totally explained it all.
Now I'm in Pennsylvania, but I was like, well, no, I'm like, my best friend's from Alabama. I'm like, wow, I'm familiar with both. I don't live in either state where that would be slightly
acceptable.
Yeah, I was like, okay. But yeah, like this chick was convinced.
Seriously? Wow, shots fired twice.
Yeah, I totally bombed this one. I couldn't.
Is that what you call a double barrel shot fire?
Oh yeah.
But yeah,
from
so
two different
John's been
directions.
sick. That sucks. But yeah, that was like the best. I just love the like you catfished my own brother with me. Like what? You're an idiot.
So I found something super interesting yesterday while I was snooping around the interwebs.
Okay.
Judge Bryant has an Insta with some hot pics on it.
Lenice Bryant?
Yes, ma'am.
Damn.
She is. Wow.
You missed my fight with Judge Simpson's court clerk.
Oh?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it got spicy.
The worst thing a father could tell his
I didn't know his court clerk didn't. Like in the chat?
No, in real life.
All right, choose your favorite.
Why?
So, one of the channels I kind of watch, the guy is his name's Terrence Pop.
To answer that question that way.
Let's see how
And he's like part of that MGTOW,
newspaper.
you know, whatever mindset. Well,
Everybody, pick your favorite quip.
he has this redunculous, like social media, men first, all this stuff, right?
Fired again, Loki.
Some dude goes and posts a video on it announcing he is going to unalive himself
The most common dating
because
dragons.
the court's lying about things. It's like messing with his custody, all of this stuff. And that if you're seeing this video, he's has either already unalived himself or is doing it.
Where was this posted at? I'm sorry, I missed that part.
So the guy's name is Terrence Pop. He has a site called Redonkulous.
Okay.
And he's
so it was
kind
like
of
his own personal website he posted it on?
No. So Pop, who's this big, redonkulous guy.
Okay.
Has his own website for like this men going their own way. Like No Ty Bronca goes on his anti-woman thing.
No, but I know what you mean, that type of thing.
Like for those kind of people.
Yeah.
And he has his own website where you can like go join.
Okay.
Hard to put that
This guy posted it on Pop's website.
Scoreboard.
And he said, like, when they find me dead, Pop, like, tell people this is why I did it. And Pop had gone on his YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, look, this is the only information I have about this guy.
Responses. Easy stuff.
He's put this video out there. This is where he's saying he's from, whatever. I reached, like, I don't know what to do. I've tried to reach out, like, I'm trying to get this guy help. And I was like, let me do some internet sleuthing, same thing.
Yeah.
And I noticed his pending charges and upcoming hearing that have apparently pushed him over the line. He's appearing in front of Simpson.
Oh.
Like he had already, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's been arraigned. He has a lawyer. And his hearing is in front of Simpson. And, whatever. So I sent an email and CC'd Simpson, the guy's lawyer who was listed, and the court clerk, all three. Like, I sent it to all of them, and I'm like, look, someone come get your boy.
Yeah.
Like, your client, the dude that's, and you know how compassionate Simpson is.
Yeah, he'll usually, when someone needs help, he'll jump in and...
Just a few
Right.
seconds.
And so I was like, I can't imagine someone being in front of Simpson and being like, I need mental help. and Simpson ignoring it.
Right.
So I like chalked it up to maybe he just didn't see or whatever.
Loki.
Let's see
What?
what you've done.
Mayor McNome finally got back to us.
Yeah, I say I'll answer him in 1 second, McNome.
We all need to
Simpson's
do.
Don't go
not
anywhere.
on a trial. He's a judge at Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Judge J. Cedric Simpson.
Yeah, he's really cool. I always love that. That's a no. It's like my favorite. So I reached out and I'm like, hey, come get your guy.
Yeah.
He's saying he's gonna do this. Like, I have no way of getting a hold of him. This appears to be imminent. Like, I don't know what to do.
He needs
But
help, and those are the people that have
Right,
real
and
life
you all
ties
have
to him.
contact. And I said, like, I like, I love Judge Simpson. Oh my God.
It's just discovered these
Oh,
three
no.
surprising facts.
Mayor, hold on. Mayor Wrench, did someone call an ambulance?
One hopes.
Never turn down free points is what I always say.
Mayor Wrench, has someone caused her? Has somebody called her an ambulance?
Adult.
Call her and tell her to have them get her an ambulance.
Real. Pick your favorite.
Or tell EMS at the airport. Or call the airport. Mayor, call the airport. Call security and tell them she is having a medical emergency. We will get it all. Get EMS. Call the airport. Call the airport and get her help.
All right, choose your favorite.
It doesn't matter, Mayor. Call the airport. You want to make sure you do not want her in a pressurized cabin if it's just a TIA. It doesn't matter. You don't want her pressurized if it's just a transient attack. You just call the airport.
Let's see what that did to the final scores.
And we will get everything sorted out. So whatever. So I had reached out, Meg.
Mm-hmm.
I get this email from his clerk that how dare I reach out to him?
What?
Yeah.
It's not appropriate. Everything should go through his clerks and everything should go through. I'm like, I'm not appearing in front of you. That, the judge can't talk to me directly. I'm like, I'm not your, you have no say over me.
Yeah.
I'm not your client. This is not about me. I'm not appearing in front of the judge. I'm not under your jurisdiction.
Maybe she's getting a little too big for her britches because she's a YouTube star.
I don't know what to tell you. So I, being the snarky bitch I generally can be, sent her an email back and I said, okay, I'll make sure that everybody knows that if somebody's threatening to unalive themselves, the only way you have of getting them help or tracking them down is knowing that Judge Simpson has their actual information by reaching out. That you don't want anybody reaching out to him. That it's got to go through all the paralegals and things.
I feel like he said before, if anybody needs help, reach out type thing. I could be wrong. I could be thinking of someone else, but I really feel like
No, but I'm just saying, like, and I got this thing back, and she's like, no, I did make sure Judge Simpson saw it, and Judge Simpson has seen the information, and he has ordered, and he's talked to the lawyer. And the lawyer has he has ordered the lawyer and someone else to go make contact and do a wellness check. But like when I said the snarky ass comment back, like,
yeah,
okay,
she got a little too big for her britches. It happens.
but it was just funny. Like she and I went back and forth, and I was like, nah, that's what you're not doing. This is the only information I had.
Yeah, you're doing like a public service. It's not like you're sitting there.
Hot Nancy, somebody on social media said they were going to unalive themselves, and I reached out to Judge Simpson, who was the only avenue and person who I knew who had contact with him, whatever, with this person that would be able to get it help or get them help. And his court clerk got all angry.
Coffee.
So, yeah, I didn't really care, but it was just funny. Like, Meg, you'd have died. I was like, no. I read the email on stream.
Not till after she shared it with me, though.
Yeah. I was just like, no, we're not doing this. Judge Simpson, come get your clerk. But yeah, I was just like, no. Come get your clerk, Judge Simpson. And apparently they were able to intervene because Pop keeps a statistic of the people he's helped. I think this was person number 513 he has saved. You're muted, Meg.
Yeah, I was playing with jingle bells. I didn't want you to hear the jingle bells.
Oh, yeah.
I'm crafting while we chat.
Oh, that's fine. It was like person 5. Yeah, it was person like 513.
Wow.
That he's saved, like by having people reach out and all of that. He was a sniper in the military, and he had several of his men, that had done it because of things women did, and that's what started his crusade. But yeah, I was like, no. Come get your clerk.
Jeez. It's people.
So what are you crafting, Meg?
Set off so easily. It's actually a door hanger. It's kind of complicated. So my friend is very big into crystals and
alternative things.
Yeah, Wicca, I guess, is what it's classified as. But there's this little, it's supposed to be a protection hanger. You put it on the back of your door and you put little bells on it and little charms. And it's supposed to protect your house from the negativity, not allow the negativity into your house. Just a cute little symbol of something. So it's just a little macrame circle, and then you hang little bells on it. And so it chimes when it goes in the door. Just random stuff that I can sit and do while we talk.
Okay. Mayor Wrench, they will get her the help. We will make sure she gets rebooked with Southwest. Deep breath. You have everybody here. We will get it square, okay?
Airports usually have excellent medical centers because
yes,
I mean,
because asshole
number of
paramedics like I
people-
have to fucking deal with it. But they actually, almost all of the airports use the University of Pittsburgh. Did you know that?
like around the country or just near you?
Yep. Around the country.
Like
Univers-
outsourcing it?
Well, what they do is the University of Pittsburgh, like UPMC Emergency Department,
Mhm.
has a phone line for the airlines. So, like, if somebody at these medical centers at the airport, like, regardless of what city, when they need to run something by a physician to decide if somebody's
Yes.
fit to fly.
Yes, I've seen that before, and they call on the phone. And
Yeah,
that
and they call it's
there.
actually through UPMC.
Interesting.
Because at one point when I was still a full-time medic before I was using my big kid job, and then my health had issues, I took the calls. And like,
Interesting.
you know, like you would medic command, I would
Mhm.
take the calls and then I would tell, you know, the resident ER physician. Yeah, Mayor Wrench, that could definitely do it. And she, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That will make you unsteady on your feet.
Yeah.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, that would do it.
Yeah, so like they would call me like, this person's this, and this many weeks pregnant, whatever. Like, are they fit to fly? And then I'd fill the doctor in, and then the doctor would like jump on the consult if it, you know, and tell them like if they were fit to fly or not. But, you know, it was always interesting. Yeah, I actually have somebody bought me a leather door hanger thing. It's like a brass ring. It's got what look like Christmas bells on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I have it on my front door because Micro Loki will let herself out. Or when she was littler, she would.
Mhm.
And I had to put a sliding latch all the way at the very top of the door that she couldn't reach when standing on a chair. Because she's an asshole and will climb. Like once she realized that she had to undo a deadbolt, so this way I hear anyone going in or out the front door.
Tee-hee.
Because, you know, 3-year-old Micro Loki would see like Target deliver a package and she would know that there was probably snacks or something for her.
So go get it.
And let herself out the front door to open it and get her snack. Or like UPS would drop off something around Christmas or her birthday and she would be like, I'm gonna open this.
Oh
god. So I had to get one of those to prevent her from doing the Micro Loki things.
What are you chewing on, child?
Who?
Apple.
What is the flapple doing?
I used to like
She's
wind chimes.
just finding random stuff to chew on.
She's bored.
I hear her chewing. Well, she just went outside. She had a snack. She should be going to sleep.
Hey.
Wants to sleep. Blanche is a good dog. Apple, on the other hand, is a mess. Meg, Apple is a 4-year-old. Yep. Only mine's a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel.
She's half
Yeah.
Cavalier, half Poodle. Although I think more Poodle because of the attitude.
Well,
Squeaky.
Patty has a standard poodle named Blanche and the Cavalier Spaniel.
You could breed them and get me another one that's not broken.
They're both fixed and female.
Yeah,
They've
micro
already done
Loki.
their duties.
There's
There we go.
the apple. Apple.
Picture of the little
Oh, look at a puppy.
Apple.
Here. Look.
That's what are you
Apple.
guys doing today?
Come
Yeah,
here.
we're just
What are
This
you
is the
doing,
Apple
Apple?
Rose.
Look at a puppy.
Apple
This is-
Rose.
I curled up.
Here's
Micro
Apple.
Loki's going to be so upset.
She missed it. She
Apple
missed
Rose, you're gonna have to call and talk to Micro Loki after.
Come here.
What do you want?
You need to see
What do you
too.
want?
See, look at a puppy.
You get
Do you see the puppy? There's puppies. There's puppies on TV.
what is it?
The jury's not
All right,
present in the
we're back.
courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in
What
time?
can?
Prosecution?
Nothing from the people,
Okay, we're back.
thanks.
Vince? Okay, got everybody ready?
All right, everyone. It has been
Okay.
fantastic. I gotta run and go pick up the little one. So you all
Yeah, I'm
have
gonna do that shortly.
a great
I'll catch you
afternoon.
later, Meg. Let me know if you need
care.
anything.
All right, bye guys.
Bye, guys.
I don't
Bye-bye.
know. I gave it back to you because it had to go to Dr. Grimmett. So upload it. Okay. And then, yeah, since it's offered, just upload it as Exhibit C. What?
Mayor
Yes.
Wrench,
can't just get it. No, it's okay. I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
it could be
Uh,
the problem, but
Actually,
she
maybe we
could also
probably ought to
have
do that,
taken the extra one
because
because
otherwise
she
it's going to
didn't
be in some,
remember.
it's going to be in a different
So you want to
format.
make sure.
Just as long as it doesn't go back to the jury.
Yeah.
No, no, I wasn't planning on that, on sending it back to the jury, but the issue is if, in civil cases, we
Hello,
always have both
Karen.
sides upload it, but this is a little bit different. Let me think about that.
Hello, Karen. Your
Okay.
name I have not seen. Welcome to the lair. Welcome to the Beasties. Hopefully you will join us.
All rise for the jury, please.
Subscribe, stay, enjoy the snark, the games, the puppers.
We have lots of puppers. I'm kind of wondering where mine got off to.
Don't curse it. I don't want to hear Miko whining at me.
Aw,
Slot cam.
not named after a trash panda. Hello,
Thank you, Melvin.
Karen.
We'll recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Karen, enjoy your
When we
time.
took our break, we were
Enjoy
still in the midst
your
of the
membership as a
prosecution's case in
beastie.
chief. That's where we will resume. Prosecution,
The
can I have your
beasties
witness, please.
is a
Good
term of
afternoon, Your Honor.
love
We would call
here.
Dr.
What
Loandra
Maleficent called
Torres.
Aurora. We do have Thomas, the resident,
Raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
comes up with silly
Do you swear
tactical
affirm the testimony
products
about
for
to give in this matter will
fun.
be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
We have my
Go ahead and have
tech
a seat
squirrel,
in
the
witness stand.
Croco
Please watch your
squirrel, and
step as you step
co-host.
into
You
the
will
stand.
see, you
I
will
also
see a
make a
Patty.
guest host. And then we have a Patty.
You are always welcome. Ask
Mr. Young?
questions.
Thanks, Judge.
Ask questions. Say hi.
Good afternoon, Doctor. How are
Be a
you?
part of the community.
Good afternoon. I'm good,
We
thank
are
you.
a loving, supportive
When you
community.
get settled, I'll have you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name, please.
The only thing we don't allow is hate. Well, you can hate on the
Good
defendant,
afternoon. My name is Dr. Loandra
but we have
Torres,
discussions
but
in the
last name
chat.
is
We
spelled
don't be mean in the chat
Torres.
to each other.
Is your first name
You can be mean to others,
Loandra?
just not each other.
That is correct.
We have adult
One of the
discussion
few names I was able to get right.
without name
perhaps.
calling. We are
So,
glad to
What
have
do you do for a
you.
living, Doctor?
Currently, I'm employed with the Office of Civil and Forensic Mental Health. I am the clinical director of the Court Services Department.
Last witness. It's either this one or the next one.
Well, it essentially means I'm involved in a number of different duties. The Court Services Department
Croc.
here in the state of Colorado
I'm gonna pop
is
back
responsible
in
for a number of the
as
court-ordered
Mobile
evaluations
Loki
as it pertains to
because
competency
I
to
have
proceed,
to head to
as
grab
well
the
as the
micro
mental
Loki.
state at the time of the crime
So I'm gonna
evaluations.
leave.
So in my
You wanna
role,
pull your
I'm
stream up?
responsible for supervising
Yeah.
the supervisors who supervise all
I'll
of
start
the state
rearranging the windows now. Send me a link
evaluators
for
who
it.
do those types of
I forgot to grab it this
evaluations.
morning.
Another one of my primary
Can
roles
you
is
do
to
it?
advise administration as it pertains to clinical issues
I'll
associated
take
with
over. I'll
policy.
take over the stream. They can come in the spring. That's not a problem.
And my tertiary
Okay, do
role
you
is
need to
that
put
I
yourself
am
up?
the associate director of our
I don't know if you
formal
can
forensic
take my
psychology
screen.
fellowship.
I can't take yours
with the
directly.
department.
I'd have to put one up.
Are
And
you a
it won't,
psychologist?
it won't take
I'm
long.
a
It's just a
psychologist.
couple minutes.
How long have you been a
Okay, I'll wait
psychologist?
for you.
I have been
Do it.
licensed since 2012.
Have you been doing that same role, or at least in that, at some point with that agency throughout your whole career?
Not throughout my whole career.
What did you start out being when you became a psychologist?
I was initially licensed in Texas, and I worked in Texas for a couple of years conducting competency
Mayor
to
Wrench, if you
proceed
need to call me,
evaluations at a private hospital. Then I came to
the house.
Colorado, licensed here. I worked for a couple of years at the state hospital down in Pueblo, primarily
Mayor,
doing violence
call
risk
me.
assessments with individuals who had been adjudicated not guilty
If
by
you
reason of
need me.
insanity. Following those 2 years, I transitioned to the Court Services Department, worked as a state evaluator, doing competency to proceed evaluations, as well as mental state at the time of the crime evaluations.
Oh, check. Click.
Eventually promoted to the
Whoa.
clinical director
Way
level,
down.
where I started transitioning to doing the things that I already outlined, in addition
Okay,
to
we're
continuing
good.
to do some evaluations.
Okay, my Croc,
Evaluations to
2
psychologists
Lokis are about to.
that agency?
No, I'm not involved in
Okay.
assignment.
Are you a board certified in the field of forensic psychology?
So we have
What does that mean to be board certified?
Board certified essentially means that you have gone through a rigorous examination that includes a written examination and an oral defense of your work
over here like
in
so.
front of a panel of
And
experts.
we're all
so
set.
your competence in the field is
Ben Shapiro.
acknowledged and to be at high level enough to become board certified.
I would agree. I agree.
Is it rare for psychologists licensed in Colorado to be board certified?
Yes,
Why?
because it's difficult. And
Oh,
it
well,
takes many
okay.
years.
But trolls are
I think
usually
the whole
big and
process
hefty
for
and
me,
tall,
at
and
least, took approximately
he's
2
just
years
not.
and a lot of studying to
Ben
accomplish.
Shapiro is just not.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have my bachelor's in psychology from Johns Hopkins University. I then went on to obtain a
And then Ben
master's
Shapiro
and
is
a
a useful
doctorate in
idiot. So
forensic psychology from Alliant International University in Los Angeles. Following the completion of my doctorate, I did a 1-year formal postdoctoral fellowship, which helped me specialize in the area of forensic psychology and conducting competency and mental state evaluations.
And have you taught and gave presentations in the field of forensic psychology?
I have.
Tell the jury about that.
My teaching has been, well, formal teaching, I'd say, has been pretty limited. I did conduct a course out of Texas Tech University during my fellowship year, but I've been involved in training for quite some time. As I noted, I'm the associate director of our formal forensic psychology fellowship. So that means that I assist with the training of individuals who have received their doctorates and are specializing in these types of evaluations. So there's a lot of training and education that goes into that. In addition, being the clinical director for the Court Services Department, I am involved specifically in the training of competency to proceed evaluations, along with one of my colleagues.
How many competency evaluations have you conducted in your career?
Competency? I think it's fair to say that I've probably conducted somewhere between 700 to 800 competency evaluations.
How many legal insanity evaluations have you conducted in your career?
Sanity, I've done close to 35.
And have those 35 been here in Colorado?
All but one.
Assuming that one was in Texas?
Yes.
See how I put that together so quickly?
Very good of you.
Have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic psychology in the past?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
31.
And out of those 31 times, did those include both competency hearings and perhaps jury trials involving the issue of insanity?
Yes.
At this time, we would ask that the court qualify Dr. Torres as an expert in the field of forensic psychology and allow her to render opinions in that field.
Okay. The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So, Dr. Torres, could you let the jury know how you became involved in this particular case, the people of the state of Colorado versus the people of the South?
Yes, I became involved in this case in 2020. I was one of the evaluators who conducted her initial competency evaluation.
Ow.
How did that
That's no fun, Kara.
evaluation come to you?
I can't say I remember.
We've actually
the
been kind of worried
specifics, but
about
we
you.
do
You wandered
have
off
a
and didn't come
process for
back.
assigning evaluations, and given the high-profile nature of this case, they asked myself and Dr. Gray to conduct it since both of us are board certified in forensic psychology.
We're going to talk about Dr. Gray in a second, but why 2 psychologists involved in this case versus just 1?
Usually with such high-profile cases such as this one, we like to involve 2 individuals because it's 2 sets of eyes. 2 individuals who can draw an opinion from what we see, what we are reading, and that's the primary reason.
Hopefully the other surgeries, the results of the other
Dr.
surgery
Gray
were positive.
is currently employed as the the director of training at the Court Services Department.
And does he have an office down at what used to be called the State Hospital, Colorado Human, what is it called, Colorado Institute?
The Colorado, it's not the Colorado Mental Health Hospital in Pueblo.
Is that where does he still have an office down there?
He does.
And what does he do there at the state hospital?
His primary duties are ones of training, so he is our primary training director. When I noted that I do training for competency evaluation, he is the other colleague I referenced. He is also the primary director of our postdoctoral fellowship, overseeing the training of our postdoctoral fellows. He is also involved in organizing the yearly or bi-yearly trainings that we have as a department, which revolve around a number of different topics, those associated with competency, those associated with clinical diagnosis, etc.
And did this case come to you and Dr. Gray for evaluation based on a defense counsel raising competency in this case on June 5th of 2020?
Yes.
And could you, the jury's heard a little bit about a competency evaluation, but could you let the jury know what you did
Okay.
from the court to do that competency?
We're back. Yay.
Sure. We have a pretty standard process that we follow. The first thing that we do whenever we receive an order for competency is that we contact both sets of attorneys, the defense attorney and the prosecuting attorneys, to ask any questions about why the issue of competency was raised, what concerns there might be, if there are any concerns at all. Following that consultation, we then review all of the information that we have available to us. In this case, there was a good amount of discovery that we had to review in preparing for the actual interview. Once that is completed, we conduct an interview for competency to proceed. In this case specifically, it occurred over the course of 2 days, meaning that there were 2 separate meetings, and we conducted some psychological testing as part of our evaluation.
And I'm going to talk about that competency evaluation here in a little bit, but did you also conduct an insanity evaluation based on the defendant's not guilty by reason insanity plea that took place in February of 2022?
Yes.
And so I may be jumping back and forth as we talk about those, but did Dr. Gray assist you in that evaluation as well?
Yes, both of us worked on the sanity evaluation as well.
And did you use information that you gained or you looked at in the competency evaluation from June of 2020 or the evaluation you did on insanity from February of 2022?
We did incorporate, we did consider our competency evaluation The discovery was pretty much the same for both cases. And for our sanity evaluation, we had access to a number of other documents like medical records, health records, employment records.
And did you receive additional discovery based on the time frame between the competency evaluation and the insanity evaluation?
We did.
And I think you already answered this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Why were you and Dr. Gray chosen to do the insanity evaluation on this particular case?
We were chosen to do the sanity evaluation for similar reasons, in that both of us are board certified and it is a high profile case. But in addition to that, we had already reviewed the discovery from the competency evaluation, which makes it a little bit easier. It facilitates the evaluation moving forward. It means another evaluator doesn't have to review all of that information. A tertiary reason would be because we had already seen her at one point in time, which could be helpful in terms of coming to conceptualization for the issue of sanity.
Did the prosecution or the defense counsel have any say on you and Dr. Gray doing the evaluation in either the competency or the insanity evaluation?
No.
Was that simply a court order? It went to the state hospital. There's a process where people are assigned to do the evaluation and then it's done.
Yes.
However, you did indicate that you contacted both parties initially to see what concerns there may be or what issues there might be for you to look for. Is that what you testified to?
Yes, we did that for the competency evaluation as well as for the sanity evaluation.
And as you do these evaluations for court order, is there any incentive to go one way or the other in your conclusions?
No, we're paid the same regardless.
I hope you understand why I'm asking that. I'm not trying to offend you or anything, but do you just look at the discovery, the police reports, everything involved, go through the same process where you may interview the defendant and then look at collateral information based on that interview and then make a decision?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to go through that process, and I'd like to start with the competency evaluation first, okay?
Okay.
What did you review prior to your competency evaluation with Ms. Stauch? Was it back in June when you saw her, or was it closer to August?
We saw her, it was closer to August.
Okay. I can take a look at your report. Did you actually see her on August 4th of 2020?
Yes.
Prior to your interview with her on August 4th of 2020, was she at state hospital facility for some time period?
She was there, I want to say, approximately 2 weeks before we saw her.
And is that a benefit to your evaluation or is it a detriment to your evaluation?
It's a benefit.
Why is it a benefit?
It's a benefit because it allows some observation of her behaviors for, one could say, a 24-hour period of time that we can then incorporate into our understanding of what is going on with her.
So while she's down in Pueblo, right? Is that what this
Yeah, I wouldn't worry.
Yes.
Don't worry about that one.
Are you reviewing discovery? And
Don't worry about that one too much, Mayor Ranch. Here in a little while, we'll get to try some more
Yes.
quiplash.
Is there a reason why you don't do the forensic
See if you
interview
can find a
first and then
conveniently
look at
timed
it?
break.
We review the information that we have available to us. A lot of it is primarily the discovery so that we have an understanding of what's going on in her case, as well as the potential evidence against her so that we can better evaluate her own understanding of her case and the evidence against her.
And could you describe for the jury the state hospital, where she was staying, and the setting of the state hospital, I guess is the best way to describe where she was living for that 2 week period?
Sure. She was in our high security forensic
I don't think
building. There is a unit there specifically for female defendants. So she was on that unit. It's a locked unit, but individuals on that unit are otherwise free
I don't
to
think so.
roam around the unit. They usually have their own room. I'm pretty sure they do not share rooms, but I'm not 100% sure of that. Usually there are treatment groups that are happening on the unit. I imagine that she might have attended some of those, but I don't recall exactly if she did or not.
Are there people watching her? Are there nurses there that you could go ask questions about what her demeanor was like, how she's interacting with other people, that kind of thing?
Yes, there's nursing staff on those units 24/7.
And did you do that in this particular case? You and Dr. Gray, did you consult with the nurses within that unit to see how she was acting while she stayed at the state hospital?
We reviewed the documentation that they had for Ms. Stauch. I don't remember that we specifically spoke to nursing staff regarding how she had been doing.
Hey, CCW, you're back.
Just kind of summarize that for the jury.
Any of the
Yay!
mental health notes and records that are kept. So those would include interactions that she had with nursing staff. Those are kept on a daily basis.
Hey, CCW, I called you.
As I noted, when groups are run,
I would have
there's
called.
usually
I'd
documentation
be
that
calling
goes
this
along with that
afternoon
as
if you hadn't
well,
turned
but
up.
I don't remember incorporating that into our report, so I don't actually think that we saw anything associated with individual or group treatment.
Jump forward to 2022 when she went down for the insanity evaluation. Was she a resident at the state hospital for that evaluation?
She was not.
Did she just come down for the time period that you and Dr. Gray spent with her during that evaluation?
Yes.
The documentation that you talk about, do the nurses, are they trained as to why they're documenting their observations of particular people in that ward?
Yes, they are. Most of them have been there at least for some time, so they have an understanding of documenting behaviors that they are seeing. I think I would also add that we did read the notes by the unit psychiatrist who initially evaluated her whenever she arrived at the hospital, which is a typical thing that they do.
Do you remember that psychiatrist's name?
His last name is Hoffman.
What did Dr. Hoffman have to say with regards to Ms. Stauch as she was entering the facility and during this 2-week time period?
From my recollection, he noted that she reported past depression, past anxiety, issues with panic attacks, excuse me. She also reported or endorsed symptoms that might be consistent with mania and a bipolar disorder. So ultimately, he noted that she could have some post-traumatic stress disorder, that she could have bipolar disorder, but he noted specifically that there needed to be more information to really figure out if that was the diagnostic picture, given that a lot of it was based on her self-report.
And is that information that you and Dr. Gray used at least during the competency portion of this evaluation?
Yes.
For instance, was bipolar disorder a diagnosis that you were looking at as you were conducting this evaluation?
It was one of them.
And we're going to get to those in a little bit about the diagnosis. Why are you looking at diagnosis during a competency?
We consider a diagnosis because for competency, the legal definition is a mental or developmental disability, which essentially means if there is a mental illness that is impacting her, say, functional competency related abilities, which means whether she understands factual information pertaining to how court works, or whether she has a rational understanding of her case and can think through possible defenses in a rational
No, it's
manner.
okay, CCW. We just haven't seen you in a couple of days. We're getting a little worried.
Did you find her competent to proceed in the court proceedings?
Yes, ultimately we found her competent to proceed.
Now, again, the jury knows this, but I want to ask you, are you the first one doing a competency evaluation in this particular case?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Dr. Grimmett, who did the second competency evaluation?
Yes, I am.
You probably saw her out in the hallway earlier.
I did.
That's why I say the jury already knows about it. So what I would
We
like
were
to
getting
do
worried
is
about
talk
you, that's
about
all.
your forensic interview with the defendant, Ms. Stauch, on this June competency evaluation. Okay? So you meet with her in August of 2020, is that correct?
Yes.
What did she have to tell you about her personal background? Do you recall?
I mean, she said a number of things in terms of her personal background. She told us how she was born in North Carolina. She described a somewhat disruptive childhood, just as it pertains to some emotional, physical, sexual abuse at the hands of a stepfather. This individual, the stepfather, probably came into her life when she was about 4 years old, but she noted that the sexual abuse maybe started happening late in childhood or early adolescence, maybe between the ages of 9 and 12. She noted that she witnessed domestic abuse. Actually, not 100% sure if she told us that during the competency evaluation or during the sanity evaluation.
If I could interrupt you just there, in your report, if you have that in front of you, it helps you refresh.
And any time the doctor needs to look at your reports, I don't have a problem.
There's a lot of information in this case.
There is, yes.
So if you need your report, we can take a look at it. But I do want to address what you talked about, the sexual assault when she was younger by a stepfather. Do you remember that aspect of it?
Yes.
And I'll just refer you to page 2 of 10 of your report. Do you recall her saying that she was approximately 12 years old when that happened?
That is what she told us during the competency evaluation.
Did she tell you something different in the insanity portion of the evaluation?
During the insanity evaluation, she said it started around age 9.
And that's almost what? Almost 2 years later, a year and a half to 2
Oh, the sanity evaluation was close to 2 years later.
Did she talk to you about her educational background during the competency portion of your evaluation?
Yes.
What did she say about her educational background?
She noted that she completed a bachelor's degree, a master's in education at Capella University, and a doctorate in education at Liberty University.
Did she tell you whether or not she was involved in sports and potentially received a scholarship for doing sports?
Yeah, she did say that.
What did she say about that? Do you recall?
She said that she received a scholarship to a Division I school for softball specifically. Oh, sorry, an athletic scholarship.
Did she talk to you about her employment history?
Yes.
What did she say about her employment history?
In terms of her employment history, she noted that she had primarily worked in teaching, that she had a credential in special education specifically, that she worked for a period of time in South Carolina prior to coming to Colorado. Here in Colorado, she worked for a time period at Whitefield School District, and that her longest period of employment was approximately 6 years when she was in South Carolina.
During the competency portion of her evaluation, did she ever indicate that she lived in Florida at any given time and worked in Florida?
I don't think she mentioned that during the competency evaluation.
Did you also ask her questions about any potential prior mental health issues with Ms. Stauch during the competency evaluation?
Wait.
And what did she say as to regards if she had ever been in any inpatient treatment for mental health issues?
During the competency evaluation, she said she had never been psychiatrically hospitalized.
And was that consistent? Well, let me ask you this first. Did you review the jail notes in this case with regards to Ms. Stauch?
Yes.
When she was initially brought into the jail on March 5th of 2020?
Yes.
Was that consistent with the jail notes that you saw based on Ms. Stauch's prior inpatient or lack of inpatient treatment?
I'm pretty sure that it was consistent.
Okay. Do you want to look at the notes, or?
I don't think we reported in our report specifically whether the jail had noted previous hospitalizations or not.
Let me just ask you this. Let's see, March and June of 2022 is when you're doing the insanity evaluation. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Had that changed in March of 2022 with regards to her history of inpatient treatment?
Yes. In March of 2022, she did tell us that she had a history of psychiatric hospitalization, specifically in Canada.
And were you able to ever corroborate whether or not she was ever an inpatient in inpatient treatment in Canada?
We weren't. We wanted to. She was not able to tell us what city it occurred in or the name of the actual facility. So when you don't have that information, it's hard to figure out where you need to request information from.
And I'm sorry I'm jumping all over the place, but during the insanity evaluation, did you discuss the inpatient treatment program that she was alleging that took place?
During the sanity evaluation, she did not speak very much about it. If I'm remembering, she said that she could not remember it herself.
I'm going to play a portion of video testimony. We'll talk about that then.
Okay.
So let me go back to what we were talking about here. Were you familiar with Dr. Grimmett's report that happened after your competency evaluation, but before the insanity evaluation?
Yes.
Are you also familiar that she told Dr. Grimmett about this Canada inpatient treatment?
Yes.
Now, was there some consistency with the amount of time that she spent in each version that she was telling different doctors?
I'm gonna take a look at my sanity report.
Okay.
In my sanity report, I noted that she had made statements to Dr. Grimmett about being hospitalized in Canada, said it occurred in 2018 to treat a psychosis and lasted only 2 days.
Do you recall what she's telling you all during her insanity evaluation?
Outside of the specifics, I noted in my report that she gave some vague information, but that she didn't recall the name or location of the facility itself.
We'll cover it when we play the video. Okay. Back to the competency evaluation interview. I'll turn your attention to page 4 of 10 of your report, the middle paragraph there of the competency evaluation. Do you have a paragraph there listing things that nursing and the psychiatrist that you alluded to earlier talked about how she was doing on the ward during the competency portion of this?
Yes.
And what was going on based on your note there in your report?
In my report, I note that when she arrived at CMHIP, when they do an admission,
It's okay,
evaluation,
CCW.
she told mental health
It'll
staff
work.
that she had heard voices in the past related to an ex-husband of hers,
Ooh.
but she said that she wasn't currently experiencing hallucinations.
Okay, that explains a lot.
She talked about her past trauma. She said that she had nightmares and that she had visual flashbacks. She reported being anxious, having panic attacks several days of the week. She said that in the past she had had symptoms consistent with a manic episode, specifically talking so fast that she did not make sense, rambling about things in a manner that didn't make sense, that she had experienced high energy, brief amounts of sleep, and impulsive and erratic behavior.
Was there other notes saying that at the same time she was calm and communicative and, I don't know, I keep using the word normal, but act normal under that setting?
Yeah, it said that generally speaking, she tended to present as calm and cooperative, pleasant. No apparent symptoms of acute mental illness were notable from mental health staff or even the psychiatrist.
In the last paragraph on that page 4 of 10 of your report, you have a note there inquiring things that she might have asked staff about, how she should act and that kind of thing. Do you see that in the report?
Yes.
What was that all about, and what did that mean in the course of your evaluation?
In the mental health notes from the state hospital, it noted that she specifically asked staff whether they could tell when a patient was faking instability or mental illness. You don't see that very often in the records. You do see it on occasion. For me, it was interesting to incorporate into this report simply because it opens up a hypothesis as to whether she herself might want to be exaggerating or feigning symptoms of mental illness.
And is that something that you consider going into the forensic interview when you're conducting the interview for the competency portion of this evaluation?
Whether or not somebody is exaggerating or feigning symptoms of their mental illness is something that we always consider when it comes to these types of evaluations.
And why is that?
Because in this context, there is a potential secondary gain in terms of potentially exaggerating or feigning symptoms of mental illness. Although I'd say it's not as common as one might think it would be. There are always individuals who might want to fake mental illness to either be found incompetent, delay the proceedings in their case, or in the sense of a sanity evaluation, it would be to be found insane and potentially avoid a prison sentence.
But at least at this point in time, in August of 2020, you're only evaluating her to see what her mental state is on that day. Is that right?
Yeah, for competency, you're looking at their current mental state to see whether a mental illness is impacting their current functioning.
And so, this is a proper question I don't want to ask. In an insanity evaluation, would you want to dig deeper to get more collateral information because the stakes may be higher than they are in competency?
I don't know if I would so much agree with the second part, the stakes part, but for a sanity evaluation, it often does involve a more thorough deep dive into past mental health treatment, past hospitalizations. I would say getting that history for a competency evaluation can be equally as important. You're just looking at the information that you get through a different lens depending upon what evaluation you're doing.
Did you conduct, or did you have the results of any psychological testing with regards to the competency evaluation that you conducted back in August of 2020?
Yes. For the competency evaluation, we had one of our colleagues, Dr. Hashimoto, do some psychological testing, and specifically she gave the personality assessment inventory, or PAI for short. And then we also did the MMPI-2, so the Minnesota Multifaceted Personality Inventory, 2nd edition.
And why are those tests and results relevant in your evaluation?
Both of those tests, they're similar and different, but both of them are used to help with issues of diagnosis. It has a variety of scales that look at different types of diagnostic symptoms. So for example, anxiety, depression, past trauma, schizophrenia. Both of those tests also have validity measures on them. Both of them can give information as to whether someone might be exaggerating symptoms of mental illness, or conversely, they're defensive about symptoms of mental illness. So we give these evaluations to help our diagnostic understanding of what someone might be experiencing or going through. It's just another data point. We give them when the diagnosis is a bit unclear. We also give them to see if there's any concern about further exaggeration or feigning.
So what were the results with regards to Ms. Stauch and the psychological testing that you've been talking
This
about?
is the competency portion. The prosecution's almost done.
Invalidated. The first one that we gave was the personality assessment inventory. That one was invalidated.
We had one yesterday, one this morning, and this is a third one now.
Or potentially having, we call it an idiosyncratic read of the items on that test. But what that means is they read the item and it's not exactly answered in the way that the item was written, or it's not pulling for the right information. So as a result, the mental health experts, that the entire profile was not interpretable. In response, Dr. Gray and I, during our interview, because we saw her 2 days in a row, we asked her about some of her responses to some of those specific test items. And then given that that was invalidated, we gave a second measure. That's when we gave the MMPI-2 to see if we could get some information from that. Unfortunately, those results were invalidated due to exaggeration.
When you say invalidated, are they invalidated based on Ms. Stauch's answers to the questions?
Yes.
In 302 questions, does this sound about right, or is it close?
There might be a little bit more, but that's about right.
A lot of questions.
Yes.
Multiple choice?
True, false.
True, false.
Yes. The PAI is on a Likert scale. I don't know if that matters, but.
I don't even know what that means.
Oh.
What does that mean? I'll tell you what matters.
No problem. A Likert scale is, to put it simply, do you ever experience this? Give a response 1 through 4. So the way it's worded specifically is you don't ever experience this particular symptom, or you sometimes experience it, or you frequently experience it, or you often or always experience it.
We'll scale 1 to 10.
Yeah, except it's 1 through 4. It's only 4 choices.
Going back to the forensic interview with regards to the competency evaluation, did Ms. Stauch ever give you any self-diagnosis of potential mental illnesses that she felt she had?
During the competency evaluation?
Yes.
During the competency evaluation, I don't recall specifically, but I do know that she talked a lot about being manic. She talked about slipping in and out of reality.
Is that consistent with bipolar disorder being manic?
Mania is a component of bipolar disorder. And just because somebody says that they're manic doesn't necessarily mean that they are or have been or have bipolar disorder.
Did she ever bring up anything about having another personality or multiple personalities during your competency interview with her?
She did not.
Did you ask anything about that?
During the competency evaluation, we weren't specifically looking for a dissociative identity disorder. But interestingly enough, when we were reviewing her responses on the PAI, the first test that we gave that had been invalid, one of the questions we asked her specifically about talked about having 3 or 4 personalities, and she had responded true to that item. So we asked her about that, and she essentially told us that sometimes she experiences different aspects of herself. So for example, sometimes she feels more compassionate, or sometimes she feels more competitive.
Yes,
when
this is
she's
about the
playing
did or she didn't, or
or
didn't she
sometimes she
did.
lacks empathy when she's around her family, but she did not talk about or specifically delineate having different personalities in the way that she did during her sanity evaluation.
I'm gonna leave that right
And
there
was that of note
because
to
I see what you
Because I
we see
know
what you, so
big
everyone can
picture
see
is
what you
coming
did
on
there.
the insanity evaluation, but the first contact with her, you asked her directly about dissociative identity disorder or multiple personalities, and she denied that at that point.
Yeah, she definitely didn't endorse it in terms of the criteria for dissociative identity disorder and how they're written. So her response to us was pretty benign. We didn't think very much of it.
I imagine it became, what's the opposite of benign?
Important.
It became important when she did disclose that she had dissociative identity disorder during the insanity portion.
Yes.
And we'll talk about that when we get there as well a little bit more, okay? Needless to say, did you make some diagnosis of Ms. Stauch based on what you knew during the competency evaluation?
Yes.
And what diagnosis did you reach for Ms. Stauch?
We ultimately diagnosed her with a personality disorder, specifically a specified personality disorder noting borderline and narcissistic features.
Tell the jury about that. What does that mean?
Sure. A personality disorder is essentially maladaptive personality characteristics that are evident throughout the lifespan. We noted borderline and narcissistic features given her history of instability of relationships, her history of mood swings that were, I want to say, best delineated by her public defender at that time. When we consulted with the public defender, she was the one who described an intense reactivity of emotion to different things, that just somebody who goes from 0 to 100 very quickly. We also noted her own self-report of impulsivity. Those were the primary features of
Yeah, I have to
borderline
wonder about that.
personality
That
we
just
noted
seems
with her in terms of
annoying,
narcissistic
especially when it's
features.
the largest part of the Ivy League on top of
She
everything
really
else.
touted her intelligence and her abilities. And when she spoke to us about
That's not good.
her treatment in the jail, her expectations as it pertained to how she would not proceed with her defense, but how attorneys should treat her, there was some notable entitlement in that that gave us a hint that there might be some narcissistic features in there as well.
And the jury's heard about rule out, but did you have any rule out diagnosis with Ms. Stauch?
We did.
Can you just explain again what that means and whether or not that was relevant into your determination that she was competent to proceed?
Rule out diagnoses are essentially provided when you feel like you don't have enough information to say, yes, she meets these criteria for a particular diagnosis. We did a rule out for bipolar disorder as well as post-traumatic stress disorder. And we noted that this was a rule out because a lot of it was based primarily on her self-report. We didn't have much in terms of collateral information from past treatment records to substantiate the things that she was telling us. But given that her self-report was consistent with what one might see, we wanted to at least acknowledge that this could be there. We're just not 100% sure that it is.
Did you eventually, I think you already alluded to this, did you eventually rule out bipolar disorder during the insanity evaluation?
We did.
What about post-traumatic stress disorder? Were you able to rule that out at any time?
Not completely.
And we'll talk about that again when we get to the insanity evaluation portion. I just want to go back a second to the psychological testing that was conducted in relation to the evaluation. On page 7 of 10 of your report, you indicate that results of psychological testing showed that she was significantly over-reporting symptoms of serious mental illness, responding to items in ways atypical even of genuine psychiatric impatience.
Yes.
This raises questions about the veracity of her self-report.
Yes.
What does that mean? What are you basing that on?
So, as I noted, these psychological tests that we gave, they had these validity measures. She invalidated the PAI, and we spoke to the reasons why. When it came to the MMPI, that one has even more validity scales on it, has more than just one that looks at issues of exaggeration. Has 3. One of them is just generally, are you exaggerating symptoms of mental illness? And that one was very elevated. There is a third one on there that looks specifically, are you endorsing symptoms that even the very ill, psychiatrically hospitalized patients don't tend to endorse? And she endorsed a number of those to the point where that was elevated as well. So we give these tests, it's indicating to us there might be some feigning and exaggeration. We keep that in mind when considering the things that she's telling us.
I'm going to jump all over the place, so I apologize. But did she also take the MMPI-2 during the insanity portion of her evaluation?
Yes, we gave it again.
Were the results consistent with what you just talked about from the competency evaluation?
Yes, the second time we gave the MMPI-2, it was again invalidated due to exaggeration, and both of those scales that I've referenced were elevated.
And did she take
Welcome back, Phil.
Again with a Dr. Leach?
One-time application of attention shock treatment. That might actually, I don't know, that might work.
Yes, she was given this test a third time. To my recollection, those results were not invalidated. But I don't remember specifically anything else about that testing. I'd have to go back and look through the notes.
Do you have your notes there on that? If you not, I can approach with.
I have the summary that we wrote.
And she looks at the notes. Hopefully our dear prosecutor here can get through this lady a little more quickly. Uh-oh, I sense Loki's.
All that we wrote about that third one is that she was she was getting close to those cutoff points for potential over-reporting symptoms of serious mental illness.
Would that be consistent with the prior 2 MMPI-2 tests that she taken both during your competency and insanity evaluation?
Consistent in that there was exaggerating of symptoms, inconsistent in that both of our tests were invalidated because of that.
What does that tell you in the big picture with regards to her self-reporting, especially when she starts talking about dissociative identity disorder?
Unfortunately, I'd say that the indications of exaggeration or feigning undermines her own self-report.
In your report on the competency evaluation, in several sections, you allude to psychosis as to whether or not Ms. Stauch was hearing things that weren't there or seeing things that weren't there. Why do you note that in your report? What's the relevance of that?
During competency evaluations, we are taking into consideration what defendants say to us, but we are also observing them, looking for any signs of mental illness. Given that psychosis is one of the biggest things that we see for people who are eventually found incompetent, we're always looking for psychosis in these types of evaluations. Individuals with psychotic disorders sometimes don't have the insight or awareness that they're ill. So we are looking to see if they are evidencing any signs that would indicate that they are potentially distracted, potentially hearing something that might not be, I don't want to say audible, but might not really be in the room, or whether they might be otherwise distracted by symptoms of psychosis.
Did you see any symptoms of psychosis with Ms. Stauch during any of your interviews with her during your entire time you spent?
None.
Does that also apply to insanity? Is psychosis something that you may be looking for in a defendant claiming to be not guilty by reason of insanity?
Yes.
Same reasons or different reasons?
Insanity, I would say that the number of qualifying mental illnesses is even more narrow than issues of competency or incompetency. But frequently, for sanity, psychosis is one of the primary issues that might result in somebody ultimately being opined insane at the time of the crime or found insane at the time of the crime. There are other mental illnesses that could qualify for that, but the specific legal definition of insanity requires a mental disease or defect, and the definition of that is a mental illness that impairs one's perceptions or understanding of reality, which is psychosis.
And of course, that would have to go back to the time of the crime, that they were experiencing some kind of psychosis at the time of the crime, and that's what led them to commit the crime, perhaps? Is that what you're talking about?
A psychosis or some other mental illness that impairs the perceptions and understanding of reality.
Is psychosis common with people who are found to be legally insane?
It is one of the primary reasons that might lead to somebody being found.
Oh, it's not that bad.
The jury,
You haven't gone far into gravel.
but a hypothetical of someone who might be insane at the time the crime is committed.
Right,
based
I'm
on
being
psychosis.
horrifyingly neglectful.
Sure. I think an obvious example might be, let's say, somebody who is diagnosed with schizophrenia. Maybe they started to exhibit signs and symptoms of schizophrenia.
Okay, time for the Spammies.
During their early adulthood. They have a strong background or history documenting their schizophrenia, and then let's say they do murder a family member because they believe they have a delusion that that individual isn't really their family member, but is some sort of
Loki
imposter trying to take over the government, and they are therefore trying to save the world by murdering this particular individual.
And so what's the second part of the insanity evaluation that you look at? Because it's much more than just having a severe mental disease defect.
Yes.
What's the second or third component?
Oh, wow.
So the first one is whether they meet the threshold of a mental disease or defect. And then the definition of insanity here in the state of Colorado, there's two parts. The first one is that mental illness impairs their understanding of right from wrong. The second part is whether that mental illness impairs their capacity to form the specific intent as it's written in the specific crime charged.
Is that also referred to as the specific culpable mental state?
Yes.
It could be intent, could be knowingly, could be recklessly, could be after deliberation, that kind of thing?
Correct.
And so I want to talk about the right from wrong in an insanity case, and I'll use your hypothetical. A family member is murdered due to the belief that they're going to take over the government and that they felt like they had to kill. Is that basically what we're saying?
Yes.
And the mental disease that is it's severe enough to cause them to think that. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, the mental disease or defect has to be tied directly to their understanding of what was going on at the time of the crime, potentially their motivation, their behavior, their emotions, and their thought processes at that time.
And so if they did not have the capacity to know right from wrong, they would think it would be right to kill that family.
Right, essentially for a greater good.
So would they do anything to cover up the fact that they killed that
I want to know why all but one parent look like they've never run in their life.
In the sanity evaluations that I and some of my colleagues
No, like
conducted,
two. But
sometimes
the principal very clearly does not work out. She should not be wearing leggings.
I grabbed the wrong thing. Ruth.
And if you, well, I mean, in your
Sorry.
hypothetical, would it be uncommon if someone was truly legally insane to say, what's the problem here? I had to kill this person. Don't you understand that?
I want to say that we do frequently see that where the individuals.
Mayor, I can go get her. It's not a big deal. If there becomes an emergency, it's like 3 hours. And I have people closer.
Try to hide. They don't try to obscure.
Just because they make leggings in certain sizes does not mean you should wear them.
Mental state or having the capacity to do that.
I have issues. No, Debbie, this is not like leggings with large shirts and dresses. This is leggings that are stretched to a point I can, they're failing the squat test without this lady squatting.
As evaluators, we take a look at the statutory language
Alex,
associated with each of the
no,
crimes.
now, take it off. I'm not amused.
And we look at those.
Alex, no.
You know, with intent, specifically discusses whether they have a conscious objective in mind. Knowingly.
No, Debbie. She's wearing like a t-shirt that covers nothing that's already too small and leggings she is failing the squat test in while standing.
Recklessly is whether they are consciously.
The other one is testing the theory of one size fits all a little too much.
Those definitions and we think.
Like I would contest that the one size might not even fit me.
Were they demonstrating at the time of the offense, even in their own self-report? What are they saying that they were thinking? What are they saying about their own behavior? And we're really looking at whether or not they have the capacity to make judgments, reasons to think things through.
Is the type of weapon that may be used, does that come into consideration when you're making that type of weapon?
It can be. I would say it's not often.
Sandy and Debbie, like I said, I don't judge. Like I really don't care. But I don't want to be able to see through your leggings while you're standing outside in a semi-cropped, too tight pink t-shirt when the leggings would not even fit me.
February of 2022, defendant pled not guilty by reason of insanity.
And you're around a bunch of children.
State hospitals
informed,
and then you and Dr.
Well, she has children.
No, this is the principal that got bored and
did you request anything in
called
addition
CYS.
to the police reports, things like that, in preparation for
Hey, Dan.
It did.
I'm being nice, and I didn't bring the CYS handbook, get out of my car, walk over and go, hey, bitch, I think you dropped this.
consulted
Oh.
both sides, defense and prosecution.
Yikes.
I'm being the adult. I'm trying to adult.
What do you raise? What are the concerns you might have?
There you- oh, nope. That
or
was that one.
lack thereof. In our
CCW, I mean, like,
a number of
I
issues,
can't deny that I've done that.
Mr. King specifically and his team. We reviewed
I've actually had to do that
discovery
myself a time or
material. Again, we reviewed the competency evaluation
I have questions.
that had been.
No, Debbie, I would not be surprised.
Not for a second.
I have seen them.
And in addition,
I've seen the pictures.
some collateral phone calls with individuals.
Walk down the street in
familiar
any
with
major
this
city, you will know. And
Who
you
did
will
you
see
contact,
way more than
the
you bargained
individuals who are
for.
familiar in this stuff?
We spoke with Al Stauch, her ex-husband. We also spoke with Brenda Accord, her aunt. We made attempts to contact 3 other individuals, but were unsuccessful.
And as part of the things that you talked about with Mr. Cellini and his team, was that obtaining hospital records, medical background on Ms. Stauch for your review?
Yes,
And did they provide you with medical records for your review?
they did.
Did they provide you with any medical records from Canada from this alleged inpatient psychiatric treatment that Ms. Stauch done?
There was ultimately nothing from Canada.
And I'm jumping ahead, I apologize. But during the interview, did Ms. Stauch talk to you about a Dr. Fleischman or Fleischman, if that sounds familiar?
Yes,
Was that an individual that she said she was having therapy with for a year in Florida?
yes.
Did you get any records from Dr. Fleischman with regards to psychiatric treatment that he may have done with?
We ultimately didn't. If I'm remembering correctly, Ms. Stauch told us that we could receive that information from a social worker working on her defense team, an individual named Kyle. But ultimately, the only thing associated with Florida that we received was a letter that accepted her into intensive treatment at House of Freedom.
What was that about?
Our understanding of House of Freedom is that it's essentially some sort of residential treatment for substance use. But Ms. Stauch clarified for us that all of that had been an error. That she
That's
had
okay. I just got out of the car and yelled at Mike or Loki to get her ass in gear and run that last like 100 yards. We don't walk.
Do you have any indication back in her personal background that she even lived in Florida for a year period?
She did. She sprinted it.
to my recollection that she lived in Florida, just that she frequented Florida.
Also read constructive uses of energy on the part of micro-Lokis.
Okay.
You ever get her home completely dead tired there, Loki?
Depends. She just did a mile, so we'll see.
Nice.
Why did you do that?
In like 16 minutes.
Sometimes it's very hard to remember who you saw a couple of weeks ago, let alone a couple of years ago.
Sure. So tell us about the interview, and we're going to get into some video portions for the court's benefit. I
know.
You can wait and do it after.
Yep. When you guys are done, you can get your backpack. I have Gatorade and a snack in the car for you. Your shirt's on backwards again.
Your English supervision
Yeah, it is. That's the tag.
review. Sanity evaluation.
Yeah.
Conducted on March
You went through the whole day with your shirt on backwards again.
2022. And so in my hand, I have People's Exhibits 723 through 728. Each exhibit is a morning or afternoon session with interview with Ms. Stauch, and they're broken up based on how we received them in discovery.
Depends if you agree. Yeah, that's very stipulated that
No, I caught it. But
16 minutes for her mile, so not bad for a micro Loki with short legs in kindergarten.
What was the time for the mile?
Right around 16
That's
for
pretty
the
good.
mile.
Yeah, for somebody that size.
She's 5, and she's only 5.
Sure, Your Honor.
So she has some real short legs.
7:23.
I think the best I've ever done was 11 minutes 30 for a mile and a half.
One.
No, it was 11 minutes flat.
Labeled Stauch, March 24th, 2022. 2.
Mine was like 13.
People's Exhibit 725 is labeled March 24th, 2022. 3. People's Exhibit 726 is Stauch.
Come here.
29th.
Yell, hi, beasties.
Hi, Beastie!
Hello, Izzy.
727 is labeled Stauch, June 29th, 2022. 2. And People's Exhibit 728 is labeled Stauch, June 29th, 2022. 3.
Right, exhibit 723 through 728 would be admitted.
Hold on, I need to
Let me just get
do
to
a
my
thing
notes
here.
here. What I'd like to do now, Dr. Torres, is I want to play a portion of your interview that was conducted on March 24th, 2022.
Yes, everybody
which is a
everybody
portion
should
of
love the
People's
micro.
Exhibit 723, and then I'm going to have some follow-up questions afterwards. This is about 7 minutes long. We're going to play it on the TV screens.
Oh, we get video.
And so for the record, we're going to play People's Exhibit 723, starting at 1828 in the interview and stopping at 2532.
Oh, there's Letecia in shackles.
Of course, I've given everybody else the option if you would. It's only about 7 minutes, but if you want to step down and be with someone else, if you want to stay there, that's okay too.
I think this is okay. Thank you.
You mentioned that.
I just want to make sure the volume's good, John. We paused it at 1832.
How does it go?
Around the time, it's like
Did you want to ask the jury if that was sufficient volume?
That work, that's about as high as it'll go anyway, so not much I can do about it after
We got
that.
some control over here too. It's not all the way up on here.
Okay. All right, sounds like
they're
it's
creating different personalities. Yeah, they tell us more content. So I wasn't allowed to go to people's houses in the night, or I was scared to let people come to my house in the night. I didn't never know if he was gonna have like an episode. Like when we have like episodes, we have like.
Oh, they got a camera that can fix directly on it.
Passed out. We in the house, so I didn't ever know like if I had friends stay over the weekend. Like I don't want them to be exposed to that, because people pick on people pick on So that was around the time I was like 10 or 11. I just started like almost like being able to like take myself out of the situation and let another part of me be the one get molested. And I was on the table with Harmony, and Harmony can like tell you about the abuse and stuff. I try not to do it because are stored in a place far away. You know what I mean? But so I started let Harmony be the one being enlisted and not me. Because that way, if my friends ever ask me, like, why come you can't come over? I can create like a perfect picture in my world that you can come over one day, this is great, we'll do this, we'll play ball away. No, I didn't want them to go to that world. They had to know what to do. I was getting molested because my friends would have been like their moms and stuff like that would have been like, you need to tell somebody. You need to. And I was on
Oh,
so
wow.
that was like my outlet.
Damn.
Get the personality, so did you create a little? when, remember I told you I lived in a trailer? That was in 1996. That was during the Olympics. The U.S. women's gymnastics team had won a gold medal. And that I created another personality in that. That's Christina Begana, and she's friends with like Barry Strobe, Dominique Dawes, and a bunch of people that are on the team. And like I had the whole trailer to myself, so she would like be able to like create apparatuses and like do like balancing stuff. So you know, like maybe days my mom would be gone, you know, and so that was just the way I would cope with. No, and not knowing my mom was going to take us back there. And then she was every time she said she would never come back and go back. So that helped me through that year because I didn't stay really good in school. And then maybe because
Actually, what they are is wrist restraints. They're padded restraints. They're actually fairly common in psych hospitals.
Like, for being able to use it different, I guess she could probably like respond or whatever. I wouldn't have been able to.
Especially those that house crims.
We have Harmony. Christina was the other one. That was from when I was little. As I got older, there was more like Letecia, Taylor, and she took that care. Things like I don't change the news because you look at a lot of my different social medias, they have different news. Different places, different ones. You could always talk to when it's like softball because like if I was in Letecia, like Letecia at my ambidextrous, so I could get left-handed and like sometimes people wouldn't understand when I go to the plate and then they're like, hey, you need to hit left-handed and you need to like because I'd be like a runner, you know about baseball. There's like a runner in second and third. They're like, you need to hit left-handed, but if I was in that personality, I couldn't hit left-handed. As you got older, there was Letecia. Taylor? You said Taylor was the protector? Yeah. Taylor's my main person. No, Maria's my protector. Taylor's my main personality. Thank you. Maria. Victoria's the only personality that I have like empathy in because I store so much of trauma. If you want me to like be like if a friend's talking to me and they need me to give them advice, I have to switch to Victoria to actually find me like severely. Taylor's the main personality. Maria's the protector. Victoria is the one who has the most of the and then Letecia, she's bipolar. She would be doing the most. You'll notice when I'm on Letecia, actually the psychiatrist the other day came to change on this. He was doing the most, she's bipolar tech and she was up for 4 or 5, 6 days at a time, you know.
For me, BuzzFeed's about 50-50. I don't exactly consider them very credible. I don't consider them all that credible.
I was going to put me back on the left for some, but we eat too much on it. Who are we talking to right now? When you say Taylor is the main personality, what do you mean by that? It's like, okay, so you notice like where Letecia, she's like more like into her like thug life. I guess you can say like rap music. But Taylor's everything is like Letecia all wanted to be because she gets to be like rap kind to everybody, but like successful. She has a whole separate world, you know. She's married to Tyler. They have kids. I wanted to be in but who gets married to Tyler. No. Taylor is everything with Letecia. No, Taylor is married to Tyler, has 3 kids, Ariana, Alicia, and Adriana.
Okay, we stopped at 2532. Before we get into what Ms. Stauch had to say here, who is present during this interview?
It was just Ms. Stauch, myself, and Dr. Gray.
And why was there no attorneys in there with you?
We don't typically allow the attorneys to be in sanity evaluations with us.
Why is that?
The primary reason is because we would want to prevent any potential interference by an attorney, whether it would be a prosecutor or a defense attorney or somebody telling the defendant to withhold any information or to elaborate further on any information.
And was that Ms. Stauch that we saw in the video?
Yes.
Is it the same Ms. Stauch that's seated to my left with her head down on a notebook here in between the two attorneys?
It is.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant. The record will reflect. So let's talk about what she's saying. What impact does it have when she says, I created these personalities?
When it comes to dissociative identity disorder, that's not the understanding in terms of what that looks like. It's not about creating or having control over several distinct personalities.
So what is dissociative identity disorder, and why do you say that's not about it?
Dissociative identity disorder, in short, it's when somebody is experiencing two or more personality states, and it's usually accompanied by some sort of amnesia, blackouts, a period of not remembering what you were doing. It's a complex diagnosis. Essentially, the different personality states themselves are not controlled. When an individual has this diagnosis, they might not even initially be aware that they are exhibiting different personality traits, hence the blackouts or the loss of memory for periods of time. And the emergence of these different personality states, we call them alters, but the emergence of them can be very random, not necessarily I'm going to now go into this personality state and now I'm going to go into the second personality state. So the fact that she told us that she created them herself, in terms of our conceptualization, we started to wonder about the possibility that she was exaggerating or feigning this particular diagnosis.
And does this relate back to the competency evaluation when you asked her directly about the way she answered on the psychological testing with regards to, I believe you said 3 different personalities?
That, I would say, was more in retrospect. When we were doing the sanity evaluation, I don't even recall remembering that specific detail from the competency evaluation.
You went back and reviewed that, that's when you saw that detail?
Yes.
What about the fact that she mentions that one of her personalities or her personas was involved with the gymnastic team? She's friends with the gymnastics team. Is that something unusual, perhaps, to have that persona?
Again, for me, it was her report that this was a creation of hers, and that it's associated with something that was happening for her report in 1996, the Olympics that year. And if I'm remembering correctly, she noted that that was just another personality that she created at that time.
With people who actually suffer from dissociative identity disorder, would they know the other personas?
Sometimes.
Explain.
So it's going to be, I'm going to say, case by case dependent, but the research suggests that the clinical presentation of a dissociative identity disorder they used to think that there was no memory or awareness of these other personalities that one might be experiencing. But now it's thought to be more porous, meaning that there is some awareness that this might be happening, but it's going to be a case by case thing.
We're going to see some more examples of this in some videotapes, but just one last question about this. You mentioned earlier that there's some amnesia or blackouts. Would people who suffer from dissociative identity disorder remember what they did when they are in another personality?
They might have some awareness of it, and sometimes they might not.
Is it on a spectrum? Are there more severe issues with people who may suffer from that diagnosis than others?
Yes.
And is that consistent with all the mental illnesses in the DSM-5? Some are worse than others depending on the person.
Yes, even within a particular diagnosis, someone might have a more severe presentation than another person.
The next portion of the video we're going to watch looks like it's close to 10 minutes long. It's going to be on People's Exhibit 724, starting at 1448 and ending at 2455.
Present. Oh, sorry about that, folks. Had a minor interruption in the internet.
So, like, okay, so I responded to the
Now we're back.
practitioner for a second.
I don't know how long ago that was.
They would constantly tell others, I need to be on medication. I need to be wrapped up on marriage. Right? So that would cause a lot of problems. And even if you look at the report that she wrote to police before I got arrested, she talked about, in there, about women out this old.
So there is somebody named Dissociated on YouTube, and Dissociative is a good channel to watch. She does have DID. and she shows her alters and explains it. You want to see someone that actually has DID? Go watch Dissociated. I mean, she has some other controversial stuff, but in general, she's confirmed to have DID, and Dissociated on YouTube is a fairly good creator to watch if you want to see somebody with DID.
Because I knew they would get taken care of. So we had custody of them. But their mom, she started dabbling in drugs. But she wasn't ready to get the kids back yet. So my plan to her was always like, I'm like, you know, right before I leave, you better have a house, you better have everything together, and then I'll help you get the kids back to the final. So when he found out that I, what he called it, was in cahoots with her, that's when he started getting violent and aggressive, like throwing lamps in the house, throwing, like, there's a video on my phone they have where he stopped the car, because I record it all the time, because I wanted to keep all that evidence before he landed in the house. And then he's eating the piss out of Gannon, and he's flinging stuff like irate because he thinks we're all in cahoots against him to get the kids back. And he's like, you're just trying to take the kids from me. You're trying to get them back to their mom. So once I got the cars from them, we lived together. That's when it became like that.
What's going on, guys, is she's trying to lie and say she's got dissociated, and this is in one of her psych hearings. And she's trying to backpedal on other things and give answers.
Yeah, I'd be working with her, but I felt like if I left, they wanted me to take care of her.
That's because she hates dead. She despises dead air even more than a radio disc jockey.
Yeah, and she's trying to double down because the problem is things she said during her competency hearing are now conflicting with the sanity hearings that are 2 years apart. And she has now realized it is the same set of healthcare professionals.
If you look at all the school paperwork,
So she's got to backtrack on some of that stuff.
what I was doing, that I was collecting evidence to get the kids back home to her, because she had promised me that I could see the kids whenever I wanted and care about them, like that she would not take them out of my life. She had already told me that. And so, like, once I started collecting, he would notice I'd be driving down the road and I'd have his phone, and I'd just start collecting everything. I'm already a paranoid person, but I knew, like, if I start collecting stuff, you know, like, I would have it to give to her for everything. I wanted her to get a sobriety first, get a home, whatever. And once he noticed I started doing that, that's when it got a little bit violent, with him speaking that love and his kids from. Like, his weren't paranoia, his was just that he knew I was right. He knew that everything I was collecting was preparing for when I left. Because if you even
So he is not questionable. Dissociated does not schedule the alters and change for camera.
On Wednesday,
There are some other problematic issues with her, but it is generally in the psychiatric community believed that she is very genuine with it. And she does do a very good job explaining it. And while you can't schedule the alters, you know, she does essentially record herself every day and has a journal that she leaves notes for her other alters in. So she can tell because of the amnesia between the alters. She can tell you when certain ones are fronting because they can co-front, but other than that.
I knew that they would be safe. Whatever I needed to do to prepare them to have them, that was about how many months?
Dissociated is one of the ones that I in watching most closely aligned with what you see clinically in people I've treated clinically that have true dissociative identity disorder. She's not one with scheduled alters. She's not one where she says, like, I'm going to switch on camera 17. Like, she's caught it a few times, but generally she will just film herself, you know, twice a day or every day for weeks and weeks and weeks and leave notes. So when there is a different alter, when she goes back and looks through her journal, she'll go pull whatever she recorded that day.
A lot of it was because I didn't have those COVID tools. Like, you can't play softball here, you know what I mean? Not during the months that I'm used to playing that college. And so, you know, all these skills I've built over time were taken from me in Colorado. So when I got officially in August, it was weird because I had to do outside duty work for teaching, you know, to have like outside duty stuff like that. It was freezing in September, you know, and I was like, I wanted to do something else, or let me go be a flight attendant where I can do more sometimes. And I'll set my schedule where I'll be with the kids a few days a week, and I'll be a flight attendant a few days a week. Because I knew mentally I needed that outlet because I used it all my life. That's when he took offense to it. I was like, if you go get flight attendant, there's nobody going to be here to watch the kids. And I was like, I'll be here on these days.
Sandy, Dissociate Did is one of the better known ones on YouTube. Unfortunately, and she I think was one of the first DID YouTubers that was really big. There was some controversy over if she had it, if you know, and with all the trendiness. But there was a person she was in a relationship with who was in a relationship with a minor, which was problematic. And Dissociate Did, the channel,
Before we get into the content of what
she has had some legal issues because a gentleman offered to like volunteer and help her with the channel, and she had emailed to prove it, and then he copyright struck everything he helped her with and had her channel pulled, and she's had to go to court several times because he sued her. She's in the UK. He's somewhere else in Europe.
Explain.
I think Switzerland or France or somewhere.
We try to avoid ability.
Clinically, she is one of the most believable, and she does frequently call out channels where people are switching on camera and scheduling alters, and called out Trisha Paytas when Trisha Paytas tried to scam people claiming she has it. So there was a long period of time where, because of some of the other issues, Dissociated did not have anything public on her channel, had temporarily taken it down because of legal things with the person she was in a relationship with. But she is, if you want to see somebody explain it, talk about what life with the disease is really like, and see what the different alters and why I say it's very clear if you run into somebody with it.
We're trying to understand the nature of her relationship.
You will see it as night and day between her and Letecia, Trisha, all of those people. She's probably the only one I would endorse.
Yes.
And is what she's saying in this last segment consistent with what she's saying in these pre-text calls, where she's asking him, are we going to be together? Are we going to get back together, bring our family back together over and over and over again?
I do remember that from the pretext calls. Yes, this report would be inconsistent with that specifically. And I might suggest that both things could be true at the same time.
Sure. It's complicated, right? It's a relationship. You don't know all the behind the sscenes information that's going on. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
How about when you talk to Al Stauch on the phone as part of your insanity evaluation? Did he give you information about the relationship just prior to Gannon being killed?
He also noted that things were rocky, to say the least, that there had been some thoughts about separating and that no actions had been taken at that time.
What about when she talks about living in Colorado and not being able to play softball and she needs to be in the sun, that kind of thing? Was that any relevance to your evaluation when it comes to insanity?
When it comes to insanity, the primary focus of that evaluation does tend to be at the time of the offense, and it's helpful for us to have an understanding what the defendant was going through. I'd say even up to a couple of weeks before the actual event, just to understand what was their emotional state, what symptoms might they have been exhibiting at that time. Did they undergo any particular stressors that could have exacerbated symptoms of mental illness at the time?
Shooting your kids?
When we talk about dissociative identity disorder, is there a triggering event that might commonly be seen in people who suffer from that mental illness that causes them to switch personalities?
There can be, and at the same time, it can be random.
In this clip again, she mentions switching personalities. You recall her saying something about that?
I'm trying to remember specifically what was said during this clip. Would you be able to remind me?
Sure. She mentioned something about being able to switch personas based on the weather and how she can adapt to different occasions. Do you recall that line of her answer? If you don't, it's not that.
Not specifically, no.
Yeah, this would be a good time to take a break if the court likes.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon break. If we can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 3:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
Okay, that gives us a little less than 20 minutes. Let's see if I can find the thing. Find all the important operative bits too. All right. Hopefully, Mayor McNome is running around in the background someplace.
Hopefully McNome is. I'm driving, so I can't quite multitask that much. But.
All right.
Okay, Mayor, if you need me to go get Sassy or there is a problem this evening, just let me know. I have family that lives 25 minutes from the airport.
Put in this room code to play. UFXY.
Let's go, folks.
Come on, women, make me proud. Make me and the micro Loki who yelled hi to all the beasties proud. They know.
Oh, good. Good to hear it, Mayor. Good to hear it, Mayor McNome. All right. Now,
Yeah.
pop your butt in here.
Yeah, that's why I recommended you do that, Mayor. Especially in the future if she has to travel that way, somebody knows.
Broom code is, yeah.
Put in this room code to play. UFXY.
Brock, make sure you switch the screen.
Oh, did I not do that? Oh,
no.
Right. Present.
Yeah, Mayor Wrench, if there's any kind of problem and she's in Baltimore or anywhere near, Pennsylvania, Western Pennsylvania, I will gladly go retrieve her, do whatever.
Come on, click
The
the
mini
link. and come in.
Loki's, mini and micro Loki said they would go rescue her.
If I was going to go rescue her, it'd take a week.
I don't think you want me to turn these one micro and mini Loki loose in an airport. Trust me, it's not a pretty sight.
I
Okay,
figure
Mayor.
that's an open.
But regardless, if
Open offer there.
Mayor Range, regardless, if you need me, I will be there, or someone will be there. Beasties to the rescue.
All right. Since we are on a tiny bit of a time crunch here, we can finish this in 15 minutes. 5 to 6, we can finish in 15 minutes.
Lucky you. It's Quiplash
I know
3, the picnic episode.
Oh no.
I'm your host, Schmitty, and could you please take off your shoes? I just cleaned the game.
Nope.
And remember, you still get to vote if you're in the audience. Type in that room code to join. Ready or not, it's round 1. You'll get 2 prompts on your device to answer any way you please. You'll go
We
head
lost
to head with
Kara.
another player's response, and everyone else
She
votes
wandered
on
off
their
at some
favorite.
point, I think.
Sound easy? That's because it is. You get points based on the percentage of people who choose your answer. Off we go.
And I'm not sure what happened to Patty. She just kind of disappeared a while ago.
Patty had a meeting and was having internet issues. She cursed her phone out because the hotspot on her phone wasn't working. The house wasn't working. It was like cycling between 3 connections.
Yeeks. That's what the swearing was about. I had one.
Yeah, she was yelling at the phone, which couldn't figure out why the internet wasn't working. And then Apple started misbehaving.
That just made it worse. Insult being added to injury.
Yeah, Apple. She made Apple made her pick her up and hold her up to the camera. And and then the micro wasn't there for Apple.
Oh no.
We know micro and Apple are peas in a pod. I gotta say, when we have like beastie meetups, this may be terrifying to other people.
Finally, let's see some action. And we start with, in this house, Grandma and Grandpa are known as blank. It's choosing time.
The sugar crack team, yeah.
Jessica, let Rabbi sleep. He can wake up later tonight for party stream.
Yep.
He doesn't need to, stay up and watch Captain Batshit Crazy.
Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite.
He'd rather be up later, I'm sure.
Yeah, if we're being entirely honest, this is a short break, so we don't have room for a second. We don't have time for a second round.
Well, just regardless, Jessica. I mean, like, we'll be on at like 9 York.
And now pick your favorite.
It'd be like 8. I think it's 8 or 9. It's either 7 or 8 your time because it's 10 my time. For tonight, for Guns and Games party stream.
The worst thing to see through a telescope hurtling towards Earth.
But yeah, Sandy, I don't think anybody. Like when we all meet up in person, or we have like in-person beastie meetups, I think people are going to be concerned for everybody's safety and well-being.
All right, check this out. Okay, wow. God just announced he is sick of hearing prayers about blank.
Everything.
Cowboys, gnomes.
For your favorite.
Hey, don't say that
Oh, guys, I don't see him on here right now. If you see Jerry, everybody wish Jerry well. Jerry did have another seizure a few days ago and was in the hospital last time I
Oh,
talked
no.
to him, but he was okay.
Round one, let's see
He
those
was being
scores.
discharged. He was okay. They had admitted him since he has the history of post-ictal psychosis. So they generally admit him for like 24 to 48 hours on an EEG just to make sure,
Higher.
you know, that his seizure activity is truly stopped. And they were changing his meds around. So I did talk to him. What? What, baby? Love you too. You nip long hair boo noodles? No, please. What do you eat for dinner?
Time's almost up.
Come on, McGnome. You can do it. Five seconds. Oops.
Okay, just need a second to write down your entries. There really has to be a better way to do this. Okay, I'm not responsible for what happens next. Prompt number one is the name of a startup company that's doomed to fail. Okay, what's someone heavy?
Shots fired. Okay. Swindling Madoff accountants or CPA.
Let's see the next one. What a cave woman said when she first created fire. Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
I mean, I think Lori and Leticia's babysitting service would be a pretty epic fail.
Yeah.
Next on the docket, falling in love is not all puppies and unicorns. Sometimes it's blank.
Oh,
It's real. Pick your favorite.
Ow. Yeah. Oh, jeez. People.
Without further ado, what's the biggest difference between birds and airplanes? Time to
Oh,
pick the
that's
one you
definitely
like
the gnome. Ow.
Next, the weird hazing ritual astronauts must endure on their first space mission.
Flushed out an airlock.
All right, vote for the one you like best.
You can't really do re-entry in those suits.
Round 2 is through.
They
Let's
will
see how
burn
things
up.
Shook out.
Ooh, McDonald's gonna get you, Thomas.
Welcome to
Telling you.
Riplash. And you've been quipping towards. You'll each get a prompt that needs 3 separate responses. Don't screw it up, okay? Hey, we have an odd number of players, so you'll be competing
Oh,
against
dear.
moi. Lucky you.
You can take him, Debbie. Stinky. Not to rush the poop joke. Because we're actually getting tight on time now. Kind of wonder why. Come on, Thomas, you can do it.
Just a few seconds left.
McDonald's
All
going to
right,
get
let's
you if
have
you
it.
don't.
3 things that'll put you right to sleep. Okay, choose your favorite.
Oh, wow. That is for that. So this very reason I have never managed to get myself through more than 5 pages or 2 minutes of Gone with the Wind.
The 3 gifts every dad secretly wants for Father's Day.
Oh, no.
All right, choose your favorite.
I don't know who Garrison Keillor is. I can look it up, but I'm lazy. I'm being a lazy squirrel today.
3 things that probably won't exist in 20 years.
Ooh.
All right, people, it's voting time.
No, I have a hard time thinking that. Oh, okay. Oof. Yep, McDove's not going to catch you now.
You did it. Now let's see those final scores.
Wow. You're mean, Thomas. Squish. That Thomas got the squished. Okay, guys. We have about 30 seconds left, so I'm gonna kill this. Sharing of screen to there. Click. Prairie Home Companion. Prairie Home Companion's a game? Oh, I know what we're talking about. I think her Lokiness might actually be home now. Her phone got shut off. Oh no. Okay. Powder. Oh, powder. Yeah. Ew. Powder is no fun at all. Powder is gross. Oh no. That would explain a few things, though. Probably some mean old squirrel that. Oh, hello, Loki. Welcome back. I thought you'd actually managed to make it home.
I did make it home, but then I had to go run upstairs. Someone had to go potty.
Ah. Well, you're sounding better this morning now than you were this morning. That's at least something.
It only lasts for a very short period of time.
We need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point.
Once I start talking.
Thanks.
Defense. That's right. Okay. Go ahead and read it.
It rapidly deteriorates.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's a rapid, you know. Loki rapidly loses the voice.
All rise for the jury, please.
Actually, there are, Sod, you can actually do that. Kinda. There are water purification taps that actually say that. And yes, we wound up going through a lot of it.
Court will recall.
Or you can do the needed thing and talk to CCW, since that's what he patented and he has designed. He designed and patented rapid water and portable water purification and desalination.
Ooh.
Challenging.
Yeah, you mentioned that to me at one point.
So I want you all to know that if you need to bring something in, such as
Had they not turned it political, he could have actually fixed Flint, Michigan very quickly.
if you need to bring that in and you've forgotten to do it, and you've left it back in the room, and we need to take a break for you to go get that, we're happy to do that. So just let us know if if that's an issue. So with that, Mr. Young.
Thanks, Judge. Same thing for you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You and I didn't have an opportunity to go over these videos prior to your testimony. Is that right?
That's correct.
So you don't know what's coming up on the next video. Is that a fair statement?
I don't.
I'm going to do a better job of kind of giving you a preview of that, and then I'll ask you what to look for. Would that work for you?
Yes.
Okay. So the next video is we're still on People's Exhibit 724. We're going to fast forward to 1 hour and 19 minutes and 26 seconds. We're going to play a 3-minute clip. In this video, I'd like you to watch for evidence of dissociative identity disorder. And I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions on what that means to your evaluation of the Stauch and that disorder based on. Okay. So with that, Your Honor, we'll like to play 1 hour, 19 minutes and 26 seconds, and we'll stop it at 1 hour, 22 and 25 seconds.
Amanda, Maud, she was a super mod. She was over on Kurt's channel for a little bit. When I walked away, she took over running that. She was a lovely lady from the UK who was a mod for pretty much all of LawTube. Unfortunately had a terminal lung cancer that was very difficult to treat and was treatment resistant, and we all kind of knew this was going to come recently.
You know what I mean? But I so
Unfortunately, but she was in a lot of pain at the end, so at least she's not in pain anymore.
Working with special needs kids.
Secret Mixed Squirrel, the super mod, passed away.
I'll be like that. And
She
then,
was a mod on almost every LawTube channel. Yeah, I addressed it earlier this morning a couple times.
in my marriage, Albert will be like, "Won't you come
She and I spent quite a few
in here?"
hospitalizations and things on the phone with each other.
Why not? And I with me, the world
Miserating.
and then I fluctuate back into it again. So, like common sense, I knew something, wasn't right. Like, I'm not a stable person. I'm not a person that you're going to say that being a professional that I am. And through all this time,
When did that happen?
I didn't think I did it because I didn't see it. Me, I'd be so excited. I'd be doing this degree and that degree and that degree. How did I get them all? Because of the time. But there may be times when I would be turning in my schoolwork and I'd have to message the teacher and be like, look, next week I'll catch up and do 3 weeks worth of work, but just not this week, And so, you learn, that's just not normal. Like, if you guys, one of y'all came to work with each other like that, and you consistently came like that, and you be thinking one or two things, are you on work? Or it's something really wrong. And I don't do drugs. So, the more and more that happened, I became cognizant of it. And then Harley, as she got older, she started noticing. She was like, Mom, you'll be this personality, then you'll be this one, and I don't be this. She just learned to to deal with it. And sometimes they can't even find me out of the room, so I won't leave today. So as it happens more, you.
So we stopped it at 122.25. She's talking about discrepancies in her personalities and that she's aware of them. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
Tell the jury, how does that impact, if it impacts it at all, your diagnosis or lack of diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder?
As noted before, awareness of the different personality states in dissociative identity disorder, it's complicated in that you can be aware of them, and at the same time, you might not be so aware of others. But that being said, when I watch those clips, despite what Ms. Stauch is saying, to me it sounds like she's trying to explain different mood states as opposed to different personality states. And it sounds to me as though she's trying to explain to us that you can be manic and then depressive or have depression, kind of reflecting a bipolar disorder. But what's particularly marking is that idea that she can anticipate when she's going to come out of a depression. As she noted in the video, she talks about having all this energy to have all of these degrees.
Okay, we'll see you in a
and
few.
then she might be depressed, not want to come out of her room. She
Grandkids
might
in
not
work.
do
Wow.
the work associated with teaching that she's supposed to be doing, but she can catch up on it the following week when she comes out of this depressive state. I mean, in bipolar disorder, again, you can't anticipate or plan when you're going to be manic or when you're going to be depressed. Those are not things that one can control.
Regardless of what was going on with Miss Stauch when she was in school, she was able to complete her schooling and eventually obtain a doctorate degree. Is that fair?
Yes, that's what she said.
So when you talk about she may have been depressed at some time, it didn't mean she didn't black out and forget about the schoolwork. She just knew she had to go back and do it in a future time or at a later.
That's how it sounds to me.
She also mentions in this clip that Harley, her daughter, knew about her different personalities. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
Did you or Dr. Gray try to contact Harley Hunt, her daughter, during the course of your evaluation?
We did.
Were you able to talk to her?
We talked to her only briefly, but we never were able to conduct an interview with her.
And why is that, do you know?
Ultimately, she said that she needed to seek some legal counsel before she could speak to us.
Do you know whether or not Harley Hunt eventually talked to law enforcement at some point during this investigation?
My understanding is that she eventually did.
Do you know whether or not she actually testified in this trial?
I'm aware that she testified.
Would it be surprising to you that she testified that she didn't know anything about her mom?
Your Honor, I want to object. This is an inappropriate question asking. This witness.
No, I think you can read. I think the question is phrased is objectionable. You, number one, you are reciting what some other witness had to say, and you can't testify. Number two, I think that you can rephrase the question to ask her, in a hypothetical fashion, if a witness had testified or if the facts were to establish X, what would be your opinion? I think you can do that.
I understand. I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor. If Harley Hunt said something inconsistent with what Stauch said in the video, would that impact your decision on whether or not she had? Well, let me strike that. Would that tell you whether or not she was being credible when she told you that Harley was aware about her different personality?
I want to object to the question asking for a comment on the credibility of the witness.
Sustain. You can't ask somebody to comment on the credibility of someone else. You can ask her whether or not it would be consistent or inconsistent, but you can't say that it's credible.
Well, we're talking about Ms. Stauch. You're doing an evaluation and you're relying on her self-reporting to certain things. Is that fair?
Yes.
Would that self-reporting be impacted if you knew Harley Hunt said something inconsistent with what she said on the video?
I would say collateral information is always very helpful in these types of evaluations.
And obviously at the time that you're doing the video interview with Ms. Stauch, Harley Hunt was not cooperating with you or anyone else, is that right?
I don't know if she was cooperating with anyone else. She just politely declined to participate in our interview with her.
The next clip I'm going to play is at 1 hour and 27 minutes and 34 seconds. We're going to stop it at 1 hour and 33 minutes and 24 seconds. And in this particular clip, Ms. Stauch will be talking about illusions or hearing things. And then I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions about what she says about that, okay?
Okay.
So with that, we can start the next clip.
That's a good one. He said, you hear voices, but they're all your personality.
Right.
And that's it.
Yeah, and the devil. But you know, there's always the devil. Trying to tell you, you sound like, well, I'm not. When you think the devil was someone who jump off the heights because they had to be a white sandwich. That's the devil. That's like hours trying to like come in and make me. That's what people to all. This is what you know, and because you're God, the devil will only do you all the time. You know what I mean? But as far as like, you know, I don't believe anything that people say, and no disrespect to y'all, good job. But for me, I don't believe this whole thing when people say, oh, these people are talking to them. These are your cosmic powers and your personality. Like, all my personality can go talk to me and be like, oh, just slap that girl. Like, those kind of things. But these people are young and the best thing when they be doing that stuff. Like, none of that. But there's always the devil that has you to do that. I mean, like running the G-ball. It's a form of chance for you to run the G-ball. You know what I mean? But I don't believe in the other stuff. So, you know.
You don't believe in which other stuff.
Well, I be seeing people come in, they be on death, and they be swearing up and down, like, you know, like, people were telling them to do this. And I'm like, what? You know what I mean? There's always the devil. Like, the devil told me to jump off rocks. Different. Just random people sitting out somewhere telling you this. Like, this ain't how it works. You know what I mean? Yes, does my different personalities tell me to do different things? Yes, but that's still a part of me, just in a separate world. That's not, you know, I don't know. Like, they be just a little. I believe in. They might think wrong. That's the devil, or that's yourself. You got myself with it, them, and they. If you, that's people not drugs like me. People that be on beds and all that. I be seeing them coming there, and they be spraying it down. You know, it's crazy stuff that's going on. Like, I don't believe in that. So, like, it's the devil. Not, have I? Yes. I've been in some places in my life where I thought, or maybe you can call it delusion. But on a regular basis, no. Like, if I'm in a different world, like if I go to a world like Janelle's world, I see everything Janelle sees. That's because I've created those worlds. I've been able to be like, I know what Janelle does. Or if I go to King of Drowning and I'm doing gymnastic stuff around cells, like I know that I can make a balance beam, or you know, I put apparatus out, or whatever. But I know this that I leave this place to go to that place, so I put them. And is not something that, you know, there's, you know, oh, that looks like the sun is in here. Like, no, it's not like that. I actually created those worlds. I knew what goes into them. I put it there. You know what I mean?
Sounds like it's almost a conscious choice on your part.
Pretty much. Yeah. Except Maria. Now, I'm split on that part, because I can't control more than Maria. That, I can switch back and forth, but I cannot switch to Maria without it being triggered. Like, you'd have to put me like under some, like, you know, drug-induced setting or something to trigger to get Maria. I can't forcefully, but everyone else I can. It's a conscious way of doing it, you know. Like, every time I go to court, this lady out here, she goes to me to court. I'll be like, bye-bye, Miss Johnson. I'm leaving. She's like, don't leave yet. And I just go all over. Like, sometimes I'll be calling my name. She'll have to, like, snap me out of it. And we're just being a whole different thing, doing all this. But I've created that as a way to deal with those. It's not something that, you know, is a chemical balance or something, I don't think. But then Maria, though, she's a sniper now. So she can do the most.
Where did you get training?
Maria does for hire. She got trained from Russia. She does for hire. She got trained for hire. She does $1,500 per minute. She does for things that includes everything. Okay. So you see her come out, she's talking about eliminating the stress. That person, there's only certain people. It's pedophiles, people that like sexually molest people, people that rape people, like those that need to be eliminated from the planet. These are people, and now you can say, well, you're a Christian, you should not say that. But Maria's not Christian, so she don't say that. Those are people that just need to be completely wiped off the face of the planet. Because if you're going to sit there and hurt a child and pedophile and molest them and all that, you're breathing.
So we stopped it at 133.24. There's a lot to unpack there.
Yes, there is.
Let's start with her conversations about the devil and the devil telling her to do things. Okay, what's your take on that?
Our take on that is ultimately, it seemed like an exaggerated symptom, that one specifically. She talked about auditory hallucinations, hearing personality states, again, in dissociative identity disorder. The research related to clinical presentation says that's possible. Hearing the devil wouldn't be associated with a dissociative identity disorder. Hearing the devil could be associated with a psychosis. But again, given Ms. Stauch's history, there's nothing there to corroborate that she's had any significant psychosis that persist, that one might hear that symptom and say that symptom goes with this particular clinical presentation. What was also striking was, at least as it pertains to issues of psychosis, is that individuals who do have a psychotic disorder specifically.
Leticia's got her head down on the desk. She's in her here. They're between the two attorneys.
Difficult to assess because they might deny symptoms or they might just withhold information as it pertains to those. So the fact that Ms. Stauch very openly told us about this hallucination, hearing the devil and hearing the devil at different moments of her life, it's just not a particularly credible symptom in the way that she presented it.
The way she presented it was in reference to the hike that took place on January 26th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So, for the sake of argument, if in fact the devil was communicating with her,
Because there she is. See? She could have poked her head up a little bit.
Going to jump off a cliff. In other words, she didn't listen to the devil.
Yeah, that's important.
Why is that important?
When it comes to issues of psychosis, people sometimes hear hallucinations that command them or tell them they should behave in a particular manner. Some individuals with psychosis have difficulty controlling their behavior in light of that, and some people can control their behavior in light of that. It kind of depends how sick they are at the time.
And she mentions again to you and Dr. Gray, incidentally, Dr. Gray is asking specific questions about psychosis, it sounds like, during this portion of the interview.
Yes.
And she understood those questions and is responding to those questions. Is that fair?
Yes.
She starts to talk about her different worlds. And was that a common theme throughout the interview?
Yes, generally speaking, whenever she spoke of these other personality states, she frequently talked about how she created the personality states, she created the world, she could move from one world to another on her own volition, with the exception of Maria.
Now, how does that fit into a diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder? Do people who suffer from that disorder describe their different personalities as going to different worlds?
I've never assessed somebody with a legitimate dissociative identity disorder to be able to know if that's how they usually.
Mayor Wrench, she may be batshit crazy,
What strikes me
but she
is
doesn't have DID.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
it's convenient that the one personality that is particularly important and relevant to this evaluation is the one that she has no access to.
Talk about that in just a second. But in regards to going to this world, for instance, too much information, but when I'm having a problem trying to go to sleep, I go to a beach. And I think about sitting on that beach and listening to the ocean. Am I suffering from some kind of dissociative identity disorder because I do that?
I would say that I would need to do a more thorough assessment.
No further questions.
Always going to pass the witness. Time for the grilling to start.
Yeah, I did. All right, well, again, maybe I'm off. I don't know. I'm not ready to think about that again. Let's talk about Maria, okay? You just said that
Okay.
an exception to her different personalities with Maria. How significant is that to your evaluation?
As I said, Maria ultimately ends up being one of the most relevant personalities associated with the evaluation of her sanity at the time of the offense. She talks about all of these other personalities. She explains to us that she is unaware of a couple of her personalities, that she learns of them through the evidence. She seems more aware of a separate set of personalities. And then when it came to Maria, she said that she could not tell us what Maria was thinking at any given time. Just like she noted that she can move from one world to another in these other personality sets, Taylor, Christina. I don't know that I could remember all of the names off of the top of my head. When it came to Maria, she said that she couldn't do that with Maria. But it's also interesting to me that she seems to have an awareness of Maria's existence in terms of her being a trained sniper, where she was trained, the idea that Maria speaks different languages. All of that seems a bit far-fetched to me in terms of this idea of dissociative identity disorder. Because dissociative identity disorder, the minority of, well, I'd say the majority of individuals who experience it as multiple personality states coexisting at the same time within them, which is where the identity confusion comes into play. It's not usually presented so overtly in terms of, I have this separate personality with all of these different qualities than me.
Is it inconsistent to say that she knew this much information about Maria and yet at the same time say she can't control switching over to Maria?
To me, I would think that if she had no access to Maria, I would expect her to have less of an awareness or understanding of that particular personality.
While we're talking about Maria, at some point during the interview with Ms. Stauch, whether it was in March or in June, did you ask to speak to Maria?
We did ask her if we could. She essentially said that she couldn't just switch into Maria. She noted that, I think she said a little bit in there, that something would have to trigger that particular personality to come out of her. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, during the course of our assessment, she said that we would need to bring out specific evidence or discovery to help her return to that state. Just how she noted that she was aware of these other personalities. We asked about what Maria was thinking at the time of the alleged offense, and that's when Ms. Stauch told us that she could not tell us what Maria was thinking at any point in time.
I'm going to fast forward to November of 2022. Did you review an interview that was conducted by a Dr. Lewis with Ms. Stauch in her insanity evaluation?
I did.
And did you see a portion of that interview where Dr. Lewis said, "Hey, can we speak to Maria?" And then Maria appears talking in a Spanish accent?
Yes.
That Ms. Stauch in the interview.
It was.
Was that inconsistent with what you saw when you asked her if you could speak to Maria?
I would say generally speaking, it seemed to be Dr. Lewis asked multiple times, to my recollection, before Maria emerged. I also saw Dr. Lewis doing something with handwriting, and I'm not familiar with whatever technique that was.
We may be watching that at a later time, okay? The next segment I want to talk to you about is reference to Maria again, and it's in reference to an incident that happened when she was being transported from South Carolina to Colorado, where there was an assault on a deputy. Do you recall that information?
Yes.
And do you recall talking to her about that information?
Briefly, yes.
Okay, we're going to play this clip, and then I'll ask you some more follow-up questions about that. And just so the record's clear, we're still on People's Exhibit 724. We're now at 1 hour and 39 minutes and 2 seconds, and we will stop it at 1 hour and 41 minutes and 10 seconds.
If you look at that report where the drive here, that lady was trying to get you with her gun. And like you can see on the camera why I kept on. I knew exactly what she was over there doing and thinking, and I kept like, I know what you're doing over here. I know you're out to get me. You're trying to shoot me with your gun. Like, I knew all that. So, like, that was a time, an example where it was very heightened, where I was, like, all over the place thinking they were out to get me with this stuff. And then I was trying to read what she had going on. She was trying to shoot me with her gun. I don't know if you saw that report, but, like, you could see it in there where I keep looking at the cameras telling them this. That's an example of a time that it was, like, very, very
And those perceptions in general are always accurate.
like the premonition.
So, when you get really paranoid, and it seems like you don't want to.
Like, think about it. That instance with that lady, that Deputy James, it was for after she did have. So what else she been doing with a gun, pointing at me? She was trying to kill me with it. So like, that was a perfect example why it was accurate. And of course, Maria came. That whole incident happened when Maria came, and she's just on a regulate on. You know what I mean? So, but it's usually always accurate. Like the whole incident with the guy trying to tell me I hit somebody. I didn't really hit somebody, but these people were out to get me the whole time. And I was telling them.
Yay, Amanda!
There ain't no way I hit somebody. Y'all were literally setting me up like who hit somebody and there was no mark. So I knew they were doing that because his last name was Sanchez and Maria's last name was Sanchez. So how's that? You know what I mean?
And we stopped it at 1 hour, 41 minutes and 10 seconds. Was it clear to you when you're talking to her that she's saying Maria was the one that kind of took over and assaulted the deputy on the way back from South Carolina?
Yes.
Looking at the interview with Dr. Lewis, where it's alleged that Ms. Stauch turned into this persona named Maria Sanchez, talking in a Spanish accent, did you review the video of the assault coming back from South Carolina?
I did not.
Would you like to see that?
Sure.
See, these guys are ready for it. I gotta find the exhibit number. Let's try People's Exhibit 338. I didn't rehearse to them either. For the record, we're playing 338.
She keeps threatening me. Stop. Or she keeps threatening me.
Stop.
She keeps on threatening me. I have stopped it. She keeps on. Well, she got out of the restraints. She keeps on. Threatening me. I will for you. She keeps
Put your arm down.
Put your arm
She
down. Keeps threatening me the whole time.
Tisha, give me your arm.
I will to you, but not to her.
Tisha, give me your
I will
arm.
to you, but not to her.
Cooperate with me. Cooperate with me.
I will with you, but not with her.
Cooperate with me.
I will with you, not with her.
Tisha?
I will with you. I said I wouldn't. Give me your arm now. I said I would with you. I said I would with you. I said I would with you.
Stop resisting.
I'm resisting. I said I would with her. But the other person.
Letecia, I'm gonna beat your ass. Stop.
Repeatedly.
I have to talk
Tisha,
to her.
stop
I'm not
resisting. Yes, you are.
We stopped it at 1:56. You heard several voices on that.
Yes.
Did you ever hear a voice that was consistent with the voice that you saw in Dr. Lewis's interview of Ms. Stauch, where she was talking in a Spanish accent?
I did not.
Did you recognize Ms. Stauch's voice in this video clip?
I did.
And is it the same Ms. Stauch that you evaluated and the same person seated in this courtroom that you did your insanity evaluation?
Yes.
Is that consistent with or inconsistent with what she's telling you that she turned into Maria when she assaulted this deputy, the video we just watched?
It's not consistent with the Maria that I saw.
And smacked her in the face with a Monster Energy drink.
But is it consistent with what she's telling you that she switched words?
Lucky it wasn't me.
And Maria went into protection mode and assaulted the deputy.
I know I would have been able to protect her, save her if it was me who hit in the face with Monster Energy.
This personality of Maria
I
that
promise.
as the Maria that I saw in Dr. Lewis's videos, meaning with the Hispanic accent.
We're now going to go back to your interview, and we're going to stay with People's Exhibit 724, and we're going to go to 2 hours and 21 seconds. And this is about a 10-minute clip. So if you want to sit down, but just to kind of give you a preview of what we're going to be talking about. Again, it has to deal with dissociative identity disorder, her switching personalities, and then actually talking about events close in time to
They're called alters, not
it's up to you.
personalities.
Back here, okay?
If you're
Just think it's
going to
it's about-
discuss things, at least use right terminology, idiot. I know she's your client. You can't even say her name right, but
in 21 seconds, we're going to hit play.
I know it's asking a lot.
Oh, believe me, we all miss Loki. There's some takes I don't do very well.
The everyone missed me. Yeah, Loki and her Tourette's when it comes to this, or the parent Tourette's.
They mentioned flashback.
I love when everyone's like, "Did you hear Letecia talk about being a sniper?" No, I bet you would have made her out of the first foxhole she could be in with me. First day of Overwatch, I'd have murdered her ass.
You think she wouldn't have survived the first day with me? Forget it.
I feel like I'm threatened.
She's a bitch myself.
But that's what I'm saying. She wouldn't have. She'd have survived longer with you than she would with me.
Like me trying to protect my mom.
No.
There was one
And
time.
every time this attorney talks, I want to be like, dude, tell me you hate your client without telling me you hate your client.
I ran out of the house.
The fries are in the oven.
So like,
Make mashed potatoes.
look.
No,
Why?
because we just had Hanukkah.
How many Hanukkah? I did
One.
Why? How many packages of that?
One.
Why the what? That flashback, and that's why sometimes I switch personalities and go into protecting them because I'll have that flashback and I'll think I'm back in that same time. And, like for example, I text my boss and tell her that my stepdad died. I had a flashback that
See,
morning.
she wouldn't have to worry about all that much from me. I'd pretty much just yell at her for the first 10 minutes. The one she should have worried about was my lieutenant. She wouldn't have even blinked. Just shoot this bitch right off.
Walking on the street, and I'll be like, that looks like him. One of the triggers is
Micro Loki asking me if her French fries I just put in the oven are done.
Yeah, no. It takes about a half hour.
Yeah, 8 minutes.
No, okay.
They are like the Orida McDonald's style.
Ah, yes.
Like
Those are
10
pretty good.
minutes at $4.50.
So his mom was killed supposedly by his stepdad. So he always wears red and black to like commemorate, So like I can see somebody walking on the road with red and black on it.
Yeah, she wouldn't have survived with me. But look, my man, I can tell you hate your client. How many times, A, you can't get her name right, but B, how many times are like, yeah, I'm sorry, we're going to subject you to... Like, dude, we know you don't like your client.
And so that happens.
Yeah.
That's why
I'm not a first lawyer. No shit, Sherlock.
there was somebody walking and I was thinking it was him. And so like
Nobody likes your client.
what if one day I was to like
Shit, I doubt that the person she married liked her. No, before she harmed the child.
Before you do that, Amanda, come see me. We'll give you a class that'll keep you from getting shredded by Letecia.
Amanda, honey, you'd be fine. Amanda, you spend 3 hours with me, and I guarantee you'll make it out of the room with just about against 99% of the population.
My mom was saying that when they read the report, she wasn't going to be able to like get the house fixed.
And Amanda, if it's any consolation, if you wouldn't survive in being in a room with Letecia, then the Beasties would not be donating to the Beastie Fund for anything other than to bail Loki's ass out of jail. If they ever found me.
You'd have to. You'd be standing in line.
No, I would not be standing in line. You're a dude unless you're going to start identifying as a woman. You're not going to the same jail.
Of course not.
I am. I will go to your jurisdiction, is what I will do.
We'd have to get what's her face here first, and I don't think that's happening. She's in a state court.
I'm just saying. I'd be like, somebody take me to Letecia. And then y'all can just arraign me. I will arraign myself at this point. Stupid games, stupid prizes. Harm a beastie, deal with angry Mama Loki. May the odds be ever in your favor. Because they sure as shit aren't.
So much for my stepdad. Like I could never. I tried to find
I like to point out, and I think Croc has been there when I've said this several times. There are very few people that want to be on my bad side. There is no place on heaven, on earth, or in hell somebody who harms my child, people that are important to me, or people that are part of my or our family would be safe. There is nowhere. There is nowhere you would be safe from me.
When I read scripture, the book of James, I can't even go to the scripture in the book of James without
that goes for my beasties.
Bible.
May the odds be ever in your favor, but they're not, so give up.
No need to run. You'll only buy time.
You can't outrun a bullet, and I can reach out and touch you from another zip code, but you do you, boo. None of my beasties ever fights alone, and nobody harms my beasties. I don't give a shit what. I will tell you, I'm one of the last people you want to be on the bad side of if you harm somebody I care about.
I'm telling you, almost like you're right there. See, so all your senses are. I also recommend that red and black is trigger for you.
Just promise Croc when I go to jail, you'll keep the channel going.
Remember when you first
and you'll come visit me, and then you can tape our visits, and then you'll just Loki reacts from jail. We'll just do a call-in show.
Sounds good to me. Assuming, of course, that I'm not on the rescue team.
Yeah, you'll be good. I don't need rescued. May the odds be ever in their favor, but they're not. I'm telling you right now. Nobody hurts my beasties. Oh, bite my ass. If people think I will lose a minute of sleep, y'all are wrong. I sleep just fine, thank you.
There you go, Thomas. That's the way.
They're very hot. Do you need a drink?
I could go for a bottle.
Sorry, the baby needed her French fries that Mama had to make.
And this guy, he came in, he was trying to pick on Lena about the drink machine. I really
We can't handle her. We're letting her go. Yeah, Thomas, my SWAT commander several times has been like, look, y'all,
body shape, everything.
they're not going to find a body.
Like turning out the entire Burger King.
Or, you know, when they put me out as bait for predators, they're like, I remember when the person was placed, she was like, you know, there's a chance that it's going to take like 10 to 12 minutes for us to get to you. Because this known child predator, they'd be dressed up like a teenage boy. But he'd been to federal prison several times. And so he arranged the meeting location so that he'd be able to spot a sting operation kind of thing.
Said, I can't.
Because that's how he'd been caught the first time. So he was really conscious of, like, you know.
Identity disorder.
It was important to us during our evaluation, and I suspect we'll talk in more detail about it, but we had her delineate the events leading up to this offense. And she does, I use the word speculate, because she has told us that she doesn't know what Maria is thinking at any point in time. But she, at the same time, tells us that at the time of the offense, Maria might have thought that the individual who was killed, ultimately Gannon, was Letecia's stepfather.
Did she ever tell you at any point through the entirety of these interviews how she was able to tell you what Maria did if she doesn't remember what Maria does?
No, she's never able to explain that to us.
She talked about flashbacks at several times during this portion of the video. What's the significance of the flashbacks, and why were you asking follow-up questions about them?
Flashbacks, again, were relevant to the question of mental state at the time of the offense. As I noted, she said that Maria, well, we were asking follow-up, I'm going to answer the second part first. We were asking follow-up questions because her description of these potential mental health symptoms at the time of the alleged offense were somewhat layered on top of each other and, quite frankly, a bit confusing to follow. So, you know, throughout the course of our evaluation, she would talk about dissociating, and she would talk about these missions as though she were in a manic episode. She would also talk about dissociating, and then the issue of flashbacks, which in itself is a form of dissociation, but not a dissociation as it pertains to a different personality state. So we were looking for symptoms potentially associated with this post-traumatic stress disorder, and flashbacks are a presentation associated with that. But given that her own self-report was confusing, difficult to follow, not really consistent with any of the specific presentations that we would expect for dissociative identity disorder or psychosis or even flashbacks associated with PTSD, we were asking follow-ups.
Was it inconsistent with how she described the flashbacks? Initially, she says, when I have a flashback, I switch personalities. Do you remember that?
She has said that, yes.
Did she later on come back and say, flashbacks are different than me switching personalities?
Yes.
What significance does that have to do with it?
Again, it's trying to understand what is this clinical diagnosis that we're looking at. When it comes to flashbacks, flashbacks are when you feel as though you are specifically reliving a traumatic event from your past. It's more than just seeing something and being reminded of something that happened to you in the past, which we all probably experience from time to time. There's nothing particularly pathological about the latter one. But when it comes to flashbacks, usually an individual exhibits behaviors that are notable by other individuals because all of a sudden it's as though the person is no longer here in this awareness and reality because they are essentially reliving something that has happened to them in the past. So it's noticeable.
Did you see any evidence of her flashing back to anything while you were interviewing her during this period?
No.
It seems like that you were asking questions, and I guess I can ask, were you trying to figure out what the triggering event was that would cause her to switch personalities during this conversation?
Well, during this conversation, I think I was just trying to get a better understanding of what is it that she means when she says flashbacks. It's not uncommon to see in these types of evaluations people using psychological jargon without really using it correctly or understanding exactly what it means, which is, again, why we ask open-ended questions. So I was asking what she meant by flashbacks, because as I noted before, throughout the evaluation, she seemed to layer or conflate or use terminology that seemed to mean something else. So I was just trying to get a better picture or understanding of what it was that she was trying to communicate.
And is this the first time you're hearing anything about red and black being some kind of triggering event for her?
That clip might have been the first time that she specifically stated that. I'd have to go back and watch all of the interviews to be sure about that.
But you recall her talking about that, and were you the one wearing red and black, or was Dr. Gray wearing red?
No, I was wearing a red and black coat that day.
Did you notice anything unusual when you first met her wearing your red and black outfit?
I remember when she came in, because that was the first interview for the sanity evaluations. She seemed a bit sullen, a bit, she wasn't as polite or bright as she was when we did the competency evaluations.
Speaking of that, did you and Dr. Gray perform some psychological testing during the course of these interviews?
Yes.
Did you have her remember?
And Thomas is once again in reform.
Sequences of numbers?
We did.
I'm asking way too many questions. How did she do on that? Let's talk about the number sequences first.
Sure. During the competency evaluation specifically, we gave a very brief cognitive screener. It's called, well, in short, it's called the MOCA. It's the Montreal Cognitive Assessment Test. It literally takes maybe 5 to 10 minutes to administer. And it looks at a variety of different cognitive domains. So things like attention, short-term memory. And when I say short-term memory, I'm speaking about being able to remember words over the course of a few minutes. It also looks at abstraction abilities, naming abilities, a little bit that looks at executive functioning, which is kind of an umbrella term that encompasses cognitive abilities associated with reasoning and problem solving and planning. But she did fine. She did fine on all of that. There wasn't anything noticeable that would call our attention to her having cognitive deficits or a cognitive disorder.
What about brain damage? Anything to indicate that she may have had brain damage?
Nothing specifically.
Did you administer what's called the Montreal Cognitive Assessment?
Yes, that's what I was just talking about.
Okay. Just happen to have that in my hand here. hand you what's been marked as 7-6. Recognize that piece of paper?
I do.
What is that?
This was the brief cognitive screener that I was just talking about that we administered with Ms. Stauch during the course of her competency evaluation.
And with regards to People's Exhibit 736, is that a fair and accurate copy of the test and her results of that test, or at least her documentation of that test, as you did it back during your evaluation?
Yes.
At this time I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 736.
Okay. Exhibit 736 will be admitted. Go ahead.
In People's Exhibit 736, on the right-hand top corner, there's a picture of a clock.
Yes.
Could you describe that particular clock and what Ms. Stauch did as a result of that examination?
Yes. That particular task, we call it clock drawing. Essentially, it's when we ask an individual from scratch to draw a clock, to put in all the numbers 1 to 12, and then to set the time to 10 past 11. We usually try to make sure that there is no clock in the room that they can copy. This particular, I'm not a neuropsychologist, so I'd say neuropsychology is not my specific specialty, but I do understand that this particular test is sensitive to some sort of brain impairment when that is present. So Ms. Stauch's clock drawing it's fine, for lack of a better term. She has the circle, she has all of the numbers, and the hands are appropriately set to 10 past 11.
And are you familiar with whether or not Dr. Lewis performed a similar test with Ms. Stauch in November of 2020?
Yes.
Did you see the results of that particular test?
I did.
Were they consistent with what you saw during your evaluation?
They are not. I don't remember exactly what those other clocks looked like. Vaguely, I do remember that one was a clock, but all of the numbers were stacked on possibly the right-hand side. It could have been the left-hand side. And I think there was a second
The
clock
chat's having
drawing
a
that
field
looked
day.
significantly impaired. But I don't remember the specifics of it.
I know you're going to be back in the morning, Lee. Prosecutor, shut up here pretty quick.
Yes.
And was that a big part of her opinion, indicating that Ms. Stauch may have some kind of brain damage from the clock she drew November of 2020?
Yes.
At this time, I'd like to go old school and publish this exhibit by just holding it up in front of the jury.
The defense is currently fidgeting with what looks like a rubber band
Okay, so we can do that step on.
or a bit of string. Oh, I see. Cat's cradle.
We'll have to take a look at it. We'll pass it through.
I'm old, so it's just old. Yeah.
Yes.
While they're doing that, can we approach just?
Yeah.
No.
It doesn't matter. She's not going to, they don't have much longer for today anyway. Well, Thomas, I figure you did better than SpaceX did. especially with about a 20% fail rate on their
Record the jury
on the
will have
engines.
chance. Okay,
Little
Dr.
less,
Torres, the
actually.
next segment we're going to play is again People's Exhibit 724. It's going to start at 2 hours and 16 minutes and 57 seconds. In this particular clip, we're going to be hearing more about Maria and who she protects. And then I'm going to ask some follow-up questions with regards to dissociative identity disorder and your evaluation in regards to that disorder, okay? So with that, we'll play the next clip.
With your dissociation concepts for
Well, make sure your life support's up to date too.
Maria, there's a conscious awareness about it. We should say it.
Because you probably don't want to be doing that without.
The rise of their personalities. Yeah. It is actually a whole world. Daydreaming to me would be just somebody having like a good imagination. You know, it's like a whole entirely different world. Like, for example, if you were to talk to Harvey can tell you exactly what it's like to be abused in depth, like detail by detail, every sexual part that questions she'd want to answer, she could do for you. You understand? So I daydream too because that's like real. You know what I mean? Where if I think the other way is like Maria, because then she doesn't have awareness that everybody else is her world and she's protecting me. And there's not people consistent. Like, for example, you, Maria, would know you. The only people consistent in Maria's world is Chance, Birdie, like people that she's been sought out to.
Well, that was the second star from the right.
So,
Yeah,
not really
I
daydreaming
could
is
be
an
wrong.
actual job. The kids were part of that world. Like, anybody want to do something to Gannon, hardly, Maria those times, she can get them too, because that's been my whole life, not having still protection. But gives in protection in 5 different forms. That's more like different worlds that we're creating. Like when I do it in a courtroom, it's the whole world, not it's the people who are living, not me just making it up like, oh, not like that. It's actually me going there to the beach. But
I feel really silly about bringing up this today. Let me ask you some questions about what we just saw. Again, she talks about Maria, and she talks about who she protects and who she's in the world. Now, she's expanding who Maria protects. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And she includes Lena, Gannon, Harley, and I believe she said Chance, if I recall correctly. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What significance is
Nice to
that?
know that,
knowing
Thomas.
That we're going to see eventually her interview where she seems to indicate that she turned into Maria when Gannon was killed. What's your take on that?
I would think, or at least, my understanding of dissociative identity disorder, these different personality states have their own details associated with them. To me, in terms of Ms. Stauch's self-report, her presentation, it has always been confusing to me how all of the personalities seem to have an awareness of Ms. Stauch's own history. I'm not necessarily an expert in dissociative identity disorder. There are some people who devote a large chunk of their work to that practice. I am an expert in forensics. I'm an expert in clinical diagnosis. So I have some awareness of these diagnoses. With that being said, in terms of my understanding of the conceptualization of that disorder, there just seems to be too much of an overlap in terms of what Ms. Stauch says about these other personalities, the way in which she can control going from one to another, the ways in which they overlap with each other.
Did you or Dr. Gray ever consider the fact that she could just be making this all up?
Yes.
That she could just be winging it as she's talking to you, and she must have slipped about talking about protecting Gannon in this segment?
I don't know that we ever thought of it specifically like that. I mean, we did consider the possibility of feigning or exaggerating, simply given the fact that she exaggerates. She seems to exaggerate in her self-report to us throughout these interviews, the psychological testing, the fact that her self-report during the sanity evaluations is at times consistent and at times significantly inconsistent with her self-report at the time of the competency evaluations, as well as the collateral data that we had available to us. She tells us that these personality states have been present since her adolescence, and she specifically mentions that Maria shows up. I don't know exactly when, but she mentioned to us that Maria was around when she was 16. You would just think that somebody would have seen something, maybe not a mental health professional, given that her mental health treatment was somewhat spotty. But even the individuals that we spoke to, nobody had heard of this or knew anything about it.
Talk to Al. Did you talk to Al Stauch about these things?
We asked him, I don't remember the specific question, but we did. We asked him if he knew of her behaving erratically, going into different personality states. We asked him specifically if he was aware of somebody called Maria Sanchez. And overall, no, he didn't endorse seeing or knowing anything about this.
Would Harley Hunt, her daughter, probably be the best person to know about those things because she's been with her whole life?
We had hoped to ask Harley that question, but as I said, we weren't able to speak to her ultimately, so we didn't get that opportunity.
Why did you ask Ms. Stauch whether or not she was daydreaming, or words to that effect? Do you recall that question?
Yes. Again, given her tendency or the way that she was presenting to exaggerate, I wanted to see what she said in response to that question, because of her self-report of creating these identities, creating these worlds. To me, it sounds more like a fantasy. It sounds more like daydreaming than actually what would be expected with dissociative identity disorder in terms of not having that sort of control. So I wanted to see what she said if I asked her, are these daydreams, or how is it different from a daydream?
During the entirety of both your competency evaluation and the insanity evaluation, did she ever tell you that she couldn't recall what Maria did, or that there was a blackout and I have no recollection of what happened?
She said it largely to two major events, one of them being this alleged offense. The other one was when Maria emerged at age 16. Ms. Stauch was telling us about some arrest or some problem she had gotten involved in. I forget exactly what state this occurred in, if she was in North Carolina or South Carolina at the time. But it had something to do with a bottle shattering, and then, if I'm recalling correctly, I think she said that she may have assaulted someone else, but she said that it was Maria who did it in protective mode and that Ms. Stauch has no memory of it.
Okay. kind of want to finish up today's testimony and going back to your hypothetical and saying, remember that?
Yes.
The family member felt that he was going to power to change the world, and they wanted to kill that family member because he wanted to prevent that person from doing that.
Sure. Yes. Close enough.
In that hypothetical situation, would you expect the person who's charged with a crime, if they are truly legally insane, to make up stories about how the crime happened?
No, I would expect more consistency from one report to another. Often when people are arrested, they're interviewed by police. Sometimes they refuse to be interviewed. But whenever they are, it's helpful to read what they say to police because it's so close to the time of the offense. If there's a video of it or an audio recording, even better, because I can see it with my own eyes or hear it with my own ears. But usually when an individual does ultimately meet the insanity defense, there's more consistency. There's documentation about a history. There's information enough to substantiate the claims in the self-report and what was occurring with that person at the time of the offense.
Is that in large part because they didn't have the capacity to know that it was wrong, therefore they don't have the capacity not to admit to it? That makes sense?
Say that. I think there's some double negatives in there. I'm trying to follow.
Let's go to your hypothetical.
Okay.
Charged person or the person claiming to be insane says, I killed my family member because if I didn't, they would have changed the world. There's nothing wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Would there be a reason for that individual to lie about the reason why he did that?
Usually, again, in the evaluations that I've done, the issue of lying or changing the story doesn't often come up. Usually the story or the presentation is pretty consistent across time periods. Sometimes there might be a couple of details that are off. They're usually not large conceptual details, but I would attribute that just to issues of normal memory, forgetting across time, because sometimes we see these people for evaluations years after the offense has actually occurred.
And Dr. Torres, the next segment we're going to play is about an hour and 14 minutes long. We're going to wait and do that tomorrow.
Please.
Friday, that's right. We're not here tomorrow, so Friday. But this is going to be, the next clip is where she describes the events leading to the death of Gannon and the events surrounding that, at least the first version events that she gets you. Okay, are you familiar with that part?
Yes.
I may remind you again on Friday, but that's where we'll start out Friday morning. So now's a good time to stop, Judge.
Dr. Torres, you can go ahead and step down today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cool beans with all the sauerkraut. She's not going to be sitting there for 2 days.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will have our evening break. Again, do not discuss the case among yourself. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. Remember, you can still blog or communicate with others, just not about this case. You can't do any blogging about your jury experience or communication with other jurors. You can still watch TV and go on the internet. If anything regarding this case comes through your feed, change the channel or turn the page. You do not give it any attention. Do not use any information from any other source concerning the facts or the law applicable to this case other than the evidence presented in the instructions that I give to you. We should be able to start right on.
Don't worry, there'll be a live stream tomorrow. There'll be a live stream tomorrow, Danny, just over on my channel as opposed to
as
this
I said
one.
earlier, feel free to bring in jackets, blankets, those sorts of things, and we'll see what we can do about Friday. So with that, all right, to the jury, please.
And there will be a live stream later on here in about 3 hours. Why is Letecia smiling? She looks
Thank
like
you,
the
ma'am.
cat that
I
ate
see
the
that
canary.
record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Chalimi, is defendant prepared to refer his advisement? Sure. Okay. All right. Prosecution, what felony convictions would you rely upon to impeach the defendant's credibility if she were to testify? All right. Ms. Stauch, how old are you, ma'am? All right. And how much education have you had? Okay. I've heard through the trial that you have a bachelor's, a master's, and a doctorate degree. Is that accurate? Okay. I'll turn that one on. I will. Just for this one, yeah. That is, it's either 3 or 4. Right. And how's your health today, ma'am? Are you now, or have you been under the influence of any alcohol or drugs in the past 24 hours? Do you understand that you have a right not to testify? And that if you choose not to testify, then the jury can be instructed about that right and be told that the jury cannot infer your guilt from the fact that you remain silent, and it would still be the prosecution's burden to prove the elements of the case to the jury beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand, however, that you have a right to testify? Do you understand that if you want to testify, no one can prevent you from doing so? Do you further understand that if you choose to testify, you may be cross-examined by the prosecution concerning any matters
don't know yet.
relevant and material to this case? You also understand that juror questions may be submitted with the same rules of law, evidence, and procedure that apply to juror question, or that apply to lawyer questions will also apply to juror questions, and that improper juror questions will not be permitted. However, legally proper juror questions may be asked of you if you decide to testify. Essentially, you've seen that process of
He
questions
flipped the wrong
that have been
switch.
submitted by jurors to other witnesses. You would be subject to that same process. Do you understand that? Do you understand that the decision to testify or not to testify is yours personally, and only you can make this decision? Do you further understand, even though your attorney may disagree with your decision, that the decision is entirely yours and yours alone? Do you fully understand this advisement? Is there anything further you wish for me to explain to you concerning your right to testify or not testify? I've given you this advisement because it's required under the law before you make a decision regarding whether you choose to testify or not. I'm not going to ask you about that now. You're entitled to see all of the evidence that's been brought against you by the prosecution. So we need to finish with their case first, but I also understand that we may be getting towards the end of that either by the end of this week or maybe be the beginning of next week. So I want to give you some time to think about it. I want to give you some time to talk to your attorneys about it. There's a lot of evidence in this case. There are a lot of things that you may need to consider before you make that decision. At some point, however, I will ask you the ultimate question. What is your decision? You don't need to tell me now, but I want you to think about that because at some point I'm going to ask you that question. Okay? All right. I muted those again. Okay. You tested them, right? Just tap. Yeah. Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure. No, I turned them off, so this is real bad. All right. Is there anything that we need to address outside the presence of the jury at this point in time, prosecution?
Just logistically, Your Honor, can we leave stuff here? Or do you have stuff happening tomorrow?
Who is that? You can leave it here.
Okay.
Just clean a space off at the end of the corner of the table. So they've got some place to sit and some place to put something. But I don't think that really is going to take very long. It's more going to be, I think, in the form of argument than it's going to be a whole lot of presentation of anything else. Okay. And then what, the 10 o'clock is WebEx. So the other one is WebEx. And then the last one will be, where am I doing that? Mediation. Yeah, and I'll be here the whole time. So yeah, no, you can leave it all here. The only issue I want to disclose to you, the only issue is tomorrow afternoon I'm doing a mediation for somebody on something.
Okay.
And it's a criminal case. So, but you know how those work, and I'll be here though. So he's not in custody, but I'll be here. There will be an attorney with him and stuff. So I think everything will be okay.
Okay.
So thank you. All right. All right, then we'll see everybody on Friday morning. Do you anticipate that you're going to be done on Friday?
Well, it will totally depend on length of probably direct and cross, mostly of Dr. Torres. We've got one witness after that. I gave the exhibits that we're going to use through that witness to Mr. Tellini. I think it was yesterday I gave you those.
Okay.
It'll depend on just how that goes. I would anticipate latest probably Monday. So
Welcome back, Mayor McNum.
And so, if necessary,
Well, she's been informed of her rights to testify or not, and been put on notice that that question will be had. That question will need to be answered at some point.
If we have some downtime on Friday, it's not going to be that big a deal. We will talk about jury instructions and see where we are going and go from there. Okay. We'll be in recess. Thank you.
Now, for those interested, since we have our Loki back, we will have the evening stream tonight here in about 3 hours, and then I'll be on my channel tomorrow. And, stop the stream, and I will see if I can't do a little bit better job of prepping the link before the end of tonight's live stream. All right. Yep, please try and make that. That would be great. We would love that a lot. All right. Loki, you have anything for the BTs before we sign off? Loki. Maybe not. Don't know. Hello, Loki. Tap, 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 tap. She's in there somewhere. So here in about 3 hours, I will see you all again. Loki already said we were going to, so we're doing it. Loki got the gun stories. I got the games. We're gonna go with it. All right. Yes, just to remember to do all the YouTube things. So like, the comment, the subscribe, to share it with everybody, whether you know them or not. Friends, allies, family members, your worst enemy. Yeah, just all the fun. Hell, if you can track down my worst enemy, you could probably tell them too. Spread it across all the social media. All right, let me run the spam by you guys one more time. Here is the spit. Whoop. Here's the subscription link so you don't miss tomorrow's stream. And some other stuff. All right. It looks like Loki is going to be hiding in the background for right now. We will see you guys in a couple of hours. Between now and then, be safe, be sane, and let's start more trials again. All right, folks. See ya.